sun, if it's, the night will go out, and I'll point out Polaris in the sky, the North Star, and then you can picture if we're standing on the Earth, the pole, the axis of the Earth is pointing towards it. So 13,000 years ago, it was 47 degrees on the other side of the circle, and there's Vega. So now if you can actually picture what's happened is from Vega 13,000, half of that number, 12,960, half of that number around brings us to now. Polaris, one half more cycle, 12,900 years from now, 13,000 years, the fall star will be Vega. So if you're around, Danny, 13,000 years from now, and you try to navigate by the North Star, you will get lost. I mean, by Polaris. You'll find yourself. So this intersection is the key point right there. That's what's moving. Here's another version of it. Again, you see the 12 signs. So look here. Here's Aries, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, right? Sagittarius, Scorpio. You're coming right around. And so right now, it's showing at 0 degrees here, which is the cusp between Aries and Pisces, which would actually have been 2,000 years ago. Now it's over here. It's moved this far in 2,000 years. So that intersection, again, that is the celestial equator. The planet ecliptic remains fixed. Right. It's the celestial equator that's moving.
The ecliptic does have a cycle. That's one of the Millennium cycles. This is the one of several sort of oscillations that the Earth goes through that some people think may actually function as a basis for ice ages and things like that. There's a whole bunch of there's like a 41,000 year cycle as well. Obliquity of the ecliptic.
And I pretty much will concur with that. I think it does affect gradual accumulated climate change over thousands of years, no doubt. I don't think it explains things like the Younger Dryas, but where you have, major shifts from glacial to interglacial within a few decades.
Right. It seems to require something of an external injection of energy into the system. It's a great way to put it. Cosmic shooting.
So here's your homework assignment, Danny. Find a nice flat open space, draw a big cross on the ground, and get a chair and sit right at the middle, and sit there for 1 year. I mean, now you can take breaks to eat, go to the bathroom and stuff, but come back and sit there for 1 year, face the south, like this guy is doing here. And what you're going to see is this changing, look, summer solstice, the sun is way up here, winter solstice is way down here. The equinox is right in the middle, right? And you'll notice too that if summer solstice, notice the path of the sun above the horizon is much longer than it is here, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Well, that's because the day is much longer. Now, let's do something. I'm going to go back to all these numbers. Let's see if I've got these numbers here, because you're going to see that certain numbers recur over and over and over. Let's see if I've got it here. Yeah, right here. Let's go to this one. Okay. These are part of the canon of sacred numbers. Okay. Now, here, let's see, here we are now, 25,920 years. Here's graphics of the star patterns, right? Half of this number, 25,920, gives us 12,960. Curiously, this is within about a half a century of the Younger Dryas catastrophe, the start.
Which one of the, where did the Younger Dryas happen?
Right here, at the cusp of Virgo, Leo, right here. It lasted for about 1,300 years, or if we want to use the sacred number, which lasted 1,296 years, which brought it right to the center of Leo. And that was the end of it. And then we get from there into the constellation of the Crab, the constellation of the Twins, and this was the post-glacial world right here. Then we get into Taurus. Something interesting happened right here, is that what I have done in this other graphic that I have up here, let's see if I can Well, yeah,
Well, it ended
ended in December.
This is one of the reasoning people talk about. I mean, slightly off topic, but if the Sphinx happened to have been alive and it happened to be coming towards the east of the sunrise,
Right. That makes sense.
the proof that this suggests it could be a marker. I mean, it might be at the end of the young rise, it might be a marker for a significant event that has happened. It's within one processional cycle.
It's the fact that the original Sphinx was alive. Symbolism would be perfect.
Right.
But now you're looking at the Neo. Right?
But it may not have been. I'm not saying that it would have been made in that procession, right? It could have been made in a previous procession. Right?
Yeah. I mean, it's possible, but in terms of the younger dryas and nailing significant events, you also have other sites like Göbekli Tepe, which seem to be a celestial calendar indicating the younger dryas as well. It could be a marker for that. I mean, I've heard that used as one of the potential proofs to suggest it's older. I mean, along with the erosion and everything else, but it would be perfect symbol.
Right.
So all the age of Leo and
Yes.
a significant event that we have based on.
Right. Sorry for the minor tangent, but it was just if they would have built that after the Younger Dryas, it would explain all the water erosion on it, right?
No, it could. Yeah, it still could because it didn't. Egypt actually was verdant and green during that period, and for several thousand years after that, it wasn't like an immediate climate change at the end of the Younger Dryas. I think that it became a desert. I think about 8 or 9,000. It's somewhere in that range. There were a few thousand years after the end of the Younger Dryas where it was still essentially green. I mean, it's not Sahara America.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
What I've done here is I've gone through the scientific literature and I've taken events, unique, I call them event notes, where things happen, right? And I plotted them on this wheel. And you can see there is a very interesting correlation. Like, let's go back to the cusp of Taurus Aries right here. And, let's do this. 4,320 years ago, right? That's twice 2160. And we've got Heinrich event 3 happened 4,320 years ago times 7. So if we go back to here, and then we go back 7 cycles around, an event happened 30,240 years ago.
what kind of event are we talking about?
But we're not sure. What we know is that the manifestation of this was what's called a Heinrich event. A Heinrich event is when you have this massive, now you got a picture,
You see a digit in that?
pardon me,
300,000 years? Oh no, 30,000 years. So one cycle.
yeah, let's see, 43,020.
40, you've got 4,000 just for 3,000.
No, those happened 4,320 years ago.
Okay.
So 30,200 years ago was Heinrich event. So if you go back to this event right here, and then you go 7 times around, right back to when the vernal equinox was standing in the same position in the sky, but 7 times more than this, you'll see that it was at 30,204.
Oh, in intervals of 40, 320. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you'd say in intervals of processional cycles. Right.
Then if you go back to this here, this is called the onset of the glaciation. So here's the end of the Younger Dryas. Here's the beginning, actually the beginning of the Younger Dryas, that arrow is slightly off. That arrow is actually pointing to the end of the Older Dryas.
Okay. And 19,620 was roughly the beginning of the Younger Dryas.
12,960.
Sorry, 12,960.
Yeah.
Spoonerism.
And then here's the end of it. And then by the time you get to 10,000,
Which way are you moving around this wheel?
we're moving this way.
How time moves this way, and if we go backwards in time, okay, backwards in time is clockwise.
Yeah, if we start here, if we go backwards in time, we're going clockwise.
Got it.
So we open here back to, say, 8,640. We had a Heinrich event. Again, and times 7. So 60,480 years ago, there was an event. And again, it falls on the cusp of this transition. But 6,480 years ago, you had the onset of Neoglaciation. Now, what happened was during the age of Cancer and Gemini, which are these two ages right here, a planet went into what has been called the climatic optimum, where temperatures were warmer than they are today. Now, this is well established by multiple lines of evidence. Tree lines were higher, sea level was higher. The younger dryas is a flowering plant that likes cold weather. It's a polar wildflower. So, in the older dryas in Europe, in northern Europe, you had an abundance of Dryas occidentalis, which is the plant, the flowering plant, gave its name to the dryas. That went away and was replaced by warmer, loving species. They prevail, and if you look on this graph, that's from right here, end of the oldest Dryas, and there was a sharp temperature rise. The cold-loving Dryas occidentalis did not like this rise, the warmer temperature, because they were adapted to a polar climate. Well, the polar climate came to an end, and you had a warming period for half of the cycle. And then, very suddenly, at around 12,960 years ago, Dryas occidentalis suddenly returns, the cold-loving plant. Now, that's an example of how you can use botany to determine environmental change. Because if you go from cold to warm, plant and animal species will change. So, cold times you're going to have certain species of animals and plants. The warm comes back, and now you bring back in plants and animals that like warm species. Now, you correlate that to studies of where sea level is. So typically what will happen, temperature rises, more glaciers melt, sea level rises, right? The latitude of warm weather, so warm climate shifts to the north, just like if we go back to the medieval warm period, say 1,000 years ago, that lasted roughly from 900 AD to 1250 to 1300 AD. Sea level's higher, you had much warmer weather, warmer climate, you had a flourishing wine industry in the British Isles, right? Which didn't exist until genetic modifications allowed the breeding of vineyard from water. Wine grapes in the field. That's also when Greenland was colonized by the Scandinavians during this warm period. Well, the warm period gave way to the Little Ice Age, and then when the Little Ice Age came, you had this expansion of polar ice, like sea ice, that cut Greenland. Now, during the medieval warm period, Greenland, you could sail from northwestern Europe to Iceland to Greenland. When the medieval warm period ended, the sea ice, the polar ice, extended far to the south. It sealed off Greenland, so you couldn't stay up to Greenland anymore. It almost caused the complete extinction of all human society on Iceland, because there was trade going on, and the cold weather, the return of cold weather, drastically affected agriculture, caused food crops to spoil in the fields, and that led to people getting hungry, and that led to famine. So what we see if we look at history, cold spells in northern climates have always been far worse than warm spells. Right. Warm spells increase the growing season. They tend to increase the amount of rainfall. I've documented this, talked about this extensively on my Cosmographia podcast, showing that the overwhelming evidence that warm periods have been benign times within for human society, usually associated with, like, we go back to about 540, roughly, AD, the onset of what is called the Dark Ages cold period. It saw famine, it saw pestilence, because pestilence follows naturally the way of famine, because people get malnourished, their immune systems become compromised, and now have opportunistic diseases. So In 542 AD, after 6 years of cold weather and repeated crop failures and the Justinian plague, that wiped out half the population of Europe. So now you have this cold period for about 300 years, 400 years, and now that gives way to what's called the medieval warm period. The growing season extended, tree lines moved up, you started getting a much wider range of latitudes where you could grow food, had a longer growing season. Right during the Dark Ages cold period, the population of Europe declined. During the medieval warm period, it increased. After 150 years of warmth, so much prosperity had accrued that it allowed launching the great cathedral building enterprise. That was precisely timed within that medieval warm period. And you can see the end of the great cathedral building era ended with the end of the medieval warm period, which occurred between 1250 and 1300. And then in 1300, we began the first phase of the Little Ice Age. And again, a whole series of crop failures over the next few decades. And then in the 1340s, you had the bubonic plague, which again decimated a third of the population of Europe. At that point, the great cathedral building era came to an end by that time. And we went into the first phase of the Little Ice Age. That ameliorated somewhat right in the middle. In the 1600s, we had the Renaissance, and then the cold came back. That cold, which was the second phase of the Little Ice Age, kind of came to an end between 1850, about the mid-19th century, and by the 20th century it was over. Interestingly, all of our measurements of modern warmth, the baseline is the end of the Little Ice Age. So again, think of the analogy that I was always when I'm here. While I'm here, you can almost not see it. So it's right here.
Got it.
Okay. Right? Here you've got the onset of the Dark Ages. Here you've got the onset of the Little Ice Age.
So it's like a quarter of 26.
Roughly, yeah. So we go back into the Little Ice Age too. In round up. It didn't start everywhere at the same time. But within a half a century to a century, it pretty much affected the whole world. Now, that Little Ice Age was the coldest half millennium since the end of the Great Ice Age. Now, knowing that, and how do we know that? Well, from all these other factors that I talked about. For one thing, glaciers allowed the plant expanded enormously during the Little Ice Age. In Europe, northern Europe, you had whole villages and farms that were wiped out by the glaciers that had swelled up. It's bigger than they had been since the end of the Great Ice Age 11,000 years ago. Now think about what it means if our determinations of global warming and so on, our baseline is the coldest period of 11,000, 10,000, 11,000 years. Right? Just like the analogy I used earlier, if you started marking climate warmth, but you started in March 1st, and then you get to June. Well, obviously, yes, each month you're going to see records being broken, right? So that's what people are not being taken into account, and the scientists that know this, some of them are pointing this out. They're being dismissed as climate deniers, even though there is no such thing, because nobody denies that the climate changes. Right? Show me one professional, one scientist, one meteorologist that's denying climate change. They don't exist. It's a completely fabricated concept to try to discredit anybody who's pointing out that the whole climate change narrative has been manufactured and it's based upon certain assumptions that completely don't come out legitimately once you've examined it. Because most people don't realize, okay, well, we're measuring glacier recessions from the point at which the glaciers were the biggest they were in 10,000 years ago. Yeah. And see, this is what's not being told. And it's deliberate. It's a deliberate deception.
How far back did some of these glacial core samples take us?
Well,
the maximum something you took with the ice core samples.
The ice core samples, yeah.
yeah, Greenland and Antarctica are going to be the longest. But, and yeah, we can see in there that there's massive changes. Now, there have been changes enough to completely melt away the Greenland ice before the Antarctica. However, the Laurentide ice sheet that was over most of Canada was as big as the South Polar ice sheet. The Cordilleran, which was over western Canada, was about roughly the size of the Greenland ice sheet. The Fennoscandian ice sheet over northwestern Europe was even bigger than the Greenland ice sheet. All of that ice melted away literally in a few thousand years, and we don't have an explanation for where did the thermal energy come from to affect that drastic change that could cause that much ice to melt away that quickly. And given that we don't really even have an explanation that anybody, that there's a consensus around what causes the onset of an ice age and what causes the termination of an ice age, if we don't know that, how in the world can you claim that the science of climate change is settled? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And if somebody says that the climate, that the science of climate change is settled, or they call anyone who questions that consensus a climate change denier, right there, those two things are telling you either they don't know what the hell they're talking about, or they're phonies and they're lying.
I think people get lost in the politics of this. People don't understand the history of this, and it's more nuanced where people are arguing over whether humans contribute to climate change or humans not contribute to climate change.
Of course, humans do contribute to climate change. The question is how much and how significant is that relative to the natural forces? And I argue, basically, look at the history of the climate change on Earth. The natural forces are overwhelmingly the dominant factor.
Right. And we talked about this a little bit on our first podcast, but the way they're measuring the climate right now, they have these like old sensors that are in airports or something.
Yeah. On top of the tarmac.
Right.
Well, there's manipulation of more data going on too. They've actually changed the weather measurements of the past. So essentially, calling the past and the present. So the trends match some of the computer models more or less. There's a guy named Tony Heller who does this.
He's great.
He's does some good videos exposing some of the way that's worked in order to kind of manipulate the data such that it matches the predictions that we made almost exactly. And it is political, unfortunately. I always find it telling that the first moment you usually ever engage in some sort of skepticism around the narrative of climate change in general is first of all have to then defend yourself as saying, well, pollution bad as well. Like,
right.
It's like, for some reason, it's weird. It's like, of course, pollution is bad, man. We should just help the planet. But that right there is telling you that it's a pollution climate.
There's somebody who did a study, I think it was Stephen Pinker, who basically reverse engineer people's view on climate change. He said basically all you have to do is figure out their political means.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So that's the point. I mean, the point is that the climate, anybody who studies the climate, and I've studied it for decades, knows that climate has changed profoundly over and over again. Right? There has never been a point where you can say the climate is remained stable. It doesn't exist. So what you're now going to tell me is that all the natural factors that are causing the climate to change, whether it's the sun, whether it's the magnetism, whether it's ocean currents or atmospheric currents, or changes in albedo, changes in the relation of the planets, which is also a very interesting theory. Volcanism, I mean, we could go on with the list, but you're going to tell me now, all of those are irrelevant and non-operational. And it's only because people are driving SUVs. But we're not going to eat cows for that reason. But I think that the ancient peoples knew that there was a tenfold movement, and a lot of their mythology and so on embodies their knowledge of environmental change, climate change, and so on. Because when we look back at the legacy of heritage traditions from the legends, folklore, and mythology of the ancient world, over and over again, we have to recognize that catastrophism is a major part of all of it. And you can start with things as obvious as the Great Flood. You know, you're brought up in Judeo-Christian tradition. Well, you know, the Great Flood is introduced very early on in the biblical story. Right? And of course, like flood myths from all over the world, there's always a moral component that's sort of juxtaposed on it. And I think that's sort of a natural thing. When something like that happens, we can refer to the impact, the atmospheric impact of the so-called Tunguska cosmic body in 1908 Siberia. Right. In the aftermath of that, what happens? Well, the Tunguska cosmos, the tribes that live there, they launched a new religion. And Agni, the god of fire, descended from the sky to punish the people for their sins and their infractions and the things, their bad behavior. So immediately we see in a modern context a celestial event like that spawning a religion. Now imagine if you have an event that's 10 times or 100 or 1,000 times more powerful than just a single Tunguska event. Obviously, yes, and when you start looking at flood stories, I mean, one of the things people will do is we'll be doing it on Canada. Ben and I will be exploring landscapes that were created by flows of hundreds of millions of cubic feet per second. We'll be exploring landscapes that were carved and created by water flows that are 10 and 20 times greater than every single river on Earth combined. Now, if you survive something like that, yeah, it's natural that the survivors of events on that magnitude would look at it in theological terms and moral terms and so on. But behind that veneer, the theological and moralistic veneer, I think we're looking at very natural events that we now know we can document that events like this have occurred repeatedly in Earth history. And the wonder of it is, in some ways, is how we humans did not go the way of the woolly mammoths.
Yeah, we did have a bottleneck. I mean, we know that there was definitely a bottleneck in both population and genetic diversity associated with the time frame of the life. It's kind of funny, there was a study done recently, but it is a study that shows that there was, across the world, all the populations of humans, almost everywhere simultaneously went through a decrease in genetic diversity, particularly male populations. And it's all associated with a period of time shortly after the onset of the younger drives. And of course, the studies always don't make a connection to, the younger drives period because it's still a debated topic, I guess, in simply mainstream science. But they said that, well, perhaps there was just some sort of somehow simultaneous change in breeding and preference patterns between these isolated different groups of people that resulted in this genetic diversity. But it also coincides with this extinction event. Turns out we're making the same amount, certainly making the world population. Well,
It's like 7%
wasn't that. It's bottleneck is population and diversity, but I'm not sure that's.
Yeah, it was probably, I mean, it could have been, I mean, we're just saying kind of the beginning of these together. Clearly, the human species was affected by these events. You don't have events that wipe out half the megafauna species on Earth and not affect the other half of the megafauna species to survive. It's not like half the species came completely unscathed, but the severity and magnitude of those events completely exterminated half the other species, right? You know, look at how close the bison, the American bison, is becoming extinct around the turn of the century. There's only a few hundred individuals. Now, we can go to the grocery store and buy bison burgers, right? 1,000, 10,000 years from now, you could completely miss the fact that bison came this close to becoming extinct species. Because it's only, within a few generations, once we made up the mind where people decided that they wanted to salvage the species, it didn't take long for this. So, I mean, 10,000 or 12,000 or 13,000 years ago, the species may have come that close to extinction, but there were still enough numbers that the species were then centuries things could recover. See? And it brings us to the question of, how drastically were humans affected. Yeah.
And I think there's parts of the world as well. I mean, it's not, as you were saying, younger guys, although it's probably the most dramatic thing to happen in maybe 5 years.
It wasn't 5 million.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been the worst thing that's happened to the planet. Certainly from an extinction perspective. But it's not, there were parts of the planet that weren't as affected as others,
Right.
as badly affected as others. Certainly North and South America were tremendously impacted with the species that went extinct. We see a similar thing in Europe, but you look at Africa or Australia, and it seems to have been much less impact. I mean, that's one of the, Africa has a lot of exports, and you look at what we estimate the age of lots of those exports is still going to be like 2 to 3 years old, especially species also the younger guys. Australia is somewhat similar.
Australia did undergo very severe mass extinction much earlier than the other. Now, if you look at percentages, North and South America both experienced about a 75% reduction in megafauna. But in other words, North America lost about 3/4 of the big animals. I mean, think about the animals that used to be here in North America. 4 species of Homo sapiens. You had the sort of woolly mammoth, the Columbian mammoth, the imperial mammoth. You had mastodons, you had dire wolves, you had giant cave bears, you had huge moose, you had giant deer,
Armadillos,
Giant armadillos.
size of a Volkswagen.
and you had and giant ground sloths. I mean, the list was up to like close to 100 species, right?
How do we know we had all 4 of them?
It's under
Right for Cincinnati Airport, Cincinnati Airport, I went to the other day, they actually had skeletons. They had a direwolf, they had a saber-tooth tiger, they had mastodons, they had one of the big elk, giant elk.
Yeah.
Just, oh my God.
Yeah. So North and South America both lost about 3/4 of their species. Eurasia lost a little bit of their about 35% of species in Eurasia went extinct by the end of the Africa, take it so. So a lot of the big animals in Africa are the survivors of the crisis. People don't realize that. You start looking at rhinos and hippos and elephants and giraffes and all the rest of them. So clearly, the cataclysm, Andreas cataclysm, was not beautiful around the whole planet. Now, one of the other things that I noticed going back is that a lot of times you had places where there was obvious settlements. They've been there for centuries, and then all of a sudden they're abandoned. The usual assumption was, well, these people got up and migrated somewhere else. The problem is that then the other places you find evidence of human occupation, and they're gone at the same time. You find quarries all over non-glaciated North American settlement camps and things like that, where people were living, working, finding the refuse pits, the business, all of the things that was evidence that there was a fairly long period of occupation, and all of a sudden it ends. And that termination coincides in many cases with the beginning of human life. And it's probably more a case, less a case that got up and moved somewhere else is that they didn't survive. Like the quarries, when the quarries flint or stones for their spear points and things are active for centuries, and all of a sudden they're abandoned. Oh, well, they got up and moved somewhere else. Well, where did they move? But what's more likely is that, that particular social group died out, and that was the end of it.
How much debate is there over what caused the rise, whether it be comets or solar ejections or all of the above?
There's still debate, I'd say that. I mean, at this point, there's 60 odd papers peer reviewed. The vast majority are very much in favour of the cosmic impact / theory.
Their verse being like explosive.
Yeah, so it's initially I think people thinking of it in terms of a single impact, but it very much seems like it was a series and potentially different periods of cosmic impacts and airbursts. Airbursts are also dramatic. I mean, there's actually been a few really good studies on science that show cosmic input. It's not related to the drives, but Dr. C. Collins and Kel Hamam basically discovered the source of the biblical Sodom and Gomorrah story. Did a digging on the side, and they showed that tribe was actually subjected to a cosmic airburst, and it literally matches all the story that's in the Bible. And they're still a few kilometers away, but yeah, I mean, airbursts are bad as well. So there's still debate. I mean, there was a sort of another paper just recently that was attacking the theory pretty poorly. I thought. I mean, it's just some of the opposition to it is quite strange, and some of it has probably no place in things like say physics and science, like the whole curriculum for the Dry's paper is a silly issue. But safe to say at this point, there's still some debate. I'm not playing in that arena, but it feels to me like there's a vast amount of evidence supporting the idea.
Yes.
Both on the macro and micro scale, as well as cultural evidence. Yeah, so exactly. A lot of the papers focus on we have a number of sources of evidence. There's a lot of papers that focus on the impact of toxins, the things they find in the strata layers of the surface structure, ozone and carbon, magnetic resources, extraterrestrial platinum and iridium spikes, the black mat layer. So all of that's in those layers. You have the evidence for catastrophic climate change that correlates with those strata layers that have been in the icicle samples. So we look at oxygen isotopes and other elements. There's like soot particles. There was a paper done looking at some of the particulate matter in some of these icicle samples in the underdrives. It suggests there were wildfires and like 90% of the world's biomass burning. So you have these indicators there. And then you have the macro evidence. A lot of the stuff that I've really randomly shown the evidence for flooding likes that we've never seen volcanoes. Astronomical there, channel scavenge, astronomical volumes of water pouring off, those ice sheets on the way to the ocean that sort of must have happened in these catastrophic sort of short-term events. So you've got a lot of evidence that points to that dramatic period, and that something happened, and then there's all the scientific work that sort of said, well, these are all impact properties. Mark, there's a great presentation done by Mark Guggen at the Summit Conference which sort of looked at a lot of this evidence, and I think at one point he points to some of the rebuttals of some of the naysayers, just pointing out that, well, no, we're not looking at micro diamonds, we're actually looking at like bugs. Saying, well, bugs don't shit on. So bugs shit diamonds? I don't think so. Van Guy, and he's a little bit behind quite well. What is the idea about solar energy?
I think it's worth considering. Because now we have a lot of evidence for a cosmic event at the beginning of the universe. But there was also catastrophic event at the younger age. We don't have the same kind of cosmic evidence for impacts, cosmic impacts, the end of the universe. Robert Stockman thinks that I don't know if he's come around and accepted the possibility of impact. But he's been arguing in favor of a solar system. And I think it's totally possible. Particularly since I learned that the correlation with the infall of cometary mass into the sun and a reaction of the chromosphere of the sun, which translates into solar force. I'm going to do a paper on that on my website, where you can do a whole podcast on that. I've fully dived into all of those. Now known that we glean from the information and insight that we have into the sun since we started deploying solar observing satellites. We now know a whole lot more than we did. Let's say since the early 90s, now we've got 5 or 6 satellites that are looking at the sun, what capacity and others. the evidence that seems to be emerging is that the sun's climate is much more variable than was previously assumed. Now, when we go back to the beginning of the climate models and the first IPCC report, which I think was 1992, they were not looking at the sun at all. They were still looking at the constant sunlight. And so if the sun is not changing, then you can't blame the sun for climate change if it's an invariable sun. However, if the sun is far more dynamic, then it is going to play a role, and on multiple levels. And I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing now the cutting edge information about the sun suggests that it is much more dynamic star than was assumed in the 80s and early 90s when the computer models were being generated and the sun was being dismissed. The solar constant was the working assumption. Well, if the sun is constant, then the sun is not contributing to climate. But that's wrong. I think at this point we can clearly, assume that that's wrong.
Yes, and the sun could entirely also be a source for cataclysmic events this month. Well, we've seen smaller versions of it with the Carrington event. And yeah, we entered the Carrington event. There was 18, I'm trying to think the actual date.
Remember there were telegrams?
It was
1870.
It was something, 1870. So it was essentially it was probably the biggest solar flare that's happened in that period since, and it literally set telegraph wires on fire, melted. And if it happened today, the Carrington event, Maui, it might fry all the electronics on whatever side of the planet it hits when it comes along, because it's a huge part of that solar flare. It's just like it's like PM pulse type of thing. It sort of fries electronics. A lot of our electronics are very sensitive to electromagnetic pulses and things like that. Solar flares, hit you. And there are theorized more serious events even than that come from outside.
So there have been more powerful solar events than the Carrington. Okay. Yeah. We can talk about that in the future. Okay. Fine. Two things I want to mention. George Howard is reminding me that the second Cosmic Summit is coming up next June 14th. And the tickets have gone on sale, I believe, while we've been sitting here having our content. Yeah.
So I'm sure what it has.
Yeah. They were talking about our content. The last I heard was that 2 or 3.
They might have filled up. But it might be one spot there. But I think it filled up as of yesterday. But there may be a spot.
Okay, so the other thing that's coming up is starting on Halloween for the following 4 or 5 days, we're doing a tour of Eastern Tennessee and Cumberland Plateau, which is an amazing place of caves, grottos, and cliffs, and cataracts, mostly hidden under the vegetation of the canopy of the forests off the beaten path. This will be our 4th tour up in that area, off the beaten path. We've got a great lodge preserve for the tourism that is using as a base to do these explorations. And we've still got, we've got probably 2 or 10 seats left over for that. And this, again, this will come together. And I get this feedback all the time. People say, well, it's awesome as learning about this natural history of the landscapes and the catastrophes and all of this. Just as interesting and valuable and satisfying as the connections and the friendships that come out of it. Because, like Ben said earlier, repeatedly people would say, well, every day, I go to my family for dinner, or I go to work. There's nobody interested in this kind of stuff that I can talk to, but I come here, and everybody is interested in the mysteries of our past. And that's a big part of what we're exploring. And so it's not only about these people who read this decipher the landscapes. Because what you say, what you're seeing.
Oh, it's for me, it was revelatory, and having somebody like you teach is great. Like actually being able to look at that land. I mean, it's a place. These are beautiful places. basis just on their own. But then once you actually get some of that context about what caused it, then you can start to imagine what actually happened there. It's a whole other level. I mean, I've met people who actually live at these places, like in the scatter, and you start to explain to them what happened.
Yeah.
Leave what
They've been living it. They've lived it. They've looked at it from that view.
Yeah, how many people contact me saying, I've lived here in this landscape all my life, and I'm suddenly looking at it with new eyes. Here's an analogy. Imagine, like we look up on the screen and see words like this. You can read those words. Because you can read those words, you extract meaning from them. You can make associations. You can understand things. But if you're illiterate, you look up there and those they'll just be shapes. They won't convey any meaning to you. They won't convey information at all, will it? If you're illiterate. So, what I'm getting at here is that there is a grammar, a syntax, a language of catastrophist geology that even most geologists are not well versed in. So what I've been doing for 40 years is learning that language. So when we go into the field, we look at things. What I'm trying to do is teach people to be able to read that. And imagine this. All your life, you've been going through and you're surrounded by words. And maybe if you're intuitive type, you get the sense that they're not just shapes, some kind of meaning there, but you don't know what that meaning is. Now you come and we do a week-long intensive, and I start explaining to you, well, this is an alphabet, here's how you say it, and this is what this word means, and this word means. And if you take letters by themselves isolated, what do they mean? Nothing. If you arrange them in a certain way, suddenly the word has meaning. Then you take those words and you put them in a certain arrangement. It's a sentence. More depths of meaning emerge. Put those sentences into paragraphs. You see what I'm saying? Now, let's say we do a week-long intensive, and you go from being completely illiterate, and now you walk out, and suddenly words all around you start conveying insight and information to you. That's the goal of these tools. To teach people to read that language that has literally been hidden within the landscape of the entire planet for 10 or 11 or 12,000 years, because nobody had the perspective to see it on the scale that we can now see. That's why when we do our briefings, we do the full study of what we're doing. It starts with, we look at myths, we look at stories, obviously, then we look at photographs, then we look at videos, then we look at NASA satellite photography, we look at, geographic information systems, we look at Google Maps, we look at digital elevation models, all of this, because now we can see things on a scale that our grandparents couldn't see. 50 years ago, 60, 70 years ago, we didn't have satellites photography where you could get the scale of some of these events that are played out on our planet. So I try to bring in as much of that as possible. Then, the crown of that, you go out in the field. You start seeing this stuff, and that's right. Even with all of the photography and the videos and the drone footage and everything, seeing that, until you get out in the field, it just, that's what you begin to realize, a micro here. I'm like a micro. These things that are played out on the surface of this planet are in another realm altogether. So,
yeah, you can start to appreciate this. There's literal, one of the terms I've heard is like, they call it, America was also known as the New World, and it literally is, because it's built in the midst of the old world. You can get a sense for some of those processes when you start to see these catastrophes, and that's why I think catastrophes are such and the evidence for it is such an important key that unlocks the possibility for a longer timeline of civilizations. It's because it literally changes the it's flooding, the fires, the sea level rise and falls. It changes the surface of the earth. And
what is this? The Devil's Canyon?
hey, this is drone footage from none other than
Oh shit! Van Earthquake.
Am I okay to?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Yeah, okay, but I want to make sure that since this is Ben's work here, this is one of the places we visited. This was a canyon that was probably cut in a matter of a week or two. And by one of the great floods. Now let's take a look at this.
Basically, outside of the Snake River.
Yeah. And what you're seeing here is not a canyon produced over millions of years, but a canyon produced over by a flow that probably would have been close to 50 billion cubic feet per second. Right?
And so this entire canyon is rushing with water.
Yes.
For a short period of time, and it'll be a dry season.
Yeah. So now this is in Tail Pit. So this was on one of our tours. And you'll see as we pan around. Again, a lot of this is not going to be, it's not going to necessarily speak to somebody until you've been trained to read the language.
Right.
But now you can see here, there's the group. There's some outcrop boulders that were left in the aftermath of the great flood flows.
Is everything on the left?
Yeah. There you can see our bands.
How deep is that from the very middle of it to the top?
It's about 38. I mean,
Well, it started with
not with an overflow and cut down.
here is what you call a cataract. It's bowl shaped features. Now, this entire landscape that you see here is completely submerged. This little falls is all that's the whole remnant, but you can see it's cutting its own little cataract there. But the cataract produced by the thick flood was this big round thing, which you're seeing all one of our regular places to visit. And it's mind-boggling scale. So this is one of your great features here. This is called Popple's Cataract. Picture out here, this is like a turbulent, moving sea. Okay. The entire width of the seam here is probably close to 200 feet deep. It's choked with thousands of icebergs. It's moving towards the viewer, and this is a ridge, and behind you can't see here, it drops down into the Columbia Valley. This water is pouring over this ridge, and these walls here are about 400 feet high. Think about this. If you have floodwaters coming through, ripping up stuff, excavating, eroding, well, that's half of it. The other half of the equation is that material is transported, and it has to be deposited somewhere. So you learn to correlate both what kind of rock rips up from here, and where does it end up? Right. So you're going to see West Bar here, which is pretty amazing. We're coming around. This is West Bar. You're going to see it now.
So are there giant rocks here that came from somewhere else?
Oh, yeah.
Glacial errata. You know, that there's rocks and chunks of granite that probably came from Canada that is out on this joint, this true floodplain where these things ended out. Boulder fields that go hundreds of square miles.
Yeah.
Huge chunks of basalt, even some granite that probably came from a long way away, and then you get these big erratics where, like haystack rock and things like that, that are just giant holes.
Now, I want you to look here at the surface of this 3-mile long, 200 or 300 foot boulder bar has giant current ripples on it. Now, the height of these current ripples varies between 30 and 50 feet. The height of like up to a 5-story building. And that's how we know, without any doubt at all. There we go. Look at these. These are the kind of current ripples. I mean, you'll see them walking along a sandbar in a creek. Except that these current ripples are gigantic. Like I said,
Isn't this also seen in the Sahara?
well, you have sand dunes in the Sahara, and they're being blown by wind, not water. And they're dynamic. They're constantly moving. These are not moving. These are pretty much like they were when they were deposited 13 or 14,000 years ago in this gravel bar. It's actually a bold skin.
That's when she the sky comes out. It's huge.
Yeah,
It's a scale and variance, right? It's a great example of this. same sort of phenomena in small scale as it is. Right. Imagine this current of water coming around the inside of the dam. It's a giant current of water that goes this current of water. 50-foot high current. It's almost impossible to comprehend.
Wait till you see it firsthand. You got to put on your bucket list if you want to go on one of these jobs.
Yeah, no, how did people show and pointed out specifically, I think it might have been Jimmy who pointed out that those things are near the reshot structure. Those water ripples. That was you. Oh, okay. And Jimmy got it.
Well, Jimmy has been arguing the reshot structure.
Exactly.
I don't agree with that. Now,
Right. I remember you were here last time you said it's Azores.
I think that the most likely, if it exists, I think the most likely place that's the most consistent in the details of Plato's two dialogues is the as a friend. The islands are the tops of mountains, whose bottoms are part of plateau, that about which there is a lot of evidence that it has subsided a substantial amount since the last ice age. And I do I've got like 9-hour that I do on it. It's a pretty solid thing.
I watched it. It's been on. I watched it after our last podcast.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
Wasn't there a recent voyage that went out to the Azores to look at this? We were talking about it.
James Cameron. I thought he was supposed to look at. I haven't heard anything about that since it happened. I mean, I wasn't involved in it. But a lot of the science on this
Now dive or something?
Could have been. Yeah, I don't know.
It's unfortunate that a lot of the actual science looking into the Atlantic Ridge system just sort of sees what in the late 70s and 80s. Most of the real science, once Atlantis began to dirty work,
Right.
they kind of stopped looking at it. But I think
Oh, yeah, like say, for example, one of the seamounts was back then was named the Atlantis Seamount. In the literature and everything, I got the old from the 50s, 60s, 70s, and then we get closer to now, the same seamount has been renamed the Atlantic Seamount.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's right.
We try to get rid of that connection to Atlantis.
But what I try to show in my dissertation is this. I mean, what's wrong with this? I mean, if you start talking about, whatever, crystal spaceships or whatever, yeah. But if you stick to whatever Plato actually says, which is what I do, I pretty much break Plato's two dialogues down and go, what did he actually say? Now, what is geology, geography, oceanography, and so forth, botany and genetics, what does all that say now in the context of what Plato said? And that's why I come up with, that to me, Azores fits the bill. But I'm not saying the Azores was Atlantis. What I'm saying is that if Atlantis was real, of all the places that have been named as potential sites for Atlantis, I think the Azores is the most consistent with Plato.
And where did Plato got his information from Socrates?
So on. Well, actually, what descendants he says. In the Socratic form of Critias, he was like a great grandson of the wilderness, who I think, if I recall his succession, he got the original story from Sol, he got it from the Egyptian priests. So he gave the date, which was 9,000 years, in their sacred registers. Songs.
And that would have been when?
Well, Solon's trip to Egypt occurred about 600 BC. So if you had 9,000 years of 600 BC, which would have been 2,600 years ago, what's 9,000 plus 2,600? 11,600, which is precisely the end of the Younger Dryas, which precisely coincides with what's called meltwater pulse 1b, where there was a massive melting of the great ice sheets pouring water into the oceans, causing the oceans to rapidly rise. Coincidence? Maybe. But what if it's not coincidence? All the pieces fit.
this is the stuff that I know you cover in your lecture series on it. Once the glaciers melt, you have isostatic rebound of the Earth's crust, which is a lift shifting up, like all that weight of ice on the top of the globe here is going to come off it. So I love the beach ball analogy. It goes up to the mid-Atlantic ridge, which is where the Azores is located. Is essentially like think of it as like a hitch joint in the crustal plate of the planet. So imagine if the land over here is going up, and what's it going to do? It's going to pull that apart. So you're going to have submergence of the landmass at that mid-Atlantic ridge. That's going to go down.
So isostatic compensation, because the Earth is constantly trying to make equilibrium. So if one place goes up, someplace else has to go down, vice versa. That's the geo, and it's trying to constantly adjust itself to fit the mathematical geo, which is the perfect distribution of mass, given the mass of the Earth, its orbital speed, and its rotational process, what causes that bulge. So during the Ice Age, we had this enormous buildup of ice on the planetary surface, on the land. All of that weight, millions of trillions of tons, is taken out of the oceans. So, like for instance, the beach ball analogy. Take a beach ball and press it this way, it bulges this way, right? If you can't even get up and go and sit down on that cushion, what happens? Isostatic depression. When you get your ass up off that cushion, you'll have isostatic uplift, right? Compensation will come back up, right? I told this to Joe Rogan when I was explaining to him, and I said, Joe, you probably didn't realize that right at this moment, your ass is causing isostatic depression of the cushion on your chin. He probably doesn't remember that. But I did say that.
One more thing I wanted to cover before we look at is the idea of pole shifts. The magnetic pole shifted and the Earth did like a 90-degree tilt.
No, you see, now there are a lot of these people that are speculating don't really even seem to understand the difference between the magnetic pole and the geographic pole. The geographic pole is the Earth's axis of rotation, right? The magnetic pole doesn't necessarily exactly coincide. In fact, it's vibrant. It doesn't coincide with the axis of the geographic pole, which is the axis of rotation. Those are two different things. Now, I believe, I looked deeply into that when I was first studying catastrophism, looking at the work of Velikovsky and Charles Hapgood and others. Charles Hapgood saw the catastrophic history of the Earth. He was trying to come up with an explanation. He came up with a relatively sophisticated model of crustal shift, not the whole mass of the planet. Because he looked at the map of the
Crust, right, exactly.
Right, the crust is plastic.
Right.
So it becomes disconnected from like the mantle.
Yes.
The photosphere, the plasticky kind of. You can think of the Earth as like the crust as being like the skin on an apple. That's like a relative thickness of it, right? But beneath that we have varying degrees of plasticity and connection. So it's like the tectonic plates are sliding around on the hoop that has this plasticky kind of properties to it. Hapgood proposed that could have been disconnected and shifted slightly and
proposed that actually before continental drift was accepted by mainstream physics and geology. Yes.
Yeah.
But of course, then when continental drift came along, this was a much slower process where it happened was introducing something faster. Now, I'm not sure I'm 100% correct, but I'm pretty sure that Hapgood abandoned that idea. So he didn't abandon the idea of catastrophe, just the mechanism that caused the catastrophe. Now, I have a very different. I think that back to the subject of isostatic safety, the geoid in equilibrium is spinning out its axis. So now, remember the 13-mile difference between the equator and the Arctic. That's the radius. Yes. The radius. The diameter is double the So now, picture this. You have a huge redistribution of surface areas. So let's say that the weight of the ice over North America compresses the area of North America under the sites by 1,000 feet. Well, now it's not in equilibrium with its latitude, is it? Because all of the surface of Earth's crust, if it's in equilibrium, the northern latitudes are going to be miles closer to the Earth's center of mass than the equatorial. But now what happens if you change that distance by thousands of feet, or maybe even in the case of the ocean bottoms, a mile or two, right? Now it's not in equilibrium. There's not that correlation between the latitude and the distance from your center of mass. Could that then lead to an accelerated plate tectonics where the planet is trying to regain that equilibrium? So in other words, if you've got parts to north, the half of North America is compressed by 1,000, 2,000 feet, and then all of a sudden it's, when I say all of a sudden, it's a geological sense over a few thousand years, it's moved away from the center of mass. Now it's the distance that it would want to be if it was on a much more southerly latitude. Does that make sense?
I think so.
It does.
I think so.
Yeah, so then it's trying to increase the equilibrium, which I think what you're saying could that possibly cause a kind of a adjustment, which leads to
a period of accelerated plate tectonics.
Yeah.
So it's the weight. You're saying it's the weight from
It's the mass.
the mass of the ice sheets on
Okay,
top
so
of
I can't picture this whole place here. Washed out distance, right? So the east wave is 13 miles. And it's happy. Now, go 45 degrees north, halfway to the North Pole. Well, now it's 6.5 miles closer, right? Go even further. Now it might be 10 miles closer, right? Now all of a sudden, let's imagine that it shifts upward by thousands of feet. Now where it wants to be happy is going to be further south. It's going to want to be farther away from the Earth's center of gravity.
Got it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And what would cause that to happen? Melting glacier.
Because you've got this huge redistribution of mass
Right. Okay.
from off of the land surfaces into the ocean base. And during the onset of the glacial age, you've got the opposite. You're drawing out trillions and trillions of tons of water from the oceans, piling it up on land, and now that weight is pushing the land down by perhaps several thousand feet. At the same time, removing that weight from the ocean basins, which is going to cause the ocean basins to want to rise. So picture glacial, interglacial, you've got water being extracted from the ocean, building up on the land surface. From glacial back to interglacial, this is all melting and going back into the ocean. So if you look at over a long period of time, hundreds of thousands of years, oscillations, glacial, interglacial, glacial, interglacial, the shape of the geoid is pulsing in response to that redistribution of surface mass. Now, I think there's a possibility, and I'm not a geophysicist, but I think it would be a possibility that could introduce this disequilibrium that would cause the movement of the plates to try to shift. And once they start moving, the inertia of that movement, they're not going to necessarily stop. Because clearly, like Hempstead was right, I think, when you look at the Genesis mountain hill, have you ever been up in Canadian Rockies and looked at these incredible overthrust faults?
Yeah.
Where you have slabs of rock, thousands of feet thick, thrust up over other, forming these mountain ranges. So, okay, you can look at rates of erosion, and the higher you get material up, the faster the rate of erosion. The problem with mountains is this, that seems to be ignored, is that when you look at rates of erosion or downcutting, they're roughly, and if mountains are being built by continental drift, continental drift is a centimeters, a few inches per year, that would mean if they're moving, it's causing the plates to buckle and raise the mountains. Well, the uplift of the mountains isn't going to be any faster than the lateral movement of the plates. But we've got mountains that are 10, 12, 13,000, 15,000 feet high, yet when you look at the rates of downcutting and erosion, the rates of downcutting, of erosion, the eating away of the mountain masses being uplifted is roughly equal to the rate of uplift. How'd they get up there? Unless the rate of uplift was a whole lot faster.
It's possible. I mean, I think places like Tiwanaku in the the Andes mountain range, it's like that's a huge history. That's how the hell that whole plateau got up there, and how it could support it, that it's kind of buffered to create a city of that magnitude. There is some real clues to something potentially happening at a faster rate. I mean, I don't think it's like a day, like looking at, right? There's too much inertia in the system, too much stability in the system for that type of thing. Just personally, again, I'm not a geophysicist either, but yeah, I am interested in the idea that something could have caused a fairly, at least geologically, quite rapid shift in the Earth's crust, or in as machines.
So I think we need to kind of I think we need to go back to kind of another look at the geological history of our planet within the context of catastrophes. Because since the end of the 19th century up until the 1980s, the models of Earth history were strictly gradualistic, strictly uniformitarian, to use the term, meaning that we have unlimited the biblical age of the flood of the Earth is 6,000 years. So if you have 6,000 years, you've got to do all of this create the surface of the world as it now is. It had to be catastrophic, right? But now suddenly we've got millions of years. So we're going to get away from biblical literalism, which was actually kind of a straitjacket on science and the early days. We're going to get away from that, and we've got now unlimited amounts of time. So given unlimited amounts of time, we don't need catastrophism anymore. It was kind of a case of the baby being thrown out. We're gonna dump biblical literalism, but at the same time, anything catastrophist was seen within that framework of biblical literalism. So it became one grain of sand, one drop of water. And people like J. Harlan Brett, who's the first to propose to the scientific community that the features that we were looking at in Washington were created by gigantic floods. He was rejected for 30 years because his critics said, we've gone beyond that. We're beyond all the biblical stuff. We don't need big floods anymore. You're just trying to take us back to knowing the Bible. But that wasn't the case at all. The reality was that he was documenting a gigantic, you could almost say biblical scale floods. But yeah, what?
Biblical is a good word for it.
Yeah.
It would have felt difficult had you been witnessing it at the time.
If you somehow, by some means, were able to witness it and survive, you could definitely see how it would have spawned that whole theological and moralistic framework for understanding.
And Fritz was eventually vindicated on his death.
Well, he was 96 years old when he got the Penrose Medal, which is the highest honorary medal in geological science. And like I said, I think he was about 96, and a reporter or somebody asked him, well, how do you feel about this? Finally, after all these years, he said, well, it's great. The only thing is, my only regret is that I outlived all my critics, so they're not around for me to gloat over anymore. So I was right, and they were wrong.
Yeah, I was bringing it all back up to the last time I had you on your event. We were talking about what's it going to take for academia to accept some of the stuff that you guys are talking about. What is it going to take to make this like the accepted narrative of the history of Earth? Or not even the accepted narrative. When are they going to open the door to other opportunities or other?
It's happening.
It's happening.
The cosmic summer. Perfect. Right.
And what I was explaining to Ben was like, people like you and Randall, Ben, both you guys have more of a reach to people than any textbook has, or that any teacher at a university has. It's surpassing what the quote unquote narrative is that we learn in school out of the textbook. And podcasting.
Yeah, it's what it is. I can see that it's a slightly threatening thing. I think certainly guys like Graham Hancock get attacked because there's this reaction from all academic circles to try and say, how do you become popular on social media and things like that as well. I'd still like to see I think it's an ongoing debate. I mean, I'd like that this information becomes more available for people themselves and make up their own minds. But I hate that there's actually battle lines being drawn on this. I still think there's a need for more sort of rigorous and open engagement in debate, which is not how to feel like it. Yeah.
Right.
And social media is not the place to do it either. It's where I think there should be proper forums for that type of thing to engage these different ideas.
I think it's definitely a political control because one thing, think about this. If people started getting engaged with understanding how dynamic the history of this planet is there, which encompasses everything, changes in the environment, climate change, massive states business, and all of that, and potentially the rise and fall of civilizations being, who succumb to these changes, right? Well, that's going to take away from the political narrative that they're trying to cram down our throats, which is it's all human fault. We're doing it. The whole climate change. See, that's what pisses me off is that they hijack climate change, right? Oh, of course. I mean, anybody who studies the history of climate on this planet acknowledges, the climate has changed profoundly over and over and over again. So don't tell me that I'm a climate change denier, okay? And I go, who's the real denier? The real denier is the one who refuses to look or refuses to admit that the climate is as dynamic as we now know for a fact that it has been. And that there is nothing that has happened recently that is unprecedented. Something we could talk about if you are possibly, we're not going to get into that now, listen to Maui. I don't know if you've seen my series, the House of Rabbi podcast, where I'm talking about these great fire storms in history. If you haven't watched it, and then circle back to the Maui.
I heard the Maui is directed at you back in space.
I don't. We don't have
the great Chicago fire, Stigo. I know when you go to this fire. You guys look it up on Cosmography if you're Randall's episodes and epic.
Are these like solar related?
I'll look at you. Let's put it next time.
Perfect. Well, that's a great place to end this, guys. Thank you so much.
I'll just finally say one last thing.
Yes.
The Cumberland Tour, we still got about a half a dozen seats coming up in first week in October, and it's amazing. If you go on to randallcarlson.com, I've disclosing some information about where we're going, what we're going to be doing, and show people that, even here in the East, we have these amazing landscapes in our backyard. Nobody hardly knows about them. And it's going to be a way of bringing people out into the field and teaching them this life. So,
Montana trips coming up as well. That's probably on randallhouse.com as well. If there's seats available, we'll contact Cabin.com for seats on this.
And Ben and I will both be there in person.
We will.
Yep.
We will.
I'll link both of you guys' YouTube channels below so you can go check it out. And then website, randallcarlson.com, and you have a regular website?
Uncharted.com.
Okay.
All my stuff. And discussion.
Beautiful. All right. Sleep tight, everyone. Welcome back, Ben. This is your homecoming.
Good to be back, Danny. Cheers, man. Thanks.
it was about a year ago. I had you, and then since then you've been on Joe Rogan, you've been on Playground, what other podcasts?
There's been a few. I think those were mostly the big studio ones.
Yeah.
With Rogan and Playground is hilarious. Actually. That was a lot of fun. And I was just on Rogan with two. That was a great opportunity. Actually, I thought I'd put this little. And on a few others, just on like the remote style ones. So, yeah, you were the first guy to first in studio podcast.
Well, cool, man. I'm happy to inspire those guys to go. And I'm sure I know Rogan are going to start some videos and stuff.
I think so. Yeah.
But you've been all over the place too. You got some stuff up in Turkey, I think, recently.
England, well, Turkey earlier this year, and then England. I came back to England a couple of weeks back. First chance to sort of the megalithic structures there, stone circles, the museums, things like that. There's so, I mean, music's been right since then.
It's in the British Isles. There's so much to see there. Yeah.
It's Turkey.
So what were you doing in Turkey? Where'd you go? You went to go back to Tepe?
We did. So we did. I did a couple of weeks in southeastern Turkey. So in that Göbekli Tepe region, like it's all centered around the city of Şanlıurfa, which is the biblical Odessa. It's the city of prophets. It's a city that goes back thousands of years. I mean, there's been occupation there since the Neolithic times. It's a really interesting city. It's sort of Abrahamic traditions there. A lot of the legends from books of the faith that now are like Judaism and Islam and Christianity. A lot of the events that happened in those legends are all centered in that. It's, he was part of like the Silk Road, the northern east end of what was Mesopotamia back in the day. So it's an ancient place. Really interesting city. A lot of fun. I wasn't sure what to expect. It was my first time in Turkey, and different to Egypt, I'd say. It was a really nice place. And the timing. I don't know what happens with me in travel, man. Trying to even get over here, we had the hurricane. But man, I had the worst luck with travel because they had the earthquakes earlier in this year. Those big earthquakes that they did. They killed a lot. I think the government estimates they said something like 50,000 people. The guys that I knew on the ground there who were out, like my guy there, Ramazan, who did the tour, lost his home. His home fell down. He was moving out of his car. Within the next day or two, he was out helping in the villages, trying to help people to sort of recover from it. But he said it was probably more like 250,000 people that might have died, and that's just from, if you include Syria, because it's right next to the Syrian border, and there's a lot of Syria that was affected as well. But yeah, so that happened, and they're like, okay, so the city itself of Şanlıurfa wasn't the infrastructure was still up, the roads were okay, like a few buildings fell down. Some of the other cities were much more impacted, much more. And then they had these rains, they had these floods, which were almost unprecedented floods in that region. It just poured down, and there were people that died in Şanlıurfa purely because they didn't have anywhere to live, and they were in these tents, and they got sort of washed into these alcoves and then carried away in these floods, and a bunch of people died. So it's like, man, and all this happened within a couple of weeks, and I guess around the month leading up to it. So we were like, geez, are we going to do it? So yeah, we can. We sort of reassured the people that are coming with us. We can make it happen, and we did. Unfortunately, obviously, places like the museum, they had this wonderful museum in Şanlıurfa where a lot of the artifacts from Göbekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe, like all of the recent archaeological ones there, are housed in this museum. But it was they had to evacuate it because of the floods. They basically boxed up like 100,000 artifacts or something, and then shipped them off, so we couldn't get into the museum. But also, as a consequence, it did make the place green. Like normally, if you see pictures of that region, it's brown, but it was just breathtaking, beautiful. These limestone hills were just breaking out of wildflowers and grass, and everywhere we went, it was just gorgeous. And of course, the sites there are just incredible to go back forever. There's Göbekli Tepe, which was everyone I think who is interested in this field should know something about Göbekli Tepe. It's the site that was. I mean, it was originally discovered in the 1950s, I think. There were some farmers that they saw the tops of what it turned out to be these big key pillars sticking out of the ground on this side of a hill. I think it translates to potbelly hill in that language. And they sort of dismissed it as being, they thought, well, no, this is a relatively modern cemetery or something. Like it's not the stonework was too good to be considered very ancient. And it wasn't until the
1990s from the German Archaeological Institute. And Klaus Schmidt, who sadly passed away since then, began to excavate at Göbekli Tepe. That's when they found, okay, yes, so this is actually tremendously ancient. It does have some very unique stonework, including megalithic work. You've got two pillars that are 18 feet tall, 20 plus tons. And it's a very large site. It's all of these stone circles, these pillars that are encompassed by more of a sort of rough stone walls, and it spreads out. It's quite large. There's a number of early excavators made scientists on that site. And it shook the world up because they based on some of the material that they found in that dig, they pretty much conclusively dated that thing to about 11,000 years old, which is much older than any previously recorded evidence of civilization or this type of occupation. So going there was a really interesting experience. People have said for a long time that it was deliberately buried. The work and the research and the science on this thing is slowly changing. They're starting to move away from this idea that it's very ancient. There's been layers of sediment that have built up over time. There might have been some periods of burying it. In fact, if you tried to bury it, it would take years. It's a huge site. But what was interesting to me, researching this site is that if you look at the picture, obviously the picture of it, I have some photos too. This works. You have two styles of architecture. You have the megalithic work, the two pillars, and it's not just the pillars here. They would actually cut down to the bedrock. You see that area around the pillars? When you go there, it looks like cement. It's not cement. It's actually I believe limestone bedrock that they've lapped down to be flat. So you have these huge flat areas, and they inset these stones into them, or some of them are set up on pedestals like that central one. And these T-pillars, there are a lot of them. They're not all complete. They're some of them are broken. They have the most amazing high relief artwork on them. By that, it means you're carving away the negative space just to make the figures and the symbols pop out. Yeah. And that's a good example of that image there of that one stone there. Look at that. So you see how the walls around it kind of encompass those stones, but they actually cover up some of the features. And you can clearly tell the walls seem like they've been built to reinforce these stone circles, sort of preserve them almost. And looking at the walls, and this is also true on another side, we talked about Karahan Tepe, inside the walls, there's actually pieces of broken pillars have been used as material in the building of the walls. And the material or the organic matter that they've used to date the site to get it that 11,000 year age came from inside these walls. So it's like, to me, I look at that, it's two different architectural structures. I think it is potentially indicative of two entirely different periods of occupation and building, because these walls are quite primitive, it's local stone, and they're actually using pieces of broken pillars, which means that those pillars that have been there for who knows how long actually fallen over. Some of them might have broken, and they've been encompassed and used in these walls that were then used to sort of resurrect or review or renovate the site and protect these pillars. So do we know it's 11,000 year old? I think that's kind of the earlier stage, the younger stage. It could be vastly older. We really don't know. And you said there's a bunch of this that's still under the ground. Heaps of it, yeah. So they've kind of excavated on one side of a hill, and that's where the UNESCO, the World Heritage Site, is now. They put a big cover over the top of it. It's actually great. Like, yeah, see the walkway there. There's this big. They want to keep the rain off it. I think when it does rain, if they left it out in the weather, it just get really muddy, and it just wash away a lot of the sediment. It's a great way to view the site. It'd be lovely to get down in there, but they get a lot of traffic. Like, this has become a major tourist attraction for that part of Turkey. A lot of people want to see this. And they've built a big visitor centre, and so it's a nice way to view the site. If you have a camera with us, you can kind of see a lot of detail. Yeah, the high relief. There's lots of interesting studies that have been done on Göbekli Tepe. Martin Sweatman, who I've talked about, he was presenting at the Cosmic Summit recently as well. I've talked with you on my channel. He wrote a book called Prehistory Decoded, and he contends that Göbekli Tepe is something of a celestial calendar. He uses a method of statistical analysis that shows that it's extremely likely that's what it is. He's looking at
at the figures relating to precession and constellations in the sky, and that when looked at through his analysis, it seems to mark interesting events that we know sort of happened by periods like the Younger Dryas, because this site dates back to the Younger Dryas, and had there been this comet or these impacts or these fragments of things coming from the sky, that's probably something they would have noticed. He wrote a whole book on this. It's a very interesting theory. He gets attacked pretty hard on the basis of it, I think, from a lot of people that don't really understand the nature of statistics and how that works. He actually wrote a peer-reviewed paper that you can read if you're interested in diving into research or its detail. There's other studies that have been done also that are interesting on the geometry of the site. So there's not only do you have these stone circles, which the circles themselves, and this is true also at Karahan-Tepe, have alignment, interesting alignment. So they align to, a lot of them may well have been used as solar observatories or observatories. So there's alignments on the site that point to significant periods of solstices, equinoxes, lunar events. But there's actually a geometric arrangement between the circles themselves that go back to Tepe. So they form like equilateral triangles, I think. There's been some studies done that shows that there's a very deliberate layout plan of how these stone circles were formed. So it was fascinating, and not so Göbekli Tepe was obviously a highlight, but what I didn't know on this trip was the fact that I knew about Karahan-Tepe, so that's another site that's nearby. It's actually pretty close. There was a site that was very recently discovered. It's an active archaeological site now. I believe the University of Istanbul is excavating there. It's another stone circle site. It's similar architecture to Göbekli Tepe. You have huge T-pillars, but it's something like 10 times larger than Göbekli Tepe. And they've only just sort of scratched the surface of Karahan. They're still digging, and we had special permission to go in there and look around the site. And you can literally walk into these beautiful hills with flowers on them and just poking up everywhere on the tops of T-pillars. You just see this tiny little top of it. You can clearly see it's a T-pillar, and there's something buried under here. And then there might be as many as 1,000 T-pillars on this site. It's at least 5 times or more, I think, larger than Göbekli Tepe, and it's at least 500 years older based on the dating of material that they found so far. Which it's kind of funny because when they built a visitor center at Göbekli Tepe, they called it like the 0 point of history. This is the brand name that they gave to go into big light shows, walls, cinematic experiences to look at the site. But it's like, well, I guess that makes Karahan-Tepe 0 point minus 100 or something like this. Right, it's even older. And I actually was out there like 3-4 times during the 2 weeks. It's a wonderful site. I could probably even pull up images if you want to see them. But it's, they're just starting to excavate. And you see a similar thing. In fact, at Karahan, there's evidence of domiciles. So one of the controversies about Göbekli Tepe is this civilization, right? Because technically, you go look at, and I guess this is more along the orthodox line of thinking, the date for civilization hasn't really changed. We're still saying, well, 6,000 years ago, Sumerians was a planet there. That was the start. But when I look at a place like Göbekli Tepe or Karahan-Tepe, that screams civilization. Right? The theory is that it's purely ceremonial. It was what happened, and this sort of came out with the Michael Shermer, Grant Hancock and Randall Carlson, the podcast with JRE, well known one. I mean, they've essentially just changed the definition of hunter-gatherers to now not just be, well, no, this is not just about hunter and gathering, but on the weekends, I guess, when the men want to get away from the women and the kids or something, they'd like to participate and look at a megalithic stone building, things like this, and, building these 20-ton imports. It's insane. But there's infrastructure on these sites. They're massive. There's systems. There's quarries. There are other structures. At Karahan-Tepe, there's actually evidence for domiciles and permanent housing, which is another indication of sort of settlement and civilization. And I just look at the scale and scope of what is on these sites, and it's like that's not something you do on the side. Like this requires specialization, right? So for people to be able to specialize in doing this type of stonework, this type of a logistical endeavor, the artwork that's required to carve these things. You need to have infrastructure around you that means there's other people collecting food, there's other people doing things. Like it's that organization that essentially defines civilization. I think just the scale and scope of the work requires that. So I think it's kind of ridiculous that we don't consider this civilization. And the nail in the coffin for me, and this is something I learned on that trip, is that it's not only is there Karahan and Göbekli Tepe, but there's between 40 to 80 more sites that they've discovered just like that.
Around that area.
Around that area, southeast of Turkey. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of other well-known sites, Saltmatar and other places, but these tepes and these T-pillared stone circles, they're doing a lot of ground penetrating radar and that type of thing, and they've discovered somewhere between 40 and 80, and I think they want to open up like 15 of them to tourism. And that's like, at that point, you know, it requires a big population of people, and it's civilization. I mean, it's like a lost chapter of human civilization, and we really know nothing about it. Like we've got some artifacts and we've got some indication, but it's a yeah. I mean, it's to me, it's just a whole lost chapter of our history.
Who are the organizations involved in doing some of this ground penetrating radar and like discovering more of these sites?
Well, a lot of it is happening locally at the universities in Turkey.
Oh, okay.
Istanbul, I mean, they're excavating. I believe it's the University of Istanbul is excavating at Karahan. Who's doing Göbekli? The German Archaeological Institute was one working at Göbekli Tepe. It's, you know, the way these projects get dealt out and the way that things happen and sort of institutions get involved is there's no regular process. It's like a negotiation process. There's some academic institution somewhere in the world wants to go dig somewhere, and it's a negotiation with the government to get the permission, and then they kind of get to run the site. And then a place like Göbekli Tepe, when UNESCO gets involved, that's a whole other set of things. You see the same thing in Egypt. Like there's various. You have the British in one area, you have the French in another area, you have Germans in another area, you have the Egyptians themselves doing a lot of work in different areas. So it's a case-by-case basis about who actually does the work and then publishes. Certainly in Egypt, any publishing of findings has to be done in close concert with the Department of Antiquities and Supreme Council Antiquities. So they essentially control the release of information. So people that have seen things like the recent scan pyramids project and that sort of data when they found that new chamber in the Great Pyramid and then stuck a little camera in there to take a look. That was all released by the Department of Antiquities in partnership with the
When did the new chamber ever get?
Oh yeah, it's been going on for a couple of years now. There's been a scan pyramids project, is what it's called. They're essentially using muon cosmology. So it's basically cosmic ray detection. So they put all these sensors, and I've seen them a bunch of times because I've been into the pyramid over this period of time several times. And down in the subterranean chamber with a rack full of gear, and there's boxes up on the Grand Gallery in the Queen's Chamber, like the parts that you can't normally get to, the baptistries, you won't be able to get to anyway. Look, a special permission to see. There's a lot of this infrastructure, and so what they're doing is there's these cosmic rays and muons in this case are passing through. They pass through material, they pass through stone and everything like that. But there is a sort of a very slight difference when they pass through material versus a void. So they put these detectors in there and they leave them for a couple of years, and they've got them on the outside as well. So they're measuring it from all these different angles and putting all that data together and crunching it has let them kind of put together a rough picture of where they think there are voids inside. I'd say these are like empty spaces. And one of them was a small empty space above the main entrance. So the main entrance is above where we go in today. So today when you visit the pyramid, you go up on that north side and you enter into what's known as Al-Mamun's Hole. It's like it's supposedly been hammered by the Caliph Al-Mamun. It's been sort of hammered through the limestone through the structure of the pyramid, and you hit the junction between the ascent and descending passageways. But up above that, you can see that in the chevron block. So the descending passageway actually goes all the way up to a a doorway that's below those two triangle-shaped chevron blocks in that set. Yeah, that one. So there's a doorway there. That's considered the original main entrance to the pyramid. Now this was all in antiquity still cased open, so this wasn't visible. But at some point it was certainly open in antiquity. It was the upper room wasn't the first one in there. But it's actually where the void is above that. So behind those chevrons, there's a small chamber, and they either drilled a hole or they found a space where they could stick a little tube in and then put one of those little snake cameras in there, and they look around, and sure enough, there's this space, and it was a big, the size of a little corridor. I mean, this is this little chamber. It's got these chevron blocks. It's like those chevron blocks keep going back into the superstructure of the pyramid. It doesn't seem to go anywhere, but we don't know that because often some of these passages would be blocked up. That was certainly the case with the ascending passageway that comes off the descending passageway has these big granite blocks in it. The really interesting part of this Scan Pyramids project is that they found a massive, a really large, like this is a tiny little space that they've looked at, but if you've seen the layout of the pyramid, the area above the grand gallery, it's kind of above it, I think a little bit to the right. They found indication from what is just a chamber. It's something like 40 meters long.
Which one is the Grand Gallery there?
So it's that large angled piece on the right. See it's the one that's just to the right of the hinge chamber. It's the angled down like
Actually, okay, up towards the top.
Yeah. So it connects so the descending passageway is the passageway that goes down to that kind of is to scale that picture that I don't know. That's not the architecture for the pyramid. That's very osmosis. That's a completely sort of different. Yeah, that's not the actual pyramid. There's a lot of changes that are there on that map. But it's a huge. Yeah, that's probably
That's a big diagram.
yeah. This is probably real close to reality.
Is it obvious to you when you go in the pyramids that these things were made to be walked through?
No, not at all. It doesn't feel at all that way. I actually think I don't think they were made to think that way, and I don't think they were. But certainly, I mean, this would not have been an easy space to take some sort of formal procession of Pharaoh's body into this place. It's ridiculously difficult to move around in it today, and we added steps and handrails. It's a difficult exercise for anyone. Just the passages are like 3.5 feet high and feet square, so you do this pyramid crouch thing. They're on a pretty steep angle, going up and down. The longest passage is like 300 feet or something. With the descending passageway that goes down to the subterranean chamber, and it's quite an exercise getting out of it. And I can only imagine how difficult that might have been without the modern steps and handrails that we put in there to help people. It's not an easy task at all. And then you get into spaces like the Grand Gallery. I mean, that thing looks. There's so many indications in there that had some sort of function. It's outrageous. There's all these slots on the side of the walls. It's as if there was a mechanism moving up and down. I know there's architects that proposals that suggest this was almost like a sliding lever room that they would use to haul blocks up and do things like this. I'm not convinced. Chris Dunn has these theories about that those slots might have been used to house like series of one-pulse resonators that were part of this whole pyramid machine that he proposes. I'm interested in any functional take on it. I don't have one personally. I get the indication from being in there that it feels like a machine. It feels like you're walking around in the guts of a machine. It's just what it feels like. It doesn't feel like it's meant for humans. You can see the stairs and the handrail on this, but this is the Grand Gallery. It's like, it's huge. It's probably about 40 meters long. It must be 4 or 5 meters tall at the very top. It's shaped that steps up. It has that step sort of narrows and it goes taller. And along the edges of the walls, you have these slots. At the very bottom of it, you go straight, and that goes to the chamber. That's the Queen's chamber. And at the top, you go straight through an edge chamber, and then into the granite structure. The King's chamber. So the void that they found, however, is actually above this, and it's equivalent in size. So more or less equivalent. It's something like 40 meters long, 4 meters wide, and potentially 4 meters tall. They're not quite sure if it's angled or if it's straight. but and they kind of prove their mechanism and their procedure with the first one. Like they did their scans and they said there's probably a void right here and this one's right, near the front entrance. And sure enough, they drill a hole in there, they stick the camera in there, like there it is. We found this fluid. So there's a very, very high likelihood that there's an undiscovered change. So who knows? But feel and I very much hope that if it is explored or plumbed, they drill into it to take a look at its data to share with everybody's history. Yeah.
Now, when you were at Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, some of the sites on Tepe, are there any rocks or stones that show any of these machining arts that you found in Egypt?
For all, not at those sites that I've seen. No, it's definitely. I mean, it's you don't see the same sort of advanced, what I would term the signs of advanced technology that you see in places like Egypt and Peru, for that matter, and in other areas of Albert. But I didn't see that on these sites. There's certainly some very significant achievements, but it is in my estimation, all things that can be done with primitive methodologies. I mean, at Karahan Tepe, there's still a stone that's in a quarry. It's a T-pillar that's been cut out. It probably weighs around 30 tons. I mean, so that's doable. And there's flint everywhere. Like that's the other thing. You see, when you look around on the ground, there's flint chips everywhere. Pull up some pictures of it. Yeah, we were just on the site, particularly at Karahan, you can find all of these chippings and like flint, either arrowheads or the pieces that have come off. They're flint chisel blades. It's all works. You can tell it's all been hacked. Found dozens of them. Just pick them up, take a photo, throw them down. But yeah, there's a big T-pillar still in the quarry that's attached. I mean, it's a difficult thing to do, but logistically, sure, you can move 30-ton loads. That said, there are other sites in Turkey that I've not visited. I think there's one called Senaki Turkey. I don't know how to say, but it looks very much classical sort of megalithic matches and stuff from Egypt. I've seen photos of two drills and other indications, and it would take more investigation to see, well, is this specifically something that needs, some sort of activity to do. I'm pretty careful about specifically what I say. It's like, well, this can or can't be done, with primitive methodologies. It's very specific signatures in stone. It's particular achievements, and it's things like precision that you've measured, not just eyeball, stuff like that. And I also classify like the massive logistical challenges over, like say 250, 400, 1,000 tons. I don't think we've answered the question or satisfied the statement that can all be done with primitive methods. Like I think you can do that, and people have demonstrated doing large loads up to 100, 150 tons, maybe even 200 tons. I don't know, but at some point there's a line. I don't know if it's at like 300 or 400. I mean, anything above 400 tons. I'm really starting to question that this can be done with purely primitive methodologies, particularly those attributed to the dynastic Egyptians in this case, because the Romans could do. I think the Romans used pulleys and capstans, and they had metal, they had steel, they had a lot more capability than what we know the dynastic Egyptians had. We met the old kingdom, and for a lot of that civilization, they had no use of the wheel. There's no evidence for pulleys used. They didn't use capstans. They didn't use horse multipliers. They literally had like wooden levers, sleds, and ropes, and horsepower. There's no evidence they even used animals to haul stuff around. So that's very much a different challenge when you're talking about gigantic, single piece objects that weigh 1,000 tons of which there is evidence for many. And in fact, I think there's evidence that stones of this size were even being removed from quarries prior to the pre-dynastic civilization. And there's strong evidence for that in the Aswan quarry. It's a new area that when was the pre-dynastic? So the
Here's like the rough timeline.
well, yeah, I can actually show it to you that version.
And Cleopatra was in the most recent.
She was the last.
She was the last, right? And I think, I don't remember ourselves, but Cleopatra is actually closer to us than to
You did. The building of the Great Pyramid.
building of the Great Pyramid.
Yes. So just here it gives you an idea. So, you're talking about a little earlier than 3000 BC. So around 3150 is more or less the date where you have Menes, the first pharaoh of the first dynasty, for like 5,000 years. Yeah, a little more. That was so. Anything prior to that is what you would call pre-honest. Okay. And there's a few cultures that we associate with that, the Medak culture, several others. It's a very interesting time because we get a lot of very interesting artifacts that come from that time. Things like made stone bases, which we can talk about.
Yeah.
But that's the early. It's what's known as the early period, the first couple of dynasties. Then sort of 2700 BC or thereabouts, we get into what's known as the Old Kingdom. This is the famous period. I love studying this period. Probably my favorite period. This is where the mega pyramids come in. This is the huge granite works of the Valley Temple and the Sphinx is in here. All of this stuff that happens in the Old Kingdom. This is where mainstream archaeologists believe this is when they do the pyramids things for me. Yeah, they date this. So the pyramids are all dated to a reign of a family. In fact, the people don't realize this. It's like the stone pyramids, the massive stone pyramids. All of them. I mean, just in Giza alone, those three pyramids supposedly were built in a period of less than 100 years together. Like it was success because you had this is the Orthodox time frame. You had Khufu, then you had his son, possibly his brother, I think, Khafre built the middle pyramid, and then Menkaure, who might have been his son. So you had successive generations of apparently built these pyramids. And if you go back a little bit to the other massive stone pyramids that are attributed to one guy, Sneferu, he was the first pharaoh, I think, of the fourth dynasty. He has three pyramids. He has the massive pyramid at Madoun, which is just a huge structure. There's the bent pyramid, which is, it's probably the best preserved, at least the exterior structure. It is the bent pyramid. The casing stones are all locked together in much the same place. And then the red pyramid. So the bent pyramid and the red pyramid are at a place called Dashur, and they're about the same size as the middle pyramid. So very close. These are the same sort of achievements. So if you take all of those stone pyramids, they were all supposed to be built in just like 150-year period according to the Orthodox model. It's kind of silly. And if you in Sneferu alone, I have a video on Sneferu. There's so many questions. Like they never found him. They didn't find any pyramids. It's just the same story, right? No inscriptions, no burials, no remains of these pyramids. And why does a pharaoh need three pyramids? They kind of say, well, he kind of stuffed up on the bent pyramid. He didn't get it right, so had this angle change to it, which was a mistake, which is complete nonsense. You don't make, these things aren't made up as they go along. And then they go, well, it's hard. Then he did the red pyramid. He's probably buried in the red pyramid. It's like, what does he need three pyramids? And if he did build all three pyramids, I did the math at one point. It's in the video. I think it was like over a 25 or even 40-year period. I think you had to have cut and installed more than 350 tons of stone every day for that entire period to build those three. And that's finished like that 40 years. In 40 years, I think, something like that. You have a similar logistical challenge to the Great Pyramid, right? In a period of 25 years, because you have to, this explanation for how these things were built is constrained by the fact that they have a rough idea of how long the kings they associate to them live. And of course, you want to build your pyramid while you're alive. You want to be buried in it. The next guy to come along may not finish that for you. He might take it off you. But who knows what, right? So they go for Khufu, for example, the Great Pyramid, roughly 25 years. The math works out with that thing with 2.5 million stones, more or less making it up, and it's something like 5 to 6 million tons. It's one block, quarried, cut, transported, dressed, finished, put in place, complete every 5 minutes. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day of the year. What's the average weight of those blocks? About 2.5 tons. With blocks ranging up to like 60, 70 plus tons, like the granite blocks in this wall. A good example, I love this story. I use it in one of the videos that I have. I'm looking at this absurd timeline of these pyramids. So in France, there's a article. This was shown in the Revelations of the Pyramids, a documentary made by fantastic film. But there was a quarry in France, they dug his hole, basically. They quarried out a stone or something like this. It was a big pit, and it was roughly the same volume as the Great Pyramid of Giza. And they used it as this big hole, And they're like, all right, well, we finished quarrying or we finished doing this, so we just use this for a dump, for like material, like rock or whatever from the building sites. So they would literally just dump truck it back up with this, whatever, dirt, big material from other sites and just dump into it. 24 hours a day, this is one operation, and they're always construction projects, they just drive trucks up and just dump it. It took them 12 years to fill it. By dumping into it with modern dump trucks, 24 hours a day, all the time, 12 years just to fill that space. And you're trying to tell me that in 25 years you're building what is still one of the most precisely made structures on the planet in terms of alignment, the incredible precision that is exhibited in the stonework on the inside, the orientation of the entire structure you've got. And not included in that figure, by the way, is the bedrock. I mean, you've probably got years of planning, right, just to survey it and plan and design this thing. Then they actually had to level the bedrock, and they had to get down to a point where they didn't level it entirely. There is a primordial mound sort of thing in the middle, which is another interesting fact that relates to what other sites. But it sits on tiles. There are foundation tiles around this pyramid, some of them weighing 200 to 250 tons. A lot of people walk up and look at the pyramid and make sure you look down at your feet. You're walking on something that was constructed before they ever laid the first stone down to build the pyramid. So all of that's probably taken years as well, and then you've got to go through this process of actually constructing the thing and finishing it, because the inside they definitely use mortar, and there's it's not you wouldn't call it super precise in most of the superstructure, but the exterior casing stones were incredibly well made, as was a lot of the structures on the inside. The whole massive granite structure that's in the centre that is the King's Chamber is part of, and is what is above it. There's 5 or 6 chambers above it, all made out of granite. So yeah, all of this happens in the Old Kingdom. So you go from there. You have these intermediate periods. They're essentially periods when there's civil unrest, or there's disconnection between Upper and Lower Egypt. If something happens to disrupt the kind of the Middle Kingdom runs from dynasties 11 to 14. Another intermediate period, the New Kingdom. That's a relatively famous period. You have guys like Ramses II, Mary Seti I, notorious pharaohs. And this is actually an age of great power for the dynastic Egyptian civilization. They were very rich, very powerful. Another third intermediate period, you have a late period. Then you have what's called the Ptolemaic period, which is essentially the Greek Roman period. And then with civilization, as we know, it comes to an end with Cleopatra, the famous suicide around 30 years. So, yeah, that statement is closer to us than to the building of the Great Pyramids is true. It's just under 2,000 years since Cleopatra killed herself, but you have to go back, 2.5 plus 2,700 years almost of the pyramids. So, pretty official. So, and that's the official data, right? Which we keep speculating, that's been a lot of it, right? I question the dating of the pyramids. I think, it's a difficult thing to say purely because I'm looking at the skeletal remains of something that's probably been worked on and renovated and reused, and just I'm sure the dynastic Egyptians were working on these things. They did things to them, they used them, they became part of their culture. My problem with the pyramid, particularly the Great Pyramid, because that's the one we studied the most, but actually most of them, obviously you had the logistical issues with the timeline that I talked about. I think these are multi-generational projects. There must have to be. We've got tons of examples of that type of thing in our own time. How long it takes us to build, the Panama Canal, or these giant projects, they're infrastructure projects, they take a long time. The problem I have with them is the precision and the knowledge that's encoded. I think any honest analysis of the pyramids leaves you in a position where you have no choice but to reevaluate and rewrite history. You either end up and go, okay, it's a massive builder, right? Point. In that case, they had far more capability, right, and far more knowledge than we ever attributed to, right? I think I've talked before about the fact that you have the dimensions of the Earth encoded into the pyramid, right? It's essentially a scale model of the northern hemisphere. There seems to be specific information about the fact that the Earth's an oblate spheroid, that it's longer around whole circumference. The grid of latitude and longitude, like that ratio, or the fact that we're slightly longer east to west than we are north to south. That ratio, if you knock it out on like a grid of latitude and longitude, those squares, they're not really squares; they're rectangular.
Because the way the Earth's shaped, the latitude lines are shorter than the longitude. That's right. So if you take a square unit, basically out of the Earth, starting at the equator, it would be wider than it is tall, and if you scale it down, it is like within inches, the exact size.
I have it here. Let me grab it. This is it here. So so it kind of starts here. This is where that ratio is encoded. It's in something that a socket.
Yes.
Which is essentially a cubit high. It's like a little. Think of it as like a little platform the pyramid sits on, which gives you two ways to measure its perimeter. Right? You can measure the perimeter based on the perimeter of the socle or the perimeter of the actual pyramid, and then. So this is exactly what you're talking about. So 1/4 of 1 minute of latitude at the equator on the Earth is 3,309 feet. 1/4 of a minute of longitude is slightly longer at 43.5 feet. And then so the perimeter length of the pyramid without the socle is 30. It's like what 0.2 of a foot off, and this is 0.1 of a foot off. Being exactly that same ratio. So you have latitude and longitude. You have the dimensionality of the planet. Which is Brandon mentioned this the other day. We didn't really get an accurate understanding of that through that satellite surveys that we did space observations in the 1980s, and it turns out because we had a much different idea of this before that time, and the more accurate we became, the closer we got to the pyramid numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like we started to learn actually the pyramid very accurately post this data. You said it has some other things on the pyramid, like it has that ratio of 4:3:2, though. This is one of those cosmically significant numbers in that pantheon of very interesting astronomical numbers, and it's at a scale of 43,200. It essentially replicates the Earth. You multiply the height of the Great Pyramid by 43,200, you get the whole radius of the Earth. You multiply the base perimeter of it by 43,200, you get the overall circumference of the Earth.
This was coming up a lot yesterday with Randall.
Yeah.
He was explaining this plasmoid generator type thing, and how the dimensions of the tubes and the sphere and the thunderbolt generator it starts at 4 inches, then it goes to 3, then it goes to 2. That is used like throughout that whole mechanism.
There's a lot of these numbers tend to repeat in lots of different ways, and Randall can complete master at showing it. But that's why I say I think, and other people argue that the speed of light's encoded in it. There's obviously all this precision stonework in the pyramid, so. And it's a logistical achievement like no other that wasn't equal to relatively modern times. So I think under either case, so either the dynastic Egyptians built it, or they didn't, right? So it's either one or the other. But if you go with they did, then we need to reevaluate and rewrite history based on what it means and what information they had and their capabilities. And we've got to vastly underestimate the dynastic Egyptians. They were far more capable, and where did they get this data from, and how did they know it? Like, that's a rewrite history. And if they didn't make it, like they for sure worked on it, but if there was something else here and this inspired them, then that's another picture. Like, so who did that? Like, so that's where you get to this concept of inheritance. And and this is why I'm a supporter of the lost ancient civilization hypothesis, is that I think the vast majority of evidence favors that answer. But I just think there is so much evidence of renovation and reuse and imitation. I think it's like I look at domestic Egypt, and I think this idea of them being basically a giant cargo cult, the world's most advanced cargo cult, makes a lot of sense, because you've got to imagine the other problem with the pyramids is that these are the first pyramids that were ever made. They're like that's at the very pointy end. It's
The first ones were the best ones.
the first ones were the best. Yeah, the step pyramid's another story. I think that is dynastic. But then immediately after the step pyramid, you have these mighty, gigantic stone pyramids that were supposedly constructed. But they kept making pyramids after that. I mean, think of this. Like, so, it's to me, it's why I get this term, the tale of two industries. You have the earliest pyramids, these giant stone structures that are still standing today. They kept building pyramids right through the Middle Kingdom. But they were making them from mud. and they were much smaller, and they were much less sophisticated. And they're today eroding away slowly because this is how they were made. It's like this technology just disappeared if they had it. And then they were trying to imitate these other pieces, these other works with mud bricks. And in fact, this is also supported, this primitive methodology is supported by scenes on the wall. Like, there is a scene of the pyramid building, like, but it's mud bricks. It's literally, it's in the tomb of the nobles builders make the how do they make mud bricks? Well, they put together these mud, they bake them in the sun, or they might bake them in ovens, and they make these big mud bricks that they transport them to, it's like straw or hay and mud, and you bake it, you stick it in a mold, and you cook it giacomo, and then they stack them up, and they build it that way. So it's a process that continues to this day. People doing stuff that way, but that's how they built it. And so what's interesting to me is that this concept that there's an advanced version of a particular thing. Pyramids is one of them, and a primitive version of a particular thing that matches the tools and techniques that we know about. Right? We know that they were relatively primitive. They did use the wheel. They used manpower. They used primitive tools like flint chisels and pounding stones, and wooden implements for this sort of stuff. And the scenes on the wall that support it. Right? So they showed us how they did it. That exact set of circumstances exists not only for pyramids, but it exists for vases, for columns, for boxes, for slabs. There's an advanced and then there's a primitive version of that, and I've been slowly trying to document that in detail over the last couple of years and look at each category of these and say, okay, so what matches the tools that we know they could use and the techniques that we know that they used and the stuff they did on the walls that showed us how they did it versus the stuff that isn't explainable via those mechanisms. And so that's why I think when you look at these advanced things and you look at what the dynastic Egyptians are doing and you look at their own history and what they say about their past, all of a sudden this idea of inheritance, and a longer timeline, the fact that maybe they got a kickstart, when they finally came out of that Neolithic or Mesolithic Stone Age, and they began to say they had enough people and they could organise, and they might have started with all of these artifacts and objects. And and that's actually what they say too. Like, they trace their own history back some 36,000 years. Like, their origin stories was the time of September, when the gods walked the earth. They talk about the time of the Shemsu Horde, these mythical, demigod-like people with magical powers. All of these rulers, they have kings, which goes back, like I said, over 36,000 years, I think. And then it gets to the dynastic civilization at the end. Who came up with the king's list? Well, there's a couple different sources. There was an Egyptian priest called Linnaeus that talked about it. Probably the primary source for that is something called the Turin Papyrus. There's also a Sumerian king's list that's different. They go back to 400,000 years. But there's a Turin Papyrus, which is where this is written, and it's actually nothing to Turin. But they deciphered it on the back of a piece of parchment. So we're lucky we've got that much of it, because it's quite a long story about how that thing came to be. It was falling apart, and they managed to put most of it back together. But there's a couple of different sources for that king's list. And not only that, they have cataclysm origin stories. Like the story of Atlantis comes to us from Egypt. That's entirely, the source for that is all in Egypt. But that's where so Plato, in roughly 200 or 300 BC or thereabouts, he talks about it in Timaeus and Critias dialogues. That's how we get the story. That's probably the best account we have of Atlantis. That comes from his ancestor Solomon, who lived around 600 BC, and he tells the story of when he was in Egypt at a temple up in the Delta. This temple doesn't exist anymore, but it was a priest, an Egyptian priest, at one of these structures at this temple in the Delta, that told him the story of Atlantis and said this happened 9,000 years ago, so Solomon's 600 BC, 9600 BC, 11,600 years ago. It's the end of the Younger Dryas. It locks right in with meltwater pulse 1 billion when we know the sea levels rise. So this is the correlation that Graham Hancock made. I don't know if he was the only one or he was the first. I'm not sure who, but this relates to Atlantis. It comes from Egypt, and not only that, but it's also written on the walls of the Edfu Temple. The primeval Jiva story. It doesn't specifically say Atlantis, but it tells the story of Thoth, who is one of the few sort of Thoth passages of the photographs of it actually and they talk about the primeval land being an island of the same, and then they had to go to the homeland and build these primeval mounds that was where all the temples would be, and beneath these pyramids and all these other structures, you have primeval mounds. So there's a lot of correlation to this concept of a lost civilization. Call it the land is full of living on, but that's why I think all of this evidence makes sense. So, the Egyptians are connected to it. We've got the evidence of the artifacts for it, and then I think you're also the Egyptian iconography. You're looking at that as well, because I do believe there's plenty of evidence that suggests that a lot of these statues, not one, but certainly several of them, and certainly the very large ones, will require significant technology and beyond the capabilities of what we know about the classic Egyptians. So when I make the case for symmetry and precision of these statues, it's a question that people sometimes get. It's like, well, how come, if you think these statues are so old, how come they look like Egyptians or dynastic Egyptians? And I think it's the other way around. I think the dynastic Egyptians modeled themselves and their culture after the stuff they inherited. It's that classic iconography of what we look at and go, that's a pharaoh. That's if you had inherited that, there's this problem of the Andes, and he talks about a story of a desert traveler who comes across these two vast trunkless legends standing in the desert, and nearby he sees this giant image that's half buried with a spear and holds command. Like, you imagine coming along in the desert, seeing these waves and the head of this statue of probably 1,200 tons of 90 feet tall, broken down, and it's looking at you, it's like, what the hell is this? I mean, if you had inherited this iconography, and particularly if your culture was connected to it, like the Egyptians say they were, these are your gods. Like, these are your gods. And one thing that doesn't really change is into the actual pyramids. So it's in the beautiful artwork, and you see how the pharaohs themselves, that iconography of what they look like doesn't really change over the whole civilization. It's pretty similar. And they always depict themselves as being amongst gods. Pharaohs were considered gods. So and in generation, they get more powerful and more arrogant, and the hubris of it. So they would start to believe it. They start to claim these statues. This is me. I'm going to write my name on this statue. I'm going to carve my name into it. And then, this is kind of what happens. These artifacts and the iconography becomes part of that culture, and it exists for 3,000 years. It becomes quite integrated into these places. Probably became ceremonial places. So whether or not a place like Sahara had a functional purpose, and the sea, for that matter, potentially had a functional purpose that had something to do with an advanced civilization, I think that's a possibility. I think it's worth investigating. But they would have become ceremonial because the dynastic Egyptians might have had a cultural mandate of it, but they had no ability to do anything with it. So it becomes ceremonial. And again, you can make it a correlation of that. So imagine the younger guys having tomorrow, but if it happens tomorrow, within a couple of generations, wipes out our civilization in a couple of generations. I mean, we're going to be dancing around campfires like this black piece of stone like a cell phone, trying to dance around the right way around this fire. This black piece of stone is going to tell me everything. It's going to be able to talk to my ancestors. I can get all of the data. Like, the technology of yesterday becomes a myth of legend and magic, and you try to capture it through ceremony. I mean, it's like the TVs or a story of done around fire. So, a whole long-winded explanation for how I do think it's a viable lens through which to come through our past, like, and particularly places like I think that's a longer time frame. And then going back to some of the inscriptions that are made on some of the stuff, like especially on the boxes that are inside the pyramids, it's very clear that the hieroglyphs that are carved into those things are much newer than the actual boxes themselves. The boxes are perfect precision, the lines are straight, the angles are perfect, and then you have these sort of roughly cut, roughly chiseled hieroglyphics. It looks like they've been vandalized by a much later civilization. that's exactly what I think happened in a few cases. And here's an example of what this is. This is very use of an iron in the Seraphim split aside between 100 tons thereabouts. Giant red boxes, 24 of them, thereabouts, 1,000 of these underground galleries. Wonderful sight, but these boxes, I've got some. I've looked at them in great detail. A number of them are pretty perfect. Like they've got 90-degree corners, with flat surfaces, and straight lines, all these things. I love this image of it because, and another thing to point out is it's not the hieroglyphs. Yeah, it's carved in hieroglyphs. Although the Egyptians did do hieroglyph carving eventually, and they did good carving as well. But this is a good demonstration of kind of the point that you're making, and that I absolutely agree with. Is I love this image because on the corner it's tough to see with the light. On the corner on the right hand side, you can see it's actually reflecting the light from the hallway and stuff. Like it's sort of smooth. It's smooth and it's polished. This isn't a natural quality granite that was hard to get sort of finishes. And then obviously the people who make it, they can make straight lines, they can make clean corners, but when you get to the writing, it's there's no straight lines. It's obviously the work of some dude who chiseled. If you made this box, why would you put this on? Yeah, if you're the maker of the box, you did this. You would be upset. So to me, it's like it's two different techniques. So the technology used to make the writing is primitive. It's totally achievable, and you can knock this out with a hammer and chisel on the granite. And in places, it's even the granite's too smooth where it's skipped over. There's no straight lines. And this illustrates one of the issues with a lot of modern or contemporary sort of Egyptology, which is that the writing is the bedrock of this. Once we translate the origins of Rosetta Stone, the way that things sort of start to translate, and that's been a huge challenge it becomes the bedrock of how we date and relate objects and artifacts, because it's whatever was written on it. It's not the only way, but whatever's written on these things becomes the primary methodology for how we date them. So if it is written on them, so you have the name of the science on an artifact, it's just like, well, the inference is therefore that he probably had this thing made for him, and therefore he might have even made the whole thing. It's not the only method, but it is a primary method. It's probably the first one they go to for data stuff. And what's interesting, even on the box here, is one of the other issues with this idea is that you actually have an empty shin on this box or a cartouche, which doesn't have a name in it. So it's all carved up, and there's an empty shin ring in here. And all you have to do is imagine that there's the name of a pharaoh in this shin ring. And then the history books can say that it was this guy that made this box and probably this whole side, and that's how the whole story, that's what ends up in the history book. But it's empty, and we don't know whose name is going in. Yeah, I suspect it was whoever was going to pay the priests that ran the place money, because this box was probably being sold for dedication. Right? This is the priest run the site. We know they were doing it all over the Seraphim. There's little indentations on the walls that have there were these little limestone or granite stellates that you could put in there and have a dedication to yourself. It's sold by the priest. It's one of the issues with it. And it goes further. Once you start to see this dichotomy of technology between the artifacts themselves and the writing, you start to see it in a lot of places. And this is a great example. It's a Hyksos Sphinx, but you can see that the ribs are kind of being shown up by the light almost the reflection to show that the rib line on this thing. But then you take a close look at the hieroglyphs, and they're just truly visible. Like you see the hammer marks, you see the fact that it's done by hand. And here's another key indicator for me: these hieroglyphs are never polished. Right, so the rest of the stone is polished, and there's obviously it's not all flat surfaces and easy polishing. There's lots of interesting and quite sort of parts of the stonework that were polished, but the hieroglyphs are never polished. So, for example, if you look at some of these incredible statues that come from the Old Kingdom, you have the top of the chest, the clavicle here, it's all beautifully done. You have the fingernails, the cuticles, the insides of the fingernails. All of that stonework's polished, right? This isn't flat surfaces. So they were capable of polishing stone. Whoever built this statue could polish stone in whatever form they wanted to. There's dust all over this statue, but it is polished. And you get these beautiful examples of sneeze. Like this is one of the best sneeze. It's amazing.
Granite diorite, not for nothing.
That incredible musculature and bone structure.
Diorite? Granodiorite. How hard is that stone?
Slightly harder than granite. Somewhere it's like a mix between granite and diorite.
And what is the hardest stone?
Diamond.
And diorite? How far?
Diorite's like a 7.5. So diamond's 10 on the most scale of hardness. Things like hardened steel might be a 6.5, and then granite is a 6.5 to 7. Some of the diorite things, some of the other harder stones, porphyry or dolerite can go up to like 7.5, 8. Corundum, topaz, things like this are 9. And we have artifacts made from things like corundum, that shaping, 9. And it's copper and bronze are like 3 and 4. These are marbles like a 3, calcite's like a 3. Why a lot of sculpture done over this day. It's much softer than this stuff. Like, incredibly. Yeah, if you're a modern sculptor, you ain't working with granite just because it's not a good choice. Like it's kind of burning and all that. It's just not. Modern sculptors. Yeah, the point is that again, even with decent hieroglyphs like this, it's not polished, right? Even in the good hieroglyphs that are on the side of the statue, like just the interior of the bird, not polished. The shimmering around the king's cartouche there, not straight and not polished. The lotus flower motif below it is polished. Like so, it's like this is a different. This is done with a different technology. It's actually done at an entirely different time. So it's difficult to say then that the writing is how we date the race. This artifact of the story, it's entirely possible that this was inherited. We don't know how old it is, and then somebody wrote their name on it later and claimed it. And in fact, we have evidence of that very thing. And for people on the example of the polished rock, which shows you the polished stone, you can see the chisel marks. All these hieroglyphs are good, but they're all done by hand. And we know that the practice of writing somebody usurping an artifact, Ramses, Ramses II, the great usurper, is one of the people think about him as one of the most powerful people. He was notorious for writing his name on stuff. This is an example here. But that's the cartouche of Ramses II. This big guy here, it's carved in very deeply into It's carved deeply into what is a reused section of it. But look closely at the image.
Oh yeah, that photo.
He's carving over the top of a pre-existing inscription. So you can see it here where he's blending in. They've got quite good like siding over the top and like blending in his stuff into a pre-existing inscription. And I mean, there's artifacts with 2 or 3 or 4 different pharaohs named Solomon. And he was Ramses came notorious. He would carve his stuff really deeply into other people's what he was doing to others. But what I love about this particular picture is you're actually looking at 2 or 3 different reuses of a particular artifact. So this piece of stone was originally probably part of the obelisk. It's a broken piece of obelisk. At a place called Taik, which is literally this forest that obelisks. And if you see obelisks, the ones that have writing on them, the writing's vertical, right? It's not horizontal. It's with obelisks. So the writing on the so this isn't original writing. So not only did this obelisk break, this thing was originally standing up. Yeah, it's a piece of an obelisk. Most likely. Yeah. And so it was and they were reused. This is like these walls have been built in reaction house. I mean, there's a foot from a 1,000-ton statue that's been repurposed before. So they were reusing broken pieces of stone and walls. So not only did they reused it once as a blocking wall, then someone wrote something on it the first time, and then later on, who knows how long later, Ramses II comes along and writes over it again. So this thing's been inherited, renovated, and reused like 2 or 3 different times, and it's just not horizontal. So
all the vertical upwards, so with a non-vertical.
The ones that have writing on them, yes. So it's hard to say, how can you take this cartouche and say, well, Ramses had this waterstone quarry that shipped aside, and you don't know that. You can't take the stone. So it's a great example of inheritance.
What are the people saying that push back against this?
It's football season, Nick.
How do they think this? confronting with some of the stuff.
Well, I mean, with the inheritance,
How are you, big
this
dog?
stuff, it's not really it's not like trumpeted as a
Jacob, how's life?
common thing.
You can ask
It's
a lot of people. What's going on? Okay. Barely. There's a lot of feedback. What's going on?
reuse stuff, but it's kind of a weird. It's only in certain cases that I have
Big
very
dog.
specific items that are free names.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
How are you, big man? Absolutely. How are things in your country? Well, I've been live streaming, doing my best to go viral on a platform called Blue Sky. Have you heard of Blue Sky? Blue Sky is the liberal Twitter alternative, and um, it's got like 35 million members. It's big. It's like where, I don't know, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Kamala Harris and all those people ran after Elon Musk bought Twitter. And so I've created robots that are successfully spamming them. And people talk about me on average, about 1 or 2 times an hour, which is great. I mean, I'm just basically just sitting here, and to get people talking about me is a major benefit. So I just spam people about rookies and futurology, and a lot of times people don't know what to make of that. Like when they come in here and give me an opportunity to talk to them, and then they become allies. So it's been really good. It's been really successful. So I'm pretty proud of that. How are things with you? I do my best to. How are things going with you? How's your brother? Yeah, definitely. And is he, I imagine he's still taking up a lot of your day. How's Oliver? Oh, no way. Okay, so he's still fighting through stuff. Yeah, right, right. And how old was he when you adopted him? Okay, so he's had some trauma early on in his age. What kind of breed is he? Does he like to, like, not hunt, but like basically when he sees a small animal, he are his senses aroused? Okay, very well. You want to play some battle bots? All right. I'm about to see if we can teach you. Have you been playing a different game? American who play with me, Spanish play with me, people domestically, people as far away as Australia, and I've got to say I appreciate you sharing the knowledge that you gave me to recommend that. A lot of people really enjoy it. All right, I'm going to send you. Alrighty, sir. Go easy on me because what vehicle do you usually choose? All right. Battery start.
I was using AI for assistance. AI called me question.
How was that?
I thought it was
What, it said that you weren't?
someone told that I like go to that's like to be on the that's like for the gospel and everything else is like my ancestors. But the AI that particular the wrong information will let me believe that this is my ancestors.
Oh, so it told you that you were Native American when you weren't? Oh, dude, what happened to your vehicle? Your vehicle is like stuck. Can you get out of it? Oh, wow. Oh, good move, dude. That was baller. Oh, wow. All right. Oh, good shot. I didn't even know. I don't even know if I hit you. I did. Oh, uh-oh. 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 Next turn. All that stuff should be falling. That's going to get you. It's going to get me. Oh, you just killed me. Wow, 3,161. That is a lot of hits. Okay, so you have the TNT weapon. Is that better? Okay. How did you get that weapon? Oh, okay. So you picked it up from them. Okay. All right. Let's try it again. Oh, what a jump! What a jump! Come on, baby. Oh, that was my chance. That was my chance. That was my chance. All right. Can't believe that. Right. Oh, what a move! What a move! What was that?
Just with the air, that means that you can hit me and it won't have the same impact as the same as not divided you.
I gotcha.
It takes away one side.
Yeah, it does. Okay. Uh-oh.
There's no power.
Yeah. See that. All those bombs are going to be coming out. Oh, no. Airstrike warning. Oh, dude, smart move.
But this case, you could say, dude, it's nice to try to go on that ledge. And then you pretty much have to hold that ledge, and you'll be able to defeat any kind of enemy as long as you take out the bottom layer. It's like,
Which ledge? The one by you or the one that has.
this one over here. Right there.
Okay, alright. And what's the blue thing?
So, if you hold it like that,
Oh, no.
that means I'm stationary for that particular. So it like one with the bouncy stuff, fire.
Oh, it worked. Perfectly. Perfectly. Okay, airstrike. That means we don't need to shoot. Now, why didn't you use the shield? Dude, look at this thing. It's just bouncing on me.
Because I got the whole area thing that can take less damage, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. What's the plus thing above me? That's what I figured. Okay. Get some of that. Oh, stop. Okay, so can I blow up the like ledge you're on right now? Not of course, I don't know that. I think they're forcing this one. At least, okay, yeah, you can. But can you blow up the one that is striped?
Once that's fixed, it can't be like dismantled.
Okay, there you go. Oh no. Is that gonna blow up? Is that gonna blow up? Yes, it is. Okay, and then do you die if you fall in the hole? Okay. Oh wow. So you're just taking out. Oh, okay. I see why you say to get on that thing is because you basically if you don't get on it, you're kind of fucked. All right. This is gonna be right. All right. Now I see. Oh, look at you just taking out. All right. Look at this shot. Oh, what a great shot, dude! Man, I have that coming. Oh wow. Okay, let's try it again. Oh, I have you. Oh,
That's good.
all right. Let's reload it. Let's see if this works. I'm taking some major risks here. But I only have 18 health, so. Oh, that's game. Oh, are you serious? That's what I'm talking about. Let's try it again. Oh, hey, wait, what was that? You can't go. You can't. Oh, okay. All right, that's all right. I'm gonna get you. Don't worry. Oh, for sure, dude. I see you. I'm gonna get you. There's no doubt. I'm learning all of your moves. All right. Oh, look at you making moves. I got you, dude. No doubt. I'm gonna get you really, really good. Dead on. Dead on. You're locked on. I got you in my sights. I'm gonna get you with a big one. Are you fucking serious? What a move. What a move. Was not expecting that. All right. That was great. Oh, are you serious? That was really great. Yeah, that's go, go, go. All right. Next turn. Now, can you get extra health? Can you get more than 140 health?
You was going to help to a max out. You can't really get more than when it's full.
What's the max out number? What's the max out number? 140?
Whatever the maximum is, that's how much you can go. You can't go past that.
Okay, it's 140. Man, I keep, dude, are you serious? Go on the thing.
It's so if I touch you with that,
How many rounds? Oh, dude, you got me. You got the point. You got okay. So you maxed out to 140.
it's it's free the poison.
Okay, what was that? Fuck that. Oh, what a move. Okay, so did you just freeze me? Okay. So you can't freeze someone and health quickly though, at the same time. It's one or the other. What's that green thing?
The green thing's a poison. I'm poisoning you.
All right, let's get that. Oh, did I get you poisoned?
Yeah, that's good.
Yes, it is. Now, why don't I have any missiles by now?
You actually won this one.
Hit home until it's over. There we go. No, it was my fourth win, but it's my first one against you. All right, battle start. Well, this is an interesting map.
One artificial base. It's fast. Try to like destroy the.
I got you. What's that blue thing that just fell below me?
Yeah, the freeze.
Oh, okay,
So the guy above you, that means you won't be able to move for that.
I got you. Oh, are you serious? Are you serious? I did not know. Okay, so are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Now, why don't you protect yourself from bombs? Oh, are you serious? Okay, what's that thing that's kind of where my thing is? What is that in the air? What did I just get? What did I just get? You're done. You are done. Oh, what a move. What a move. I was going to try. Okay, so you got the house. Oh no, don't go up there. Come on, stop. Stop moving, dude. Are you fucking serious? Okay, but I could get you by blowing up the ground bike, right? Okay. Poison and everything. Oh, no way. Oh, alright, I'm gonna get that. Yeah, I got it. Oh no. Oh,
She got tricks instead.
Are you serious? Oh, look at us. Oh, wow. I overshot you. Oh, what a mess. What a mess. No way. Oh, that was dirty. Oh, that was dirty. Oh, I'm dumb. All right, this is a big round. Oh, how did I get you? Don't hit me. Don't. Are you serious? Oh, so you got me with the poison? All right, here we go. After confirm, here we go. Game starting 16. All right, let's see what I want. No way. Oh, how did you get that? How did you do that? Oh, you got a different. You didn't get the raptor. What's that one called that you have? Oh, did you get? Did you get that house? All right, big shot here for you. Big shot here for you. Whoa, what is that? Oh, I'm gonna get one of really badly. Not that bad. Give me that. Give me that help. I know. Not gonna happen. I don't even know what to do here. I don't even know. Oh, that's a. Oh, no way. Okay, I did not play that. So this one just goes into an abyss. Oh, okay. Two. What? WTF with that fucking base. Oh, look at you. Look at you keep getting blown up. I just won. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. So, what is the, like, when you have, when you're on the screen, what's the one with the laser? Yeah, what was that? Okay, cool. I want that. Wait, I have to buy it?
for some reason. It's just not. It's
Right. Okay. Well, look at you. Look at you. All right. I'm gonna do the same thing. Same exact shot. Oh, there we go. Oh wait, what did you just pick up? What did you? Yeah. What is
that
it?
means my damages are less than yours.
Okay.
So if you hit me with a rocket, and I hit you with a rocket, your damage is going to be more, mine's going to be less because it's like a chemical drug.
Oh wow. Do you slide more on the ice? And you can't destroy it. Oh, look at that. Oh, so it does. Oh, look at that. Oh, dog. I bet it. Oh, what a move. What a move. Oh no, no, don't hit the thing. Oh no. Okay, what's that dynamite in the left? Okay. Oh boy, I'm done. Oh no. That's gonna get you. No, it's not. What's that one that just went on the top row? Alright, so maybe someone does. Alright. Oh. Alright. Are you willing to play me at mini golf? Dude, I'll destroy you. I'll destroy you at mini golf. There's no doubt about it. I usually I play 5 holes. I have spent my second for 3, so I play this one for 3. I'll destroy you. I got disgusted. I was once ranked in the top 1,000 players. It is. Now, here's a secret. I have a friend of mine who has an iPad, and it's a lot easier with an iPad. So basically, if we ever play this hole, he automatically wins, which sucks. Yeah, there is a way to do it. This one would be hard though. The one that the ones that are right, the one like darts, darts. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, but this one's random every time, so it really only would help on the like tee shots. Oh, not playing well. I'm not good at this one. That was a great shot, Jason. That was a great shot. Yeah, this is my best role.
Ooh, that's really good.
Thank you.
And you got the score on this one.
Yes, sir. I told you I'm good at this role. I have not lost on this role in like maybe the last 60 times I've played. It's my best role. GG. All right. Now we're gonna play it with five. Five roles. This is this is what separates the men from the boys. Do you follow that whole Joe Rogan spiel? Yeah, I mean that guy. I think is not mentally unstable, but maybe and just throwing out threats. But yeah, I mean there's a fine line between wanting attention and like, is he really gonna go beat up Joe Rogan? Like, does anybody really think that he was gonna go and like fight him? Like he probably, I don't know. I kind of just think he was flapping his lip, and he should be allowed to do that as a free speech protection. I get it. Like he went to Austin, which is not good to do. But I don't know. That's kind of like what people do. It's like to me, I'm a free speech absolutist, so I feel like you should be able to say whatever you want, and so long as you don't physically hurt someone, you should be able to say whatever you want, whatever the fuck you want. Exactly, but isn't that what those? Yeah, exactly. I mean, isn't that like what those guys do? Basically, like, how is that terrorism? That's a bad law. That like, that's terrorism. Terrorism is like, I don't even know what it is, but it's not that. That to me is just flapping your lip, and I think that should be a constitutionally protected right. Exactly, and especially, yeah. How is that terrorism? Like, I don't know. That's a stupid law to call that terrorism, or make it exactly. And like, let's say we have an instance where you, let's say you hurt somebody. But you have two people, and one of them hurt another one. Let's say they defrauded them or something like that. You mean to say that you can't say like, if you defrauded my sister, I'm gonna fuck you up. You're not allowed to say that, right? So, and that's what they do. They're like steroid heads, like they're on gear and all that shit. And not only that, but Joe Rogan, exactly. Joe Rogan has like literally special ops security, and okay, so that's actually exactly. Um, so I'm like deep into that Rogan verse. I I listened to Joe Rogan's first episode December 24th, or December 26th, 2009. I mean, I've been fucking in it for a long time. But that's not the that's, I mean, yeah, there's limited now, there's a thing. But I think this is even bigger. Is okay? Do you know who Brendan Schaub is? Okay, so that's fine. So basically, Joe Rogan, has a lot of guests on. Brendan Schaub has been on the Joe Rogan Experience more than any other person ever. Okay, so he's the number one guest in the history of the show. And he's a former UFC guy who has his own show. Do you know who Brian Callen is? That's okay. He was a guy who used to be on Mad TV, and he was on Sex and the City, and like some other shows. And I can't believe I can pull it. And they have a show together. It's called The Fighter and the Kid. And look at you. All right. So it used to be a really popular show. Do you know who Theo Vaughn is?
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, so Brendan Schaub and Theo Vaughn used to do a show together called The King and the Sting. And basically what happened was Theo was owed a bunch of money by a third-party company, and he eventually left that show to go do his own show, which is now really big. It's like Donald Trump on it and like JD Vance and stuff. All right. So basically, Theo Vaughn abandoned ship on this Brendan job, and all these people in LA were like basically like abandoning ship on these guys, on the King and the Sting, or on the Fighter and the Kid, which is Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen. And look at your shot, that was great. And so Joe Rogan recently had Brian Callen in at the Comedy Mothership to do comedy. And Brian started talking to Joe, and Joe was trying to convince him to move to Austin like he convinces everybody else. And Brian Callen made the decision to move to Austin. So they moved the podcast, the Fighter and the Kid, to Austin, Texas. Now, Brendan Schaub was a UFC guy, but he's also he was a comedian, and he has the worst review podcast special in the history of IMDb. He actually has the worst two in the history of IMDb. They're like a 1.7 out of 10. I mean, they're just really, really bad. And I've watched them, and they're funny because they're so bad. And so basically, these guys were like flaming out and unable to get guests anymore in LA, and so they started making the decision to move to Austin, which they did recently. So they just moved to Austin, and in doing so, you would think that like, oh, these are like new comics or like new UFC personalities in the Joe Rogan sphere. They're going to be on the Joe Rogan Experience, but they were not. And Joe Rogan hasn't even like touched them or like at least one. So it turns out that this recently came out that one of them, Brendan Schaub, had been like he's basically being sued, and he's got all this IRS stuff that's going on, and he's in a lot of trouble. And so, like, if you follow that whole Joe Rogan sphere, you'll learn that like one of his boys is like basically pretty fucked at this point. And yeah, I didn't know if you were following. Who's this? Yeah, I mean, I feel like they should be able to say whatever they want. That's what the First Amendment's about. You just shouldn't be able to necessarily. You don't have to listen to them. Oh, good shot. But yeah, no, I do see that, and I'm not happy about it, but it is what it is. There are people. mean, I don't like the idea of deplatforming or canceling people just because of my very strong beliefs in the First Amendment. And so, like, I mean, I get shit. I get shit. I get shit from people every day who are mean to me for numerous reasons, and that's fine. I don't feel that they should lose their accounts because of that. They should I just don't have to pay attention to it. And I feel like that's how generally it should be treated, but I get it. Some people call for, deplatforming of people and canceling of people. I get that element of it too. Um, I, and like, people are allowed to find what they want, and this, wait, they blamed him personally for this woman taking her own life. Yeah. Oh, that was a good shot. I I don't know. I just don't. I feel like it's best to just not let it get to you. It's best to not. Yeah. I mean, right. I mean, I I imagine a world in the future where you'll have to have like an internet ID. Oh, thank you. Where that can be suspended or whatever. We're in the wild, wild west of free speech, or I don't even know if it's free speech, but online anonymity. And I can imagine that goes away in the future, especially with like companies like Palantir. Dude, I got accused yesterday 3 separate times for being $100%, dude. I got called it yesterday 3 times. I got called an AI Palantir bot. So you think that a Palantir, this random ass company that's worth like billions of dollars, is funding me, which is just basically like a mom and pop shop of a live streamer? It's like what are you talking about? But I get accused of. I mean, people just don't know what. Yes, again though, I feel that they should be able to say you. You don't have to follow it. You don't have to follow it. But there's a very dangerous precedent that we set when you can't say something, and I want to stay away from that because they can use that against you. They can use that against you, basically, and I don't like that. It just depends on who's in power, and so because of that, and being such a free speech advocate as I am, I do my best to limit. I mean, I'm a free speech absolutist. You should be able to say whatever you want to anyone you want under any condition. When we start putting conditions on it, that's where we start to mess up. That's where we start to run into trouble. Free speech zones and all that other shit. And I just don't like that. I'm against that kind of thinking. And I feel like the founding fathers were as well. and then you just look uneducated when you do that. You should be able to say the N word or the K word or the F word or whatever you want to say. Say whatever you want to say. It's only going to look badly on you. But when we start saying that certain people can say a word and other people can't say a word, that's where you get into trouble. And then you have courts who are established to be unable to be able to differentiate. Oh, well, this person has 50% African American blood, so they can say the N word, but this person has 49% and they can't. You don't. That's not what courts are supposed to do. And well, you're exactly right. And throwing the word terrorism in that kind of discussion is a joke. It actually undermines what terrorism is. Like basically, this guy just was feuding with an online personality, and I don't know, unless he actually, frankly, like attacked Joe Rogan, he should be out of class. I mean, I'm not a Liver King advocate. I really didn't know that much about it. Like I'd seen him online, but he wasn't like in my understanding. Like he wasn't in my consciousness. Now I know who he is, and I hate to say it, but like I understand. Like I don't think it's cool to say that you want to go beat somebody up or whatever, but I think that that's covered by the First Amendment. I frankly do, and I know I'm not alone. Exactly, exactly. And I think that both of them should be allowed to be said. Because when we start litigating speech, we run into a major issue in this country, and then it creates loopholes, and I don't like that. Look, if you want to litigate, if you want to legislate speech, that's fine. But there's one thing that you have to do first and foremost, and you have to pass an amendment that essentially eradicates the First Amendment. So long as the First Amendment is law in this country, then you you should be able to say whatever you want. And there's the argument that originally got like started to eroded the First Amendment, which is, well, what about saying fire in a crowded theater? Well, guess what? You should be able to say fire in a crowded theater if there's a fire. And people don't understand. You should be able to say fire even if there isn't a fire. You know what's going to happen the next time that person says there's fire? People are going to ignore them. And that's basically the way that it works. When you start legislating about what you can and can't say, it's a dark road that you go down. And so long as the First Amendment, exactly, so long as the First Amendment is the law of the land, you should be able to say whatever you want. It doesn't say that you can't say something under Emergency Powers Act, or it doesn't say that you can't. It's Congress shall make no law limiting essentially the right to practice of religion, the right to a free press, and the right to, like, you know what, this is important, I don't need to actually, the right to, like, protest. First Amendment. And if I know, but it's important enough for the stream that I have this correct. It says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for redress of grievances. So long as that's law of the land, we should be able to say whatever the fuck we want. Now, if you want to go and get rid of the First Amendment, that's fine. But then that's when I'm going to reconsider where I live. So long as that's the law of the land, you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want. You should be able to say death to blue people. You should be able to say life to green people. You should be able to say whatever the fuck you want. And it's up to the people to be able to make a decision. Do I want to follow this person or not? But it's when you start to get into this, well, it becomes hate speech or it becomes a terroristic threat. That's when you start to say, is it really that you have two guys who are obsessed with fighting, Joe Rogan and the Liver King, and Joe Rogan starts making fun of this Liver King's family, and the Liver King gets pissed off about it and wants a showdown. Is that really a terroristic threat? And is that any different than what you're going to see at any bar on a Saturday night between two guys who have just had a few drinks and get pissed off at each other? We're going to start calling all of those terroristic threats now. It's just, I don't buy that. That kind of shit goes down every single day. And it's covered by much of it is covered by the First Amendment. And anyway, I exactly. That's exactly how I feel. And so long as we have a First Amendment, the way I interpret it is it all should be legal. Now,
It's kind of like the thing was just like, I don't know, we're just going there once and they're going to kill you. Like, that is a personal threat. And I can see if you can get a terrorist threat.
yeah,
As opposed to time challenge, like, where you could personally disappear just to hold up it.
yeah.
That's kind of like something for somebody else.
There's even though something in business, contractual law called puffery. Have you ever heard of puffery? It's where you say like your product is the best that's ever been, and that's protected within at least contractual law and free speech. And I almost feel like there's puffery within individuals that you should be able to say. Like, here's a perfect example. If I say, dude, if you touch my wife, I'm gonna fuck you up, and I'm gonna fuck up every person you've ever encountered in your entire life. Like, okay, that's fine. Now, let's say, does that mean that should be a threat on the life of thousands of people? Like, that's technically what it is. Or is it that just puffery? That's just somebody letting off some steam. Like, basically, if somebody says to you, if if someone says to you, and I don't even, like, you own a cat too. Okay, let's say you own a frog. Jacob, do you? Okay, no, you don't. Okay, yeah, okay, but that kind of stuff happens. I understand. But let's say I don't want to use an animal that you really have. But let's say, or like, do you have a bird? Okay, okay, sure. All right. All right. Let's see. You have a brother. You have a sister. Do you have a grandparent that's still alive? Here's a perfect example. Do you have any children? Oh, okay. Perfect example. But you can understand people get really protective of their children, right? Okay. Okay, exactly. So let's say someone says to you, I'm gonna hurt your child. Shouldn't you be able to say, look here, motherfucker, if you hurt my child, I'm gonna beat the fucking shit out of you until you are unconscious. Like, that's something that's pretty normal in society. I get that. get that. I understand. But you should still be able to say that in a microphone. You should be able to say that on social media. Like basically somebody's making a threat to your child, your family. You should be able to say, look, if you fuck with my family, I'm gonna fuck with your family. Like I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. And that shouldn't be a terrorist. I agree. But what I'm saying is that if somebody, let's say someone says, I'm gonna hurt your child, or like not only okay, not even necessarily hurt in a bad way, but if they say I'm going to I'm going to sabotage your child. Let's say your child is an athlete, and the person says I'm going to sabotage them in their game. You should be able to say, look, if you sabotage my child, I'm going to fuck you up big time. That's fine. In my opinion, that's fine to say. And that's probably like a pretty normal thing that a lot of parents would say. But technically, that's making a terroristic. Exactly. But technically, that's making a terroristic threat. And I just think that. And I just. That's basically what the Liver King did. I mean, Joe Rogan called out the Liver King and his family or whatever, and the Liver King's like, I'm going to fuck you up. Like, not even that. He was like, I'm going to fight you. Um, just recently, I get people all the time who make personal attacks against me. They say they're going to kill me. They say that they're going to gas me. They say, um, they just make complaints about me all day long. And I get it because I spam them, but I don't really spam them. Here's what I do. I like their comment and I repost what they posted, and I will put a comment under their post. Is that enough for you to want to gas me or kill my family? And you get what I'm saying? Wait, exactly. Exactly. But and so I don't take it seriously. But does that mean that I could go on Twitter or Blue Sky and have hundreds of people arrested because they've made terroristic threats against me? No, because I understand that the First Amendment allows some protections, and they that they should be. Yeah, I mean, I feel that um, they should be able. Look, I admittedly create hundreds of accounts and spam people, but it's not like what do you consider spam? I'm actually helping their post. I comment on it, I upload it, and I like it and I repost it. That's gonna help you in the social media algorithm. But like I get people who say you don't want to meet me in a dark alley, or I'm gonna fuck you up, or I want to kill this person, and I frankly I I don't feel that I have the right as a person to go and charge all these people with terroristic threats. It's just it's kind of it's kind of ridiculous to me. Um, and they have a point. They have a point. Like, hey, this person won't leave me alone. So, but it's not that. I don't attack people personally. It's just random of how these bots work. But again, this is to me. These are First Amendment arguments, and they shouldn't be litigated. Um, and so anyway, but yeah, what I'm basically saying is that these people should be able to make threats against me and against my family that's protected by the First Amendment, and um, and I'm fine with that. But like of any person, well, and does that mean that you should be able to litigate against that person and that they should be criminally charged? Not in this country.
But I feel like
Well, and you're allowed to do that.
if you want to army or something, do another talk about anywhere or just emerge and say, come on, try.
Perfect. Yeah. Even saying "come on and try," isn't that making your own threat against them basically as well?
It's more like accentuating this.
Exactly, but you get what I'm saying. Like basically, do we need a court to sit here and say whether one side is like that's not what courts are for? And in my opinion, that's a free speech argument. You guys should be able to say that. Look, here's an example. Okay, and I really mean this. So take this example seriously. If someone says that they're going to hurt your child, and you say, if you hurt my child, I will destroy you and who everyone who comes um, from your ancestry. Okay, you got pissed off because somebody said they were going to hurt your child. But technically, everybody comes from your ancestry if you follow everything back evolutionarily. So that means that you're now making a threat against 8 billion people on this earth. So does that mean that you should have 8 billion individual counts of terrorism? No. You should be able to say that. Like that's something that you should be able to say. We shouldn't put people in jail for it's just as simple as this. We should not put people in jail for words. There's the old adage, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And you should be able to say whatever you want.
There's so much opportunity to hide who they are and to see things without taking any responsibility for it. And plus, that like mass epidemic of mental illness, it's just like everybody seems to be on that bullshit.
There's that too. People have times where they have temporary insanity. Somebody said to you, I'm going to hurt your child, and you say, if you hurt my child, I'm going to fucking kill you. I mean, that's
I
almost.
would say that. I would say, well, if you hurt my child, they'll most likely be the last thing I would try to do.
Okay, so that's.
So, it's similar to sides. Just not saying.
Right, okay. But a court may say that you are insinuating that you're going to murder this person and you go to jail.
So I would say that's
Wait, exactly. That's the thing. They should never go to trial. That shouldn't have any discussion. You should be able to. You should be able to say that. You should be able to say that. Now, what about a situation where someone says they're going to shoot up a school? Okay, so they go on Facebook. Their girlfriend broke up with them, and they say they're going to shoot up the school. Okay, in my opinion, I think that you should be able to say that. I know that's probably. I get that. Wait.
You're saying like you should have the right to say whatever you want, but at the same time, it's like there's been so many like school shootings and shit. You don't know what to take seriously, what not to. Somebody gets mentally ill, and you just straight up planning a plot with your fucking terrorists.
I get that. Wait, I get that. But I'm a free speech absolutist. If I'm going to be a free speech absolutist, I have to even defend the people who make like threats to people like that. I get that. What do you do in that case? I think you can probably find that person some psychological help and help them through whatever issue they're having. But that doesn't mean that I think that they're threatening the lives of 150 people or 1,500 people, however big their school is. They were just pissed off and they made a threat. I think that people should be allowed to do that, and that's protected by the First Amendment. It's my opinion. Free speech absolutist. I know that isn't technically like courts have found that we don't have free speech absolutism in the United States, but I feel that those courts are wrong, and I can have that belief. I'm allowed to have that belief.
It's all about wording, I suppose. Like, for instance, if you say in my opinion to a police officer, you're going to say anything you want to after that. Like, in my opinion,
I mean, that's, I guess, free speech absolutism. That's free speech absolutism. Well, and I don't even say more or less. You should be able to say whatever you want. I'm not saying you should be able to do anything you want, but you should be able, if there are words that come out of your mouth, or the words that you write, you should be able to say whatever you want. And even though that's a tough situation, it's a tough situation.
Realize like this is an actual threat or a precursor to a parallel reaction and prevented by taking action, but it because it's free speech.
That's right. That's it.
That's free speech at the same time as some sort of like threat activity, right?
That's why we have the First Amendment. If you want to get rid of the First Amendment, then we can play those games of these word games. But so long as we have the First Amendment, it's the overarching law of the land, and basically you should be able to say whatever you want. Now, where's the line where there's a threat? I mean, where's the line if a child says, or let's say someone who's 18 years old says, I'm going to shoot up my school tomorrow, versus I'm going to kill everybody on Earth. What's the difference? Exactly. Should that person be charged with 8 billion attempted murders? You get what I'm saying? And or should they be charged with? No, they should. It's not like that's not practical. People, exactly. In business, there's at least in the law, there's something known as puffery. Puffery is undue or exaggerated praise. And just like you can have like, oh, this car is so great, it's going to run 1,000,000 miles for you. Does that mean that that car is really going to run 1,000,000 miles for you? No, it's just somebody basically using puffery, it's exaggerated praise. And I feel that there's exaggerated threats, like basically like you should be able to say, if we're going to protect it in business, why don't we protect it in society? I don't understand. Now, I understand not everybody agrees, but then those people get locked up in or get caught up in the law and these fine lines between things, and that means that if you have someone who like says, "I'm gonna hurt your child," even if it's not um, like what would be a weird, I don't know, almost like let's say you have an adult daughter who's 25 years old and she has some dude who says, uh, "Your daughter broke my heart, and I'm gonna go and be in another relationship to hurt that girl, just to make her feel the hurt that I felt." And you, as a father, are like basically, if you hurt my daughter, I'm gonna fuck you up. Now you're in jail for attempted murder because you said I'm gonna fuck you up. That's just not. That's not realistic. That's also not a terroristic threat to me. And even the term terroristic threat, look, we made that all changed on 9/11, as you know. Look, people made these threats to each other long before and nothing happened and we lived in a fine society. So I don't understand why it's any different today. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And okay, so here, let's have a situation where you are a business owner and somebody tried to um, destroy your business. Let's say they were going to burn it to the ground. Okay, is it wrong for you to say I'm going to fuck you up because, or if you burn my business down, I'm going to fuck you up? Is that wrong to say? No, it's completely practical. I'm not saying that that's the best thing to say, but it's understandable that somebody would say, if you or your house, somebody says, I'm going to burn down your house. You say, if you burn down my house, I'm going to fuck you up. You should be able to say that. That's protected speech. It's not a terroristic threat. I don't know. It doesn't have a word, but we need a word in society for basically like over exaggeration of physical threats. Because if not, let's say the Liver King said, "I'm gonna beat your ass and your whole crew's ass." Well, now that's hundreds of people, perhaps thousands of people are in Joe Rogan's crew. Now that guy's got to go to jail for the rest of his life because he made an Instagram post or whatever. It's to me, that's why you don't litigate on those things, and you should allow people to say what they want. Now, even in a situation where even in a situation exactly, let's say the Liver King says to Joe Rogan, "I'm gonna fuck you up or whatever. I'm gonna fight you, or do you want to fight or whatever?" And he goes to Austin, and he goes to Joe Rogan's house and rings the gate and says, "Joe Rogan, I'm here, and I want to fight you." That doesn't mean Joe Rogan has to come out and fight him. He can just be like, "No, dude, go away." Now, when Liver King steps on his property, then there's an issue. Then it's trespassing, and he can go to jail for that. But that's a different story. That's a physical act. Joe Rogan doesn't own the whole city of Austin. And, well, exactly. And so I was even watching a podcast on this earlier today, and the people were like, "You mean you can't do what the Liver King did, which is basically challenge someone to a fight? You're not allowed to do that?" And they're like, "Well, I guess not." Like, and now he's got to face like a terrorism charge. I mean, that's that to me is an overarching of the law, and you shouldn't. That just it's like okay, you see this all the time in the UFC. Exactly, exactly, and I think the city of Austin recognizes that he's a business owner, and that is make sure that he feels safe in that city because he brought a lot of money there. If he leaves, then they're going to lose. They're going to lose that money. You know, you see this all the time in the UFC, where two guys who have a sanctioned fight are like, "I'm better than you," and the other guy's like, "I'm better than you," and then the other guy says, "You better not find me in the dark alley someday." Is that a terroristic threat? Is that something that they should have to go to jail for? Absolutely not. They should be able to say that. That's protected free speech. And that's kind of what happened in this Liver King situation. I understand it's a little different, but um, I frankly think that Joe Rogan should have, I guess, just ignored him or whatever, and that's all that should have happened. Joe Rogan has a huge security team to the point where he's been getting uh, some, uh, some, what's the word for which I'm looking? Some, not payback, but um, some flack, essentially, because he says, I mean, like this is how Joe Rogan goes to his club. He has a huge caravan of people. They block off the street. They allow him to walk in, and like he can hang out at his club. And then when he's done, he goes back in the caravan and they leave. But the thing is, Sixth Street in Austin is very dangerous, and it's got homeless people, and zombie-like people, and people who are chasing you. And a lot of people are saying like, this isn't what we had in store for Austin, where you have like the ultra rich who go down there and they can play their club and then leave. You know who Tim Dillon is? No, Tim Dillon. No, Tim Dillon is a comedian. He's a very popular comedian in that Rogan verse. Do you know who Shane Gillis is? Okay, so both of them have come out and spoken about Austin and how unsafe it is. And they're like, it's one thing if you are like a multi-millionaire and you can go down there with a bunch of security and hang out at your club and call it how great it is and say how great you think it is. It's another thing if you're just a random individual and you are unconnected with that wealth, and you go down there and you get robbed. It's two different worlds, and it's like even some of the people who moved to Austin to live, they have since moved back to wherever they came because they are unsatisfied. Long story short, I mean, it's a discussion on free speech. And again, as a free speech absolutist, sometimes there's that phrase, I may not agree with what you say, but I will give my life for you to be able to say it. It's kind of a common thing that is said in like the military. And I somewhat agree with that stuff. I don't know if necessarily exactly. So that's that. All right, big dog. I gotta use the restroom, so I'll be back. Can you hear me? Sounds like a plan, man. Pleasure to always speak with you, Jacob. You're a good friend, a good person, and feel free to come back whenever you have time. Okay? Peace, Jacob. God bless you as well.
they just don't. I mean, one of the problems with like mainstream or orthodox prophecies that they start really consider the engineering aspects of stone. They don't care about the symmetry, they don't care about the base game work, for example, that you've been doing. It's not really factoring into the decision. They look at who's written on it, they look at what things are on the wall, they look at the other data they can see good support, so that's where it is. I genuinely don't know how they think about this. I mean, for sure they probably point to the fact, well, you get the same sort of questions. Where are the tools? Where's all the structures and that stuff? I think we're looking at some of the structures. I think we're looking through the lens of thousands and thousands of years of renovation, reuse, remodeling, and then thousands of years of destruction, quarrying, and it's a really difficult picture to put together, particularly in Egypt, because people, even within their own civilization, they were reusing stuff. But who knows when it started? If they kept reusing and rebuilding and changing sites, and then for thousands and thousands of years after, they've been using quarries and stuff. People take to that, they chop it up, and it's all a great source for learning. Even during the Egyptian civilization, this is happening. Ramses II was quarrying granite from the middle pyramid at Giza to go use it some of the structures of from all the bases. And it's written on the wall of the pyramid. It's like, I'm the quarry master, Ramses II, and he was taking the stone from here to his boss.
What was the original stone that was casing like that very outer shell?
Well, yeah, so the Great Pyramid and most of the Middle Pyramid was something called pure limestone. In fact, Mount Emerald in Turkey is also made from pure. It's very hard limestone. And yeah, it's very white and pure, so it's not a local stone that had to go to some quarry.
And who strips all that off?
Well, a lot of it was probably done during started really with the Persian occupation, with everybody. Right. Anyone that could, it wasn't so the pyramid. The story goes that there was the pyramid had its casing stones, and they're rocks together, are right, they're huge. They're like, some of the casing stones are bigger than the other ones, so they might sort of like funny enough, the middle pyramid actually has this giant box of its construction, even on the outside. But the story goes that I think there was an earthquake, and I'm probably going to get the date wrong, 400-ish AD, there was a big earthquake that might have been Israel. And it shook loose a couple of these cases. So it either tilted them or it busted one out, and big shake up and some stuff fell off. And then that gave people purchase to like scaffold their way up there and scurry up there and then start flying these things out. It's like letting them fall. And then it went from there. And it's a valuable stone. It's obviously useful for all sorts of purposes, but one of its main purposes is you can grind it up and make something faster. You grind it up into the water and you make a final faster than you start it's hard. And I mean, literally the only reason we have a few casing stones still left on the pyramid is because of the trial of quarrying before. I mean, there was 50, 60 feet of quarrying pushed up against the base of the pyramid from all the quarrying activity covered up the few remaining casing stones that were still at the bottom. Yeah, but this history always decries this, and he was always demolishing people for this because it's literally this is new of 100 to 130, 40 years. And all of these places, he said, everyone who's anybody has a head start in name from stuff that's starting from the pyramid. Every day there's just camel trains of people taking stones all the time. And he actually excavated through the rock and he found the casing stones, documented them, and then he did them. So if I lease this book and it's going to no question. So he reburied it. I'll have to go to it. So yeah, I mean it's just people like this. Most people are just interested in enriching themselves and not that worried about taking the stone. But it's human nature. But you get to the middle pyramid, the bottom two corners, maybe the first, maybe also the second. Sure, the first. In this case, the flat. really all of those cases, the bottom layers, like the bottom two layers, it's really cool. In fact, I have a yeah, so this is the bottom pyramid here. So these casing stones are like the same shape as the ones on the other pyramids. These are granite, huge, and they're perfect. You walk around the middle pyramid, it's littered with these amazing casing stones. You see this dashed line that's in it. Yeah, that's an attempt to quarry. In fact, they were looking to split this whole space off and then get to this square block behind it. So you see this everywhere on the sites, and people are like, what goes down line? It's hard. It's called a wedge and chisel. So you use like steel chisels to hammer away at it. You create these wedges, these divots, and then you get wood or something, or you can sometimes stone to a flint. Because you pound wood into it, you wet it, and it gets wet as well. So it would provide pressure on the stone, and then you would get a lot of these flint chisels, steel chisels, and hammer into these gaps. And what you're trying to do is crack the stone along that and take a piece. And yeah, these things look perfect. These casing stones look perfect at their angles, and they're all polished from the outside. There's tons of different photographs.
Talking about the boxing, I was reading Christian's book this morning. He's a chess runner, and he was saying how he interviewed one of these top two, like the guys who ran the biggest granite manufacturing company in the U.S. And he asked them what it would take to reproduce one of those massive granite blocks that were basically hollowed out on the inside. The guy said it would take at least $2,000 just to support it. Not more than just $200,000. That's not $200,000. Yes, $200,000 to support it. Another like $50,000 to transport it. Easy. And then he was like, it would make no sense for us to hollow out a single piece. We would just take 4 or 5 pieces and we would bolt them all together. We would never just hollow it out.
I couldn't. Well, you'd need to develop the tool. Like modern granite processing, we can cut slabs.
Right.
Quarry them out in the quarry in like big blocks, and then we cut them into slabs. Whatever you use. When you talk about doing granite sculpture, which happens, people do like complex shapes of granite. It takes very specific tools. And then, hollowing out those single pieces of granite like that with custom form and machining to make that happen. You burn out all custom trying to keep volume in space. Yeah, and remember these prices are like, when you write that book in the 90s, right? So you got prices that probably double those pieces since then.
And in the saw cuts too, like the saw cuts and the errors in the saw cuts. Like if you take a skill saw and you're trying to cut something, and you go in where you realize, oh, you got the angle wrong. You pull it out real quick, and then you go back in and make another cut. There's evidence for this. Yeah. But if you're doing it slowly with whatever methods they have, they claim they have to cut those stones, you wouldn't be going the wrong way, then pull back out and start going the right way. You would obviously go so slow that you'd be able to make adjustments along the way.
That's right, and there's plenty of evidence for overcutting exactly that type of thing. It's one of the reasons why I think, look, we're seeing evidence for call them power tools, call them just powerful tools for cutting incredibly hard stone. And that's one of the best. I have look at some of the movements like the tool techniques. Not just cuts. You see these cuts all over the place. I don't know if this is all broken up stone now, but these types of things you see all over it. It's got the basalt pavement. But one of my favourite ones is actually I really like this thing. It's a slab at beautiful slab. And if you look along the edge, it's been like just finely touched with some sort of powerful tool that's sort of been backed out. It's got this thing's got markings all over it. It's giant circular small depressions here and here. Sure. You can look at how many times this thing's been touched on. What is it made of? This is, I think it's schist. Or it's blue quartz. It's a very unique piece. I'm amazed it's still there because a couple of people can probably do it. And it's just a remarkable piece of stone. So it's used for sorting out the big big surface orientation. All the colours come out of it when you wet it. And it was actually cut right through here at the end and then snapped off. You can see that. It was cut straight through. Here's some other saw marks on this thing. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, and you have yeah, I mean you have stuff like this, right? So this is this Karnak temple. I just did a video on this is an obelisk, and you literally have circular saw overcuts, and you see my statues too, but you can literally see on this one here where it was exactly what you were talking about. Like,
you see right there, yeah.
It was reset, like the angle of the cut was reset.
Yep.
And it was some sort of giant circular saw because they start narrow. They start here and they penetrate and get deeper, and then they peter out at the bottom. The profile fits a big circular saw. And in fact, there's some more of these in Karnak, and I do this in the video, but I plump this with like a keycard where you can show the depth increase, you show the profile of the circular saw.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, it's to the
Depth varies.
Yeah.
It'll be deepest, it's shallower.
yeah, I mean, this is a classic example of a circular saw. You see this here, right? I mean, it's just, it's hard to, they had straight saws too, I should say that. It's not all circular. That was absolutely straight saws too. This piece is very interesting. This is a place to have it. It's undusted about this. A lot of things about this. So you see how you clearly can see the orientation of the saw, right? Here's the crazy thing to think about this piece. It's concave. See this line in the center here? You can actually see this curve.
Yes.
So it's shaped like this. It's concave. So it's cut this way, and it seems to be cut this way. So it's not straight. So what I think you're looking at is a two-stage machining process here, where they cut, and this is where they concavity ends here. Like you can see, it gets deeper and then shallow down. So they cut it sideways, like this, and then it's almost as if they ran a circular saw this way, and they pushed the box through like this, so it's digging out that profile as it went through. But there's this, it's hard to see in the photos, but it's entirely there. And again, you see the striations of the stone from the cutting mechanism. Right. This is a very sophisticated machine. Like, I don't know what the purpose was for this, whether this was could have been part of the box, they didn't cut all the way through the stone. I don't know. Robin Stevens' mind. I've got endless examples of this, and but it's just been, and you actually look close to it, you can actually see the striations, like the stuff. So it gets really interesting just because, a lot of these saw marks, the basalt ones, and again, basalt is that's hard, if not hard to get, are in what's this basalt paste, and it's on the side because they would finish the top and flat. In fact, it's a wondrous application of stone blocks, but over the years, it's been falling apart. In fact, they even talk about back in the day, they had a road over. You literally put down a road over that location. They've taken the road away now. But at the sides of this thing where it's falling apart, you can see where they've rough shaping the blocks. There was different types of tools, it seems to be. The quarry, there was scoop marks in the quarry, they were looking to remove stone. That industry wasn't precise, so like scooping stuff out to get out as much material as possible and get the block out. Then they had the rough shaping of stone, where they were cutting out the general dimensions of the block and using like a this, where they're just cutting off the side. Okay, we just want to get this down to this point. And then there was a capability to just perfectly finish the stone, like fine polishing, fine machining, doing those fine little touches to get those precision surfaces, and then a polish to make it kind of like that finish. So there's different levels, and these were done in different places. And what's interesting is the stone cutting. So we don't have a good explanation for this. There's two really kind of forms of it. But the stone cutting is like the explanation is that it was primed with like a copper drag zone. So it's like a V-shaped copper bar. You put sand and water and you grind it. grind. And the problem with that is that it doesn't leave good videos. Right? Yeah, Mark Lehner, and it's, I mean, it's a good experiment. There's nothing wrong with it. So Mark Lehner and the guy named Dennis Stokes, Mark Lehner's famous psychologist, Dennis Stokes is the experimental psychologist who does actually do these sort of experiments, and it's great because you get some data from his work. But there's a few problems. One is it doesn't leave the same signature. Secondly, you don't get overcuts. You don't get these narrow cuts like you're not going to get this sort of stuff with that because it's feature, right? And based on that data though from Dennis and other people, we have data on how long it takes to do this, and it's something like let's round up to 2 millimeters per hour. Yeah, and that's varies based on the length. Obviously, the longer the cut, the slower you go.
Oh, damn,
That's very, very slow. And at the same time, you lose copper. Like the grinding, because it's the coarse sand, it's doing the cutting, the copper's cutting. You could use horn potentially with it. Even using copper, you lose copper at a tremendous rate. So you lose almost as much copper that you're actually getting from cutting the stone. And it's a very slow rate. So that slow rate, you have to grind away for hours to get these sort of overcuts that we see. For starters, so it's, and again, as you said, you're probably not going to make that mistake and sit there and keep doing that mistake for hours and hours to get an overcut. Like, all right, Johnson, you're in trouble. And secondly, I have yet to do the math, but I really plan on. I'd love to do that. I've said it a few times now, but I want to scale this up to see what is at an industrial scale. Can the stuff, because we know, you can kind of calculate how many blocks, how much granite is cut. You can probably get to a rough figure of how much tonnage of granite saves, or maybe just on the But, Chris Dunn kind of calculated it, just to give you an example, there's a box inside the middle area, right? It's a box in the room, kind of like the box. It's a little bigger, a little longer, like maybe 8 feet long, 3 or 4 feet wide. And based on Dennis Stokes' experiments, purely to make the primary cuts on that block of granite, so you quarry the granite, God knows how long, but just to make like the north, south, east, west, top, bottom cuts, right? Shape the box. Using some data that we've got from guys like Dennis Stokes, it takes something like 267 days of continuous grinding, 24 hours a day, just to shape that one box. And that doesn't include hollowing it out. So again, it's got to be hollowed out, finished perfectly, it's got 2 drills in it, it's got full shape and decorated. Just how much work you do with that as well. So it's just like, you really think we could scale up and do like hundreds of thousands of tons worth of granite using this, and there's all the copper dust. Where is it like this? Yeah, so I did analyze that famous core, Petry's core, and I think it's also for modern density. Yeah, they basically estimated based on the rings going around it, out of that to the core that came out, that they estimated it's drilled to the 500 Pascal power. So based on this, so this is Petry's core. So that's Petry's core number 7 there. So it's and it's called Petry's core number 7 because Columbus Petry discovered it number 7. And this is the one that's been studied. So he looked at it and he determined that this spiral groove that's on the stone has what you call 1 in 60 penetration rate, right? So if you take that, you unwind that spiral travel, you make it stick it out in a straight line. For every 60 inches of normal travel, you get an inch of vertical travel. Right. Okay. Chris Dunn has since, I think, refined that a bit. It's not quite as deep. It's not quite. It's a little less than 1 in 60. It's in the ballpark. And so based, and then when you compare that to the modern tools, that's it essentially rounds out to be about 500 times greater penetration rate into stone than we do. And that's not to say that it may move very slowly doing this. Our stuff spins really fast, so it's not penetrating it as fast as you don't get a 1 to 60 penetration rate, but it's our stuff can still make a couple of stones pretty quickly, because the actual penetration rate based on the motion of the drill isn't anything like what we're seeing in the stone here, which is crazy. And you know, there are a number of these cores. I talked a lot about this core as this Chris, and I'm sure when you get Chris in, you'll talk about it too. But I consider the case closed. Like it's, they did a latex mold of it. He is proving without any doubt that it's a spiral groove. The problem has always been the claim that it's a spiral groove. That's the one thing that I wasn't in this mainstream mythology, but man, they go to great lengths to try and obfuscate this idea that it's a spiral groove. But it has been definitively proved by the Petri museums and Chris Dunn, who were both responsible for the latex core experiment, which is this one. So they made a latex core, right? So this is latex mold. Chris stamped the latex mold with these notches, cut it open with these notches, and then here's just showing you the notch detail in these rods next to these arrows, right? So you can draw a straight line between these notches, which is a horizontal line. Okay, the straight lines are a horizontal line between the notches, same spot. So it goes to the bottom of the notch, it goes to the bottom of the same bottom. And then what you're seeing is these dotted lines are tracing the individual spiral or individual grooves. And in every case that we look at here, it starts above the line and it ends up below the line. So it is spiral. Right? So it's higher here, it's lower here. It's higher here, it's lower here, etc., etc. It's geometrically proves this is a spiral. That said, and the length between each groove is exactly the same. The width, not really. It seems, well, it's Petri described as a drunken stream. There are some crossover. It seems to have been more than one cutting point. So there was multiple cutting points. So then, you know, I feel speculate all over this. It is, and the other thing to note about this is that it's actually taped. So it's tough to see. You can kind of see it. See how it's taped? Right. Right. So it narrows down, and this thing's upside down. So this is probably where it's fatter at the bottom. It's upside down. It snaps off here. And so you've got to imagine that the holes that they come out of are straight, right? And it's taped. So it tells us that the tool itself is probably taped, which means that it's shaped like this. So as it goes there, it's cutting down. It's cutting on all surfaces. And then, so a lot of this is where people say, well, you know, this groove could have been made when they contracted it unscrewed itself. I'm like, that isn't how it works. So if it's tapered, it's going to conform, the granite's conforming to the shape of the tool, and then the second you move it up at all, it loses contact with the stone because it's tapered. The angle changes, right? It's narrower at the top and it's wider at the bottom. So once you get down and you're finished, you lift it up a bit, and then all of a sudden, the tool's going to be wider right at that point where when you lift it up. So it's not actually touching the stone. It doesn't unscrew, it just lifts out. It can't, I don't think unscrewing or removing the tool will give you the spiral groove. Plus, look, it takes quite a lot of force to cut into granite like this. It's not just a simple. You're not scratching granite, you're making a deep groove like you see in these tubes. It's not just in the drills, but you see these holes too. You have deep grooves in the holes, and you see this all over the place.
Now, is that an example of like them with core drill used to split a piece of stone?
Well, I don't think it's used to split a piece of stone so much as they were sought out to then split stone. You know what I'm saying? Like they were, I think the people that were quarrying the blocks were looking for these, and then they would try and split them along the ankles, along the axis of the tube. You see, there's lots of complete holes like that haven't been split, and in fact, you see on the back of the stone, you see that dashed line, which is a I mean, that's a technique that started in our earliest. We know that we're using it like the but these tube holes go back way further, and all this stuff, you don't see that quarrying method way back in the day. Like the oldest quarrying method is just the scoop method, quarrying like an ice cream tube. Yeah. But I think they were looking for, like, for example, here's a giant. And this stone's been split along its axis.
So later civilizations found these things.
Yeah, because it's a natural weakness of the stone. Yeah. So you see a lot of tubulars that are in fact split, but you see plenty that are whole as well. And we know they're whole originally because we have this. Can we look at some pictures of these scoop marks? Yeah.
And also, I would ask you, what do you speculate these saw blades are made of?
It's less maybe what they were made of and what technology they were using. I mean, you know, Petrie speculated that it could have been. He's like diamond would fit the bill, like this, because he was looking into bronze embedded with gemstones or something. It's like there's no evidence for diamond, and he's right. There's no evidence for diamond use. We see no diamonds. It's not written about.
Would there be leftover fragments of diamond?
You find something that's literally been zero. And as far as gemstones go, the dynastic Egyptians sort of prized colour stuff. So diamonds are precious from that perspective. I mean, who knows, maybe they used to not have any evidence for it, but I don't know what it was using. It could have been any hardened substance, but it could have, like, I look at the stuff, I don't think there was pure mechanical force involved. I think there's something else going on. Well, that's the speculation of stones. Who knows? Were they changing the molecular properties of the stone? Were they using ultrasonics? Were they? I mean, you have to go back to the legend plasma. What have you ever heard of? Well, that could have been plasmoids. I don't know. I mean, this is where we speculate. That's why I think it's interesting to be open-minded about what we see on the sites and research it as best. Let's use the best tools. Let's microscopically analyze the rocks. Let's look at it being open-minded to any possibility, because we might learn something. You know, I think you go back in time, the legend of the Shamir, they just thought out the Golden Temple of Shamir was. So, the Shamir, I'm not that well versed in this. You should really have Russ and Kyle, the guys, snake riding. So I don't think, I'm getting ready to reach out to those guys. Fantastic. And Russ really knows his stuff out there. So there's stories in, I think it's associated with King Solomon, that the stories of something called Shamir, which essentially, think of it as like a lightsaber that's just cuts through stone. Most people cut through very hard stone. It's sometimes described as but there's this consistent story of this artifact called a shamir that is like allegedly less. Yeah, I like to think of it as like this lightsaber that just cuts through stone. And you can people really that's like, is this left over from these times? I don't know. And I try not to thinking about it in terms of diamond blade though. It's like thinking about it, looking in the mirror, it's like you can't assume that they've been shipped the way that we did it, right? It's even what we're talking about land, so it is. And I think that's the right approach. Like it's a tempting and natural thing to look at a problem, look at these challenges, and we go, this is how we would do it, fit it into our box. And again, I just think that there's avenues of technology that we are yet to learn, that we will know more about. And I think it's hard to do, but it's like, here's our perspective, and here's everything we know, but some of the answers are not. And that's what being open-minded about it, and not just dismissing stuff, right, scoffing at it, and then researching it with some of those possibilities in mind. We might even learn something eventually from it. That's what I want to do. I'm going to, people are like, what is it, what's speculation of how it does? You can speculate all over. Chris Dunn's new book, you've got to the Seraphim chapter. Yeah, I'm not sure. He does some speculation. I'm not going to spoil it. Really? Oh, God, I love it. He sent me the Seraphim chapter because I'm helping some stuff before he wrote it, and I'm writing like a recommendation because it comes out early. So, January 24th, and then he does. I love what he goes with. That it's with speculation, for imagination. Does he talk about things like steroids? I haven't seen him mention specifically the Shamir. He's talking about more about a potential technological application for the muscles. Oh, it's having a love to application. Yeah, like what, and so I something I've always thought about too. So here's another way to think, and I like this idea too, is that, and this relates to, he does talk about this, and this isn't giving the game away here, but it's like, if you consider the idea, you heard of like this concept of an assembler? Assembler. Like this is, imagine we get nanotech down to the point. And this is entirely plausible if you just project technology, where you create microscopic machines that can essentially assemble themselves, or they can, almost like a quantum motion probe or something like that, but it's a tiny level where you can use molecular constant. Yeah, it's like a self-replicating probe. Imagine you said it's on the topic. Yeah, it's like you said, a probe out into space that has the capability to replicate itself just by using the material that it finds and projects all of that. But imagine you get to the point where we have these microscopic machines that can assemble that can take molecular material even at the atomic level and assemble things and even replicate themselves. So you could build anything, but it's being done with technology that's so small you can't see it. Like there's this concept. It's been proposed by a number of sci-fi authors and people that have thought about technology. And it's like that's one scale of things. And the other scale of things to think about is more, you go out and think about Dyson spheres, things like that are almost selecting the scope of the size of the solar system in terms of the machine that does a particular thing. It's just an interesting way of thinking and looking at technology. We look at it and go, here's a box. How would we cut this box and make this box? But it's possible, but it's awful, I don't know, but it's possible that the answers to some of these questions could be so small we can't see them, or so large we can't comprehend. Like that's just the nature of technology. Like we just don't, you can throw simulation theory into that too, the idea that we're all part of just simulation going on in the future. It's just projections of technology, not just all pure speculation. So that's one of the challenges with speculation, is it becomes this just endless imagination of possibilities. But I do try to focus on sort of following the evidence and some of that's what some of the answers might be based on the evidence that we have in front of us. And it's fun to speculate. And I'm in the process of writing a book too, and I'll really speculate, keep my speculation in there as well about what it is. So I always try to be clear about when I'm speculating. As soon as you speculate, people are like, look, it's crazy. Oh yeah, move the spaceship.
Oh yeah, we did our last podcast. We talked about a move and some of the crazy reaction videos.
Oh yeah.
I love that reaction. So I got a few questions.
They've really figured out their construction modes as the two guys. They really figured out some really cool shit on that. How some of this architecture might be made. These blocks that go around the corners. And how the blocks might go around the corners. Not like cut bricks, but they've sort of worked out how that was probably done. And they have a really good method for showing it. But it's made some really huge observations of how
Those guys go out there a lot.
go with me. Yeah, they come with me next year, and I'll take them twice. Yeah,
So the 2 times that we used to
so I like to do it because we can work with jam.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, we play the Q. Those guys are fantastic. So particularly Kyle, amazing musicians. I use some of it. If you watch the Kano video, the song at the end. Yeah, so most recent. Right at the end is like a music, like a song. The last 10 minutes of it. That's hard.
Oh no shit. Really? Okay.
Yeah, so we jam and they're good on they're more like they help me to manage the group and also like be some social person with me.
Yeah.
People are serious and maybe have conversations with those stuff that's funny. Yeah, so it's great. We work together.
Yeah, but some of these things like the investment boxes, I wonder if was knowledge is just so hyper advanced that like missing something that precise didn't was a big deal. Like if some culture came along a million years ago, like how are these boxes so perfect? Like not because it was a purpose, just because it was easy. So like the box, was it just fucking easy to do that? Or as a pyramid too? Or was it for a specific function? Like how did you make that box functional?
But there is a relation I make. I have a moral view on precision, and there is, and I said this to as well, that there's a relationship between precision and confidence. So you don't develop precision, but developing precision costs money. I mean, it costs resources. You only do that for a functional return. And when you look at the development of precision in political, it kind of stems out of the like old naval cannons to shoot straight. The old days, you would cast a cannon and then fire it while it's hot, roll against that barrel and shoot straight down. And then they were like, well, we can make more accurate weapons if we actually, maybe cast it and then carve out and shoot the low and cannon barrels to make it shoot straighter, and then they started to draw that relationship. Then we needed to make sonographies, accurate timepieces that help with navigation. Like longitude, we talked about longitude earlier, but it's very difficult to measure. Latitude's okay, you can use the sun for that, but longitude you need accurate timepieces to be able to know where you are on that east-west time frame. And in fact, the way we used to do it was you could go to where you wanted. We basically do the writing, but people would sail to get something based on navigational maps. It was like running down a western, running down the eastern. You would get to where you wanted on the latitude and then go that way and get you in. Then east or west, I'm not sure how far you'd gone. And it wasn't until the end of the 17th century, essentially, that we developed accurate enough timepieces to be able to navigate using longitude effectively. And then, progression of precision progresses into the industrial age and steam engines, and the need to create containment vessels for pressure. And that's now in the modern world, we've got seven Newton-meter processes that we're developing silicon on, and we've got packing millions of transistors and complex logic circuitry footprint. But that costs billions of dollars to do, and we do it because of the functional return on it. So a long way around of saying that you develop precision when you're chasing a particular functional goal. And I think that's one of the indications to me when you look at some of the precision objects, particularly the regular boxes, for example. I think they were functional, and potentially some of the structures used in the sites were functional. And I think in order to get that functional return, they needed to make these sort of decisions. Now, the model that an industrial design, once you have a manufacturing system that's precision's what you get. Like today, you buy a toaster, it's going to be industrial design of a computer. It's going to be made in a manufacturing system that is just by its nature very precise. Like it's all panel gaps on cars. There's panel gaps between different panels on cars today versus in the 1960s. It's much better. Like you don't need it, but it's a result of the manufacturing system. So that's also an explanation that I'd like to use when it comes to more abstract artifacts like statues that show tremendous precision that look like they've been designed and then they've been executed in a manufacturing system that gives you that precision, gives you that perfection. With each of these features that are like kind of hard to explain in isolation. But I do believe that they developed a capability to get some sort of function. What that function is, I don't know. That's where the speculation comes out. What was the function of the boxes? This is crazy correlation between these boxes and these pyramids, or these boxes and these underground structures. The Seraphim, for example, the pyramids, for example. That even across the Giza Plateau, the Osiris shaft, you see boxes underground in these big structures. I don't know. I get the sense they're functional. There's infrastructure on these sites. At Saqqara, at Abu Sir, at Dashur, at Giza, we have evidence for very complex systems of what I can only call channel blocks, U-shaped blocks that are below the floor level. So you have these floor tiles that might be a couple of feet thick. In some cases, they're encased on top of that. But right down beneath that stuff, you have just infrastructure of essentially piping. It runs all under these sites. It's all over the place. At Abu Sir, we see evidence for it. Like all these old kingdom sites. It's not something you ever see on the later sites. These are like the oldest sites. Have these very strange and complex, essentially, it could have been housing piping, includes housing cages. We don't know, but and sometimes it's not all gravity fed. Like sometimes they'll run all the way down beneath causeways to where there would have been water, and then it runs all over the side in complex patterns. And every series is probably the best example. There's wide joints and all these other things running beneath the floor. And sometimes using fairly coarse stone types like granite, like calcite and alabaster. And a lot of those stones show that's the machine. There's a great example of Scar of machined alabaster U-shaped channel blocks that are beneath the floor tiles. And it's a real mystery. You don't know why. It's like if you ask the explanation for how this white calcite or alabaster was used, it was prized for its white colour. It's an expensive stone to try and use. It's difficult to obtain. Alabaster and calcite comes from, extinct and calcified natural springs. Like you have to, these are millions of years ago natural springs that calcified over time. And to get white calcite, you actually have to dig all the way to the source of the natural spring. So wherever that was, it's not like an easy stone to get to. Further out from the source, you get the yellow calcite, brown calcite, but they would use white calcite. And Egyptologists say that they prize that stuff for its colour, for its clean colour, or sometimes it can be transparent. In that case, what is this stuff doing buried beneath the floor level where it's never going to be seen? Like it's literally a stone type that gets used in this underground infrastructure that's never seen. So they must have been using for some other purpose. Like I think some of these stone types that you see, particularly in the really big lithic stone sites, might have had a functional purpose, like choosing particular types of stone, like basalt, granite, limestone, white calcite, quartzite in some places, and in particular orders. And there's plenty of other indications that there was something else going on at these sites. I mean, my last video I did on Karnak Temple, there's some really interesting, there's an area of Karnak that is normally off limits again, the right people to get in and see, and I love showing people this stuff every year. There's a part of Karnak that's where the granite's literally crumbling apart. It's granite spiral. It's something's happened to the stone where it's like inside of the stone is swelled. It's like undergone a transformation and it's expanded. And it's almost around the edge of the stone, it's like there's a couple of inches where the stone is in good condition. But because the inside's like transformed and expanded, it's put this pressure on the outside and it's cracked all of the outside. And in some places it's like fallen apart, like it's cracked it like blocks apart, and the inside of the box just crumbled from the inside out, and so fire. And then we see that also at Abusir and other places where you have like crumbling basalt. And this happens in nature. So it takes literally millions of years to expose it. Basalt, these other igneous stones that are formed in the heat of like lava and formed over millions of years of pressure and heat in the earth. I mean, you can expose them to millions of years of sunlight. Okay, they're going to erode and degrade over time, but we're talking about cut surfaces of stone that are doing that. And they're originally finished. And so at Abusir, for example, you have basalt that's been cut and then it was cased in limestone. So it's like, surrounded by limestone, but those mating surfaces are now crumbling to time. Who knows? It's pure speculation, but it's cycling. There's something going through it. I mean, I do have a video where we were playing with like a very high voltage electromagnetic sort of field generator device, and we were testing different types of stone, and they have different electromagnetic properties. Like granite doesn't do anything. You just get arch coming off limestone, and that's somewhat of an arch coming off basalt. So they do have different properties under different conditions. And is it possible that those with some of these properties of the stone are things that are being traced by a functional surface? I love these ideas, and I know Chris Young is exploring some of those, some of his theories, his work. He certainly knows a lot more about it than I do. Again, I'm trying to illustrate there may be reasons for that type of stone, and some of those properties might have something to do with a possible purpose. So it's like, why would you not research that further? Why would we not apply ourselves and try and see, is there anything here that could possibly provide an answer, or provide a clue to why this is done this way? Let's look at this. Okay. So
Now, when it comes to the ski marks, is there any sort of idea or explanation on how they were made by the municipalities that are there? Or by,
I mean, yeah, the explanation for them is, is that they were this is the county same explanation.
I love part of what you did.
Yeah, so watch out, you break it. Yeah, let me pull up the.
I also want to talk about Yusuf.
Oh yeah.
So we're going to the fact that they didn't let run around there, these guys, guide people, and explain all this stuff they couldn't count the narrative.
Yeah, he's just great. I mean, I love the fact that he has, he's such a knowledgeable guy, and he's great. I saw him in Jack when I met him, and he's a superstar for teaching people. It's what he does. He's absolutely what he does.
He's been used to this. He's lived right there his entire life.
Yeah, Yusuf's dad was Hakeem El Aywan, the really famous Egyptian keeper, and died. He's unfortunately he was the guy that was used by the Hancock, Robert Bovell, John Anthony West. Hakeem's well known. There's lectures you can find for him online. He's got the Yusuf's shop is sort of got pictures of Hakeem from all over the world. He's met all sorts of interesting figures. He's kind of been really well known. As a guy, and a really interesting guy. So Yusuf kind of followed in his father's footsteps. He doesn't believe everything. He doesn't believe everything that he does. And there's if you read Hakeem's theories, as well as Stephen Mail, he wrote Land of the Stars, and he was Hakeem's student. Hakeem was a fan of this modern, I guess, mythology, this theory, chemistry, essentially, and he has a lot of interesting theories, but again, I wouldn't say that he's subscribed to them. He has his own theories, he's got his own works. He used to say he's practicing stonemason, so he works with materials. He's very talented. He works with this material. He's very well versed in traditional Egyptology, like he knows all of the hieroglyphs. And yeah, he grew up literally across the street from the Sphinx. In fact, it's still where his family story is. It's in Nazlet El Samam, which is a little village that's right near the entrance to the Sphinx entrance to the Giza Plateau. And yeah, the Aeon family sculpture is right there. And bowing at the top, you would be straight at the Sphinx. So it's like the military complex.
What are some of the theories of that guy?
Hakeem? Yeah, Hakeem has I mean, one of the things I could talk about, he thinks there was acoustical properties to a lot of these sites, but there were some of these sound hospitals. In fact, he even ran one for quite a while. And they had, look, anecdotally at least, very good results. They would take people to these ancient places, into some specific areas that have resident properties, and they I don't know exactly what they were doing in there, but they had people that were up to at least anecdotally from what I've heard, it worked. And then as the story goes, as it's been told to me, Zaid was actually shut down. Zaid was the head of the Supreme Council of Antiquities, the Department of Antiquities. He's, that's he had to make his brand properly. He's probably the world's most famous anthropologist, certainly the Egyptian anthropologist, the world's famous guy. I read a bunch of books. I talked to him a few times. I've met him a few times. In fact, it was the last trip to Egypt. Ran into him.
Really?
Yeah. He was just there. He was at he's a charming. He can be a charming guy. I suspect he probably is. I don't know him personally. I know he's treated a lot of people very fairly. He's probably been less fair to others. I had no problem with him. I was just on a tour, and this was the Graham Hancock tour where he was supposed to be debating, and we spent a day with him. and I think he's certainly had a history of being quite in the past. It's strange, he really attacks a few of the alternative authors, Graham. I mean, in particular, Robert Both Harley doesn't like. And he's pretty fond of saying that people are just charlatans trying to make money and they're idiots and stuff like this. But back in the day, though, he was quite friendly. And in fact, I've seen a picture of like nobody died. John Anthony West and Robert Bovell and Graham Hancock kind of hung around at the Sphinx enclosure, and he certainly has enabled some interesting research to happen privately a few times. I had a video about the Sphinx Temple that started to get into some of that with, there's an interesting correlation in at least these allegations of connection between him and the Ed Casey Foundation. Ed Casey is the American prophet, and this is an interesting story. So Casey was a prophet, and a lot of people made a lot of money based on his predictions for the stock market back in the day, and he ended up he had his visions and wrote a couple of books, and one of his visions entailed. You probably heard of the Hall of Records, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of that comes from Casey. He talks about the fact that there's a Hall of Records at one of the locations. There's three of them, and one of them's at the location. One of them is up the floor of the Sphinx, and then there's another one that's supposedly under. I think it was. I mentioned it earlier. It's Mount Nemrut, like the Nemrut tumulus plant, which is insane side that I also saw this year. But so he's that foundation. It's the ARE, it's the Association for Research and Enlightenment. It's essentially the Casey Foundation, and they've kind of been involved in private expeditions to his. They've been looking, right. They're trying to satisfy Casey's prediction about the Hall of Records, and they have been essentially digging and looking around in Giza and these other places since like the 1970s. Now, Zahi's very much against anything Atlantis related. He's like, there's no ancient civilization. So not in publicly facing, he decries any of that type of thing. But he did also grant like the Casey Foundation like a 5-year permit to do unlimited essentially digging and excavation, including in the Great Pyramid. And so it's on one hand you're sort of decrying all of this anything lost civilization, and on the other hand you're enabling essentially an organization whose stated goal is to prove out Atlantis and that there was a Hall of Records and everything like that. Not only that, but Edgar Casey's son, Julian Casey, he wrote a book, and in that book he claims, and I will say that Zahi Ross has denied this, he claims that the Edgar Casey Foundation funded his education, that they paid for his education at Pennsylvania University. They found, he literally says in the book, this is the B-side, he said that they found Zahi, who was a site inspector at the time, like lower rank kind of guy, and that he was pliable and agreeable, and they thought he was someone they could work with, so they funded his education. Later, who's been a long-term partner of Zahi Ross, and that's through the Pennsylvania University. They got his doctorate, and for sure, verified that Zahi has had engagements with the ARE. He's not spoken therapists. Part of it to go back there and lectures quite often. So, it's just strange to me that he's associated with an organization like the ARE, which has done these secretive digs, and there's strong evidence as documented by Robert Bovell, which I'm pretty sensitive to. I like it so much. He's documented the fact that Zahi's been enabling some secret expeditions, digging and drilling around the Sphinx. Like there's kind of one drilling efforts they made to look under the Sphinx. They were drilling under the body of the Sphinx. The stated goal was, we're checking the integrity of the life that bedrock. But there's plenty of evidence for a bunch of others. As far back as the late 1970s, and there's pictures of Julian Casey, Mark Lander, and Zahi Ross from those times. The young guys, they're all together. And then in the mid to late 90s, he made something called the Shore Expedition. Dr. Joseph Shore, a couple other people, Boris Said, but they're all ARE members. Part of the Casey Foundation. none of them are Egyptologists or archaeologists that required here up at the Giza Plateau. And they did a bunch of stuff. They did a bunch of excavations in the Sphinx, and Zahi was involved in it, and they even made a documentary that's never been seen. So Boris Said, the filmmaker, he's also since died. And I dug into like these old Art Bell radio episodes in the 90s where he was talking about it. He had a falling out with I think Joseph Shaw, the guy that was funding the experiment, that was the expedition. And based on the fallout, the documentary kind of went into the bones never been seen, but apparently it's part of it, and they get drawn in under these changes. And Zahi at the time, Boris said they found changes in his sense, like they 100% found changes in his sense. By the way, also a claim made by John S. and Dr. Robert Schock when they analysed the early penetrating radar, they found changes in his sense. And at the time, when they were doing this experiment, Zahi said, look, it's incredible announcement of discovery, it's going to shake up the world's history, it's going to change what we know about the sort of the structure of the Giza Plateau and what's found in those globes around. And then this documentary kind of went away, and he's never said anything about it since. And in fact, to this day, denies that there's any changes in the structures or they now if asked you say, well, yeah, they found fish, natural fishes in the rocks and something else. Nonsense. They've got to say it's on record saying, I've seen it. I've been down there and seen it. And well, it's kind of what he says, yeah. But it's very secret. It's all privately organised and implemented by so it's an interesting feature. I think if there are chambers down there, and if there's anything in them, or there was, it's not there. I just don't think it's been taken. It's not public. I mean, there's also a chance that if there was ever anything in there, the Egyptians, the monastic Egyptians, might have taken it. There's probably those ones. They wrote a book at the Sphinx that talks about the idea that the Hall of Records may well have been there, but it was discovered by the old Egyptians who took it, and then there's some evidence that they were replicating some of that information and knowledge through a particular cult that persisted through the history. And it's an interesting story that he puts together. It is new data, but it seems likely that they're indicating some really interesting information, like the spacing of planets, the relative distance of planets in the solar system, all this cosmic information that it seems like they didn't really know what to do with, but it was information that they'd gotten from, this trove of data from a lost ancient civilization, and it's just they just then were replicating it and trying to reporting it down in their own way. And there's all these interpretations of the obvious stuff that seems to be natural to what we know about some systems. So it kind of goes. There's all these different directions that stuff goes in. And I've been meaning to do a dedicated sort of deep dive into that short expedition of the history of super things around the Sphinx, because the Sphinx and the Sphinx Temple, it's described as a gateway. Like there is a lot of legitimate reasons to think that there's something below that structure in that part of things like that. Like even the way it's historically depicted and talked about from ancient Egypt, like they often, when they draw out the Sphinx, they show it on a pedestal. The Sphinx is always depicted in the stellations most of the time on top of a pedestal. And in many of those pedestals, doorways, and the Sphinx is often described as a doorway or as a guardian. It's guarding the doorway and to the underworld, something like this. And when you look at the Sphinx, it's obviously sitting on a bed. But you have to imagine there's a structure in front of it next to the valley, which is like the left of the Sphinx. There's the Sphinx Temple in front of the Sphinx. The Sphinx is behind the Sphinx. Now, the Sphinx Temple has been shut for public access for, I don't know how, like Yusuf, he's in his 40s. He's never been in there until we got to go in there on one trip. We were probably one of the first groups ever, and thanks again to the people I know to arrange this through to finally open the back to the Sphinx Temple as a special permission. Very interesting structure. It's amazing. There's amazing granite floors, blocks and stuff. But if you would imagine it back in the day, with those corner blocks, these curved blocks that were around the edges of it, and you look at it from down in the alley towards the Sphinx, it would have looked as if the Sphinx was makes the Sphinx temple potentially is the location of the Sphinx or the Sphinx, which has the doorways to the underworld. Now, in the Sphinx temple, when you go in there is indeed evidence for shafts that go down. There's again, it's giant, there's like an 80-ton channel granite block in the ground beneath the floor tiles that's been removed. That terminates at a shaft that goes down to you don't know where that hasn't been cleared. But it obviously goes underground. And not only that, but at the front of the Sphinx temple, if you walk back to the standing area out of where the seats are for the down light show, sort of off in the corner, about 30, 40 feet in front of the Sphinx temple, there's a little pad. There's a metal tube sticking out of it like this, just off the ground, just sort of right in the corner. That's where it's unutilized itself to the drilling experiment. So they drilled down like 150 feet. This is a limestone plateau. And at like 150 feet or 130, something like that, they hit granite. This drill hit granite and returned these shards and flakes of red granite from 130 feet below the ground. And there's not natural ground there. So what the hell is down there that deep? Then it's made of granite. Right? I mean, it goes on and on. Like you go halfway up the causeway that connects the Sphinx and the Valley Temple to the middle Rumi complex, right? It's a big causeway, it goes up the pyramid. Halfway up, and it's what's known as the Osiris shaft. There's just 3 different levels that you can go into. Again, it's a special permission. There's water at the bottom, but there's 3 chambers that go down to about 150 feet, and there's big granite boxes that you go down there. And there's tunnels that literally lead off down the causeway that have never been explored at the bottom level. They caved in and stuff, but they've never been explored. There's footage of when they did pump the water out back in the day when they were exploring it. It was like a Fox channel. Taik was down there, a reporter, and two of the science or whatever. She's like, what about these tunnels? They never explored them. Sent a boy in and get her a trial, but we never looked at that's where they go. Like, there's definitely underground chambers and infrastructure down there. We don't know see if they've been explored or if there's anything in there or what happens. Just what do you think is motivation to achieve the work? Keep all this secret exploration secret, exploration, not to do there. But what sort of motivation do you have? I don't know. I mean, I think it's typical. There's any motivating view or speculation on but I know how I'd probably reiterate that Taik denied the expeditions that were. For sure, he was involved in these expeditions. Plenty of people talk about him in expeditions involved in expeditions. And again, all of this happened, 30 years ago. But yeah, I mean, what motivates people? Money, power, I don't know. And it's I don't like any real spiritual angles on these things and stuff. Hidden from us, the story. I'd like to think so. I'd like to think that goes down stuff. They talk about it regardless if it had a significant story of history. But there's a big quite early from people saying, he's a flag with plenty of money. I don't know how directly. He's a very powerful figure. I'd say this. He's also done a lot for British politics. He championed the returning of objects to Egypt, which I think is a great cause, particularly if it's there in private hands and people can't see them. Stuff that gets in Egypt's been perfect by everybody for so long. The European was successful power. Oh, it's all over the place. Yeah, all over the place. There's stuff that companies, you don't have to go back to just Israel, you go back to the Americans, the French, the English, during all the periods of occupation of the last several hundred years, Egypt. I mean, like massive are just in the videos. No, we have a country talking about how the French museum is essentially full of artifacts that were stolen. One of the sticking points is the original Rosetta Stone is in the French museum. It's been there for like years. But it's, I'm like, if it's in a museum somewhere, they have people don't understand the scope of artifacts that you found here too. There are warehouses absolutely full of this stuff in Egypt. Like some of the tombs in the Valley of the Kings, it's like they fill them up with all the artifacts they find in other places in the shores, because it's essentially climate control. And I hope, and I've yet to see it, that they're building a giant museum, which should be just about done. The Grand Egyptian Museum, biggest museum in the world that I understand. And I really hope that they have enough space in the States to show us all of the artifacts. They just haven't had the space to show us. I mean, there's so much stuff in Egypt, and it's been taken from Egypt. And even despite all of this, even the Egyptologists, and he will say this as well, is that it's like 70% of it is still under the museum. He thinks that you only made the uncovered 20% of what's out there. So there's a lot going on, and look, I don't know. It's an interesting sort of story to dive into the history of some of these excavations, and like I said, this is kind of goes back to my point about the pyramid realm. So I hope that whenever they do, and I'm sure some of these plans they're going to go and try and look for this chamber. I would very much hope that it gets shared. That's all. So share that information with everybody. Part of it, what is this right here? So this is the obelisk. Okay. This is the unfinished obelisk, and you talk about street marks. There's a little on top of it. And in fact, you see some of the characteristic housing stones there as well. And in fact, and there's some of these street marks are. See on the right here, on the left of the and then all the way down the trench. There you go. Oh, there. Look at this one.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so this one was never actually pulled out of the floor, right? This one started and never.
That's right. Yeah, it's not actually. In fact, it's not. This trench isn't quite deep enough. Actually, look at some scoop marks here on the wall. So what's interesting about the scoop marks is
is there any explanation of how this could happen naturally?
It's not natural. It's definitely not natural. It's not everyday. So the explanation for this is that this was the quarrying technique. You see this on the quarries. You see it around the artifacts where they've been quarried, and it's not a natural phenomenon. 100%. They say it's been made by these dolomite pounders, which honestly is out there. So they found, besides that, they found a lot of these dolomites and other stones. You will eventually grind away and remove some random pound away. I think get studies done on kind of the removal rate of stone using dolomite pounders, and I cover it on my videos with the quarrying. There's a lot that doesn't make sense when it comes to this particular quarry. So you can see a number of different quarrying techniques in play as the Aswan quarry, the oldest being.
How far is that obelisk from
About 500 miles. So that's generally the. So this is like the general characteristic of layout. You see these scoop marks all over the place, right? They're all on the floor that we use for stuff. You see those other forms of quarrying too, and higher layers. You see chiseling, and you see wedge and chisel. But you also have these test pits. I probably have this example, but so these test pits that go down, some of them 30, 40 feet, they're like cut straight down into the stone. They're like most of my stuff on this video, but so see, this is like that's what's right over the top of this, and this is done using those scoop marks as well, which sort of starts to belie the challenge. Like, how do you get in there and out, crouch down, fairly wide enough or broad enough for a person to stand in there, let alone get down on their crouch down and pound along the floor and then remove the material. material out. These go straight down. And what they're probably for is probably for testing. Right? When you're looking for a giant single piece of granite, you're not going to find that on the surface of the granite out. It's inferior up there. It's going to have cracks. It's going to have defects. When you cut down into the core of these quarries, this is the highest quality stone. It's got the large crystal inclusions, and that's where you can find stones of the quality good enough to cut like a single piece of rock that is great. So these test bits would have been done looking for like how deep do we have to go to get these blocks in, which is opens up a whole bunch of other problems. A lot of Egyptologists don't credit the old yeah, and see tons of cleverly more. These are really cool. You can see how it was done. Yes, the quarry is really is a good studio. Start to see stuff. So in some areas, there's really interesting particular block. Okay, this is probably the best one. So it's tough to see. You see that, yeah. So there's an unfinished piece that's not the big one, but there's one on the side. So and it's sort of cut out, and it goes in underneath. The
What's your wild guess?
Oh, so I think some of the stuff is done. Wildest guess is, I mean, I would open up the range from 50,000. I don't think it's necessarily just before the underground. It's a possibility that the civilization that might have done some of this might have been thinking of the underground. But I actually think, given the extension of the human timeline, given the possibility that it may not have been just us, it might have been other species of hominids, potentially involved, I don't know. I open up that window to like other species of hominids. Well, Denisovans, Neanderthals, we have a complex genetic history. So us ourselves, our species is now out potentially 800 miles. That's based on morphology. Studies into teeth morphology, studies into like when we split from a common ancestor with the Neanderthals, like the DNA train. From a fossil record, the oldest human remains from the a couple of recent studies looking at the rates of dental evolution, that DNA go much further, towards a million years, but 800 years. We're also finding that our history is more complex. We have the discovery of the Denisovans, which are the recent there's a whole other species of hominid. And there's some evidence of tool use, and sophisticated tool use. There's a jade bracelet, this is an artifact that has billboards in it. And the one other thing that I've learned recently is I always thought that like Neanderthals couldn't talk. That was I thought, our studies found Neanderthals in the structure of the throat and they couldn't talk. I think that's recently been reversed. I think now there's evidence that they couldn't talk. And we don't know anything about this. We have a couple of bones that are so we don't know that. And you kind of need speech to organise this civilization. At least we do it verbally. Graham Hancock might argue that maybe some other communication body and some other mechanisms. So just again, it's in speculation. I don't rule out consider the concept of a lost ancient civilization. I'm not saying aliens, but I think it could certainly have involved other types of humans. We've got all the elongated skulls as well in South America. That's a real interesting phenomenon. Graham, I've heard him talk about the fact that some of those people, they may have had other faculties that they've created or achieved some of the stonework. I prefer well, he gets attacked for this endlessly, but he says that it's possible that they achieved some of the things they did through other faculties, not just telepathy, but telekinesis and stuff like that. There's stories that seem to go along those lines. I prefer to take the technological angle, just given that we have evidence of some of the tools and powerful tools being used, and achievements being made, like these 1,000+ ton statues. I mean, God, I think I was telling you at dinner last night that there's a quarry in Egypt that had they have been 5,000 tons. Right? You know, there's stuff up to that scale that seems like they were moving. And it's crazy that it's a mini plane. So I don't rule out the possibility for what that civilization could have involved other species of humans. We're the last humans. There are other humans. We killed off the rest. We're the last humans.
Are you aware of the evidence on the fuzzy on this, but there's some sort of evidence that was found that basically says that our DNA or our telomeres on our DNA, the telomeres have been like capped or something happened where there's evidence that like a pre-civilization could have possibly had a lifespan that was like 10 times our lifespan or something.
Yeah, there's some really interesting.
There's like a very stark difference between our DNA and the DNA that's found in the
Probably in Jim's
yeah.
and other closest relatives. So there's, I'm not 100% familiar with the telomere that I've heard that, but I've always been fascinated by the work of guys like
Lloyd Pye, that's the guy. That's probably heard about this.
Yeah, so Lloyd Pye is he a great lecture online called Everything is Technology. He was probably more well known for being the keeper of the Star Trek skull, which is an interesting aspect, but he was genuinely interested also in it's interesting, but he was interested in human origins and human evolution. He wrote a book on it, and I will say that he does do the old Anunnaki thing. He does go down the route of what's his name, Sitchin, Sakurai Sitchin. So he sort of follows that. But I mean, I don't think Sitchin was correct. I'm not really a believer in the Anunnaki stuff, but no, I think Sitchin was probably pretty with how he translated his translation. That's a long story with Sitchin, but not to say that possibilities of that. The work that Lloyd Pye did made it interesting from the perspective of potential dimensional being. He was sort of hinting at the fact that we might be genetically as a species. And there's some evidence, at least from it, and he was looking at the evidence to support that. I think we have a different number of chromosomes, right, than other species, than our closest relatives. Right. And when you look at the DNA structures, it almost looks like we've been engineered, like they've been tied together in kind of a. There's a few genetic oddities about our species that Lloyd Pye was suggesting might be indications that we've been engineered. So it gets into that detail. I'm not an expert, it's been a long time since I've read through it.
It flies in the face of that.
It does in a lot of ways, but there are sort of other examples. I have something like that that have a similar chromosomal difference. It's not the only thing you can say. Like we're a weird kind of species for some of the diseases that we have. He talked about the fact that we're like one of the only species that dies of exposure. It's like we're not well engineered for that. Right. You've seen a dog since the sun. Don't look at the nuclear explosion. You go blind. No, that's fine. We go blind to look at the sun. We don't have very good night vision. We die from exposure if we're left out, without clothing and shelter and all those sort of things. Yeah. We have a bunch of really weird genetic diseases that other species don't seem to suffer from. I mean, there's even some deficiencies in our genome that push so far away from the planet. It is. Well, and that's always been true. I mean, the whole missing gap idea is you'd actually need like a dozen missing links or missing link. The idea is, there's a missing link in the chain of evolution in the human. You need more than one. Like this. To go from our nearest ancestor to the end to us, it's a huge jump. And it's actually, he points out that in a lot of cases that gets obfuscated by the way they lay out skeletons, by making skeletons of Neanderthals look more humanoid in terms of they spaced out the neck and the shoulders they had no neck and the shoulders were kind of much closer to the head. There's huge huge genetic and evolutionary gaps between us and our neighbors, not in a number of different areas. So he gets into that. It's an interesting point. Like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it one way or the other. I do rate the whole intervention theory as a possibility. So either the OG intervention theory, which is life itself and spermia, like DNA itself coming to this world by intervention, or by panspermia as an accident. Like comets could well be the progenitors of life in the universe. Like in fact, we're learning more and more about the fact that there's the amino acids and the building blocks of life could be contained in cometary material in those icy cores, or even the radioactive that could be liquid cores. Liquid water could be carried by these things, which could contain building blocks of life. And it's really interesting to think that this is the mystery that's at the origin of life. And we're definitely creatures of this planet. Like we trace our DNA, we're part of the tree of life. And it's the one, as far as evolution's gone, from single cell organisms through the dinosaurs to us, the one part of that that's never kind of changed, it's never evolved, is DNA itself. The way that life gets expressed as a technology, DNA, that's never really changed. Like DNA as a technology has not changed. It's just changed the expression. Like it's the forms and the life that it creates has changed. And there's a real mystery at the point of origin of life, like how DNA came to be. This is an ongoing field of research. There are people trying to figure this out. I personally think it's quite unlikely that it was a bunch of proteins and amino acids but I think it's DNA. It's a very complex structure. And even by saying, okay, so life wanted to see this, either it's like Prometheus style, or the average game, or it just arrived on the planet from somewhere else. All you're really doing is kicking the can down the road. But it's still going to start somewhere. But it's a possibility. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if panspermia was the origin of life on the planet. It would have been another civilization. I don't know. And I think there's some interesting lines of evidence and interesting thinking from people about the idea that it could have been a more direct intervention into evolution later on in time. I'm not saying I believe that. I just think it's interesting. It's tough to rule out some of those possibilities, especially when you study some of the stuff.
I think beyond a shadow of a doubt that we have proved that you would like to no, at least technologically.
Oh, so it's hard to say. I'm trying to disclose. But which one? So is this? Are you looking at that new 5,000 obelisk? No. If you want to see that, I do have a picture of that. I would just say that I would finish off the quarry discussion by saying that the scoop marks. So one other thing I just like to point out is that these are regular lines. You actually see it here. They start like these scoop marks start and they're consistent linear. They go all the way down and they actually go up and underneath this stone. So the stone's being quarried out the one in front of the floor, and they go all the way up and under. So it's like this one continuous tool line. I have learned beyond the scoop marks to get into the detail of why this is the pound stone of opposites is for example. And I think it's telling also that if you look at the quarrying methods that they will show you, okay, there's pounding stone, which is literally the pounding of stone, rubbing on a bit of stone, and then you go up in sophistication to the chisel approach they'll talk about, and then the other example is, well, you actually have straight chisel, whereas later in time you've got hard steel, you've got long steel, it's got carving, but also so you think of that as a sophistication goes on. But what they're extracting and the stones that they're taking out is the absolute opposite. They're using those other methods to take smaller pieces off the side of things. But the pounding stone method, the most primitive one, is also the one supposedly responsible for the biggest goddamn pieces you can find. Like it doesn't make any sense. The most primitive technology is the one supposedly responsible for the 1,000 tons of artifacts. And there's good what's known as the harbour in the quarry. You can't normally get in here, but at one time we wandered down here for a route. So supposedly this is where they would park the boats. It's called the harbour, and it's not a harbour. To me, what you're looking at is the remnants of a trench for a giant object, right? So look at this thing. So this is a piece of stone that was probably extracted. You see the scoop marks along the side. I think it's as big, if not bigger, than the unfinished obelisk. And it's in this lower area that I'm standing there, and it's called the harbour now. But I think you're looking at what is left after they've taken something out using this scooping technique. What's interesting about it is that it's got paintings. It's got all these paintings, these depictions of ostriches, or some people say they're flamingos, and there's all this painting on it. And what gets even more interesting about that stuff is when you compare, you look at this style of this artwork. It says this on this area, so it keeps going down here as well. It's a closer wall to us, it's been poured out entirely into the big trench. Huge piece of stone. That type of artwork, and I've got many more examples of this, it matches this stuff. Now, this stuff is a style of painting and artwork that is very much associated with pre-dynastic times, right? So that's before the civilization ever started. The artwork that's on the wall in that quarry matches the pottery and diagram and drawings that you see on the pottery vessels that come from pre-dynastic times. So you found the pre-dynastic times. So what this infers to me is that artwork done in that quarry is probably done in pre-dynastic time. It's done using the same art style. They use much different art style. There's other carvings in the quarry where the Egyptians did the dynastic, typical kind of Bible period and artwork. This red ochre paint with the style of carving, these birds on this thing match the birds, and there's a bunch of other examples of it. It means that it was done I think it was done in pre-dynastic times, which also tells you that it was done on the wall that was done after they pulled that block out. So you had to have pulled that block out first to expose that wall, right? And then it gets painted. So how long ago did they pull that block out? And yeah, it's crazy. So I just wanted to make that point about the quarry.
Yeah.
Now I do have a video that dives into that giant block that's been extracted there.
Let's talk about the vases. There's a lot of new shit going on with the vases. We talked a lot about the vases on the first podcast we did, and the symmetry involved in those vases. They're extremely thin, you try to lighten them, you see through them, they're so goddamn thin, and they're made out of some of the hardest rocks.
That's right.
On Earth. And they still say that these vases were made during those times, like chisels and pounding stones.
Right.
All that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Even after you come out with some of your videos and some of this stuff, no one's acknowledged it officially.
Right. Yeah. I mean, nobody's looked at that. Nobody's really said that. That there's. I mean, the hypothesis for how they were made, at least in the nature, was made the same, which is it was people running on the cross, but made one. And again, to speed run the bases, it's like they existed. Go back to well and truly pre-dynastic times. In some cases, there's evidence that they go back to very as far as 14,500 years ago. Right through pre-dynastic times, they may be found in times basically during the Old Kingdom, up to about the 4th dynasty, most of them. The majority of them were found in the Step Pyramid, like 50,000 of them. It's the 3rd dynasty structure. Then they kind of peter out. There's a few examples of vases that come from later periods, but we identify them as coming from those periods because they have very common scratching corridors. So we talked about that earlier. But these are incredible class of category of artworks, like made from all sorts of exotic types of stuff. Like I said, we talked about it before. Perfect symmetry, extremely thin. Petrie found one that went down to 1/40 of an inch, which is the quote that I've got here from him. One of the other things I always like to point out is that they're often, we talked about imitation earlier, painting. This is where you would find them, and they're ascribed to the same person because they're found in the same burial, but you have a hard stone base next to a hand-formed pottery face that is painted to look like granite. And not even, this is not a turned face, this is hand-formed. So, a lot of people, even when you get into the details of arguing about this, and people are like, okay, they made the model late, but it was just a simple lathe. It's just the idea that you keep turning the stuff and getting results. Right. I'm like, okay, so if they had lathes, why didn't they have a pottery wheel? The pottery wheel was a much simpler application of a wheel than a lathe. But it's just a facetious sort of argument to suggest that these came from the same people. I think they're irrelevant. But what's happened, and there's lots of evidence, they go way back in the time. Lots of them discovered they were destroyed. They were definitely reused and inherited. There's a depiction of how they were made. That was found in Sahara. This is what they used to basically say this is how they were made. It's basically bent sticks with weights on the side with same tips. He's rubbing at it with a hand. But what they're showing in here is the vase making industry that happened after the third dynasty. It's the alabaster vase, which is like calcite. It's a free on the base scale. It's much softer. And we have lots and lots of examples of beautiful alabaster vase work. But it's very simple. It's not simple. It's harmful. It's not precise. It's the same symmetry. They're not balanced. They don't have the same properties as the very large stone vases that seem to come from earlier times. So what's happened though since I talked to you last was that we finally been able to take this analysis to a new level. We've finally been able to get our hands on those privately owned pre-financed roads granite vases and subject it to structured light scanning. This is the first step we say. This happened at the start of this year. We've since come all the way since then. And structured light scanning is a process where you basically 3D scanning it with lasers. You can basically create a model of the artifact down to about the accuracy of about 1,000 of an inch. Take an inch part up into 1,000 pieces. A human hair is between 2 and 3 thousandths of an inch thick. You can print a paper and 5 or 6, something like that, thousandths thick. So our accuracy is down to less than half the width of the human head. So it creates an extremely accurate model of the base. Now, once you've got that model, you can start to do some interesting analysis of it. You can start to look at, okay, how precisely was this thing made? And that's exactly what we did. So this is the vase. It's actually only about yay tall. It's like 6 inches long, maybe more tiny thing. And that's it being scanned. And once we did that, there were a couple of professional metrologists, and these guys work in the aerospace industry. They make parts for jet engines and turbines and space rocket ship stuff. These are professional engineers. They're professional metrologists. And metrology being the study of all the science of measurement. So in those fields, you have to you use these techniques a lot in those fields, and it's very important. Right? You want to make things precisely. This is a good example of precision enabling functions like turbine lathe manufacture, stuff like that, right? Efficiency of jet engine, all that sort of stuff. These guys work for one of those companies, and this is what they do on a day-to-day basis. So they analysed the scan and they ran it through a coordinate measurement system. And what they found was just astonishing. Like the results and looking at just how precisely this thing was made, absolutely astonishing. And in particular, it's not just the precise nature of the surfaces themselves, but it's the interrelation of one surface to another. So making different parts of the base perpendicular or parallel or perfectly aligned with other parts of it. So the way this works, it's fairly complex, but you can sort of step through it. But the first thing to know is the base itself is an ellipsoid. You can't match it to a regular geometric shape. Right? It's not a circle, it's not a sphere, it's not a cone, it's an ellipsoid. And what you want to be able to do is match geometric shapes or regular shapes to parts of the base, so that then you can do geometry of them. You can calculate center lines and center points and how perpendicular or parallel are they to other parts of the base, things like this. So you essentially start by creating an XYZ three-dimensional grid, which helps us derive things like center lines, axes, and then we can start to compare the other parts of the base. So the way you do this in the CMM system is you match geometric shapes to parts of the base. Now, you can do that with 5. You can say, all right, we're going to match a flat plane to the top of the base. We're going to use 5 points. It's not going to be very accurate. It's not going to represent that surface very well. But if you do it with thousands and thousands of points, the more points you use as reference, the more accurately it's representing that surface. So you'll see in these slides the fact that we're using thousands and thousands of points. So in this example, there's nearly 4,000 points of reference has been used to match a flat plane to the top of the base lip, to the top surface. And then the measurement we're doing is like how close to perfectly flat is this? It's within 3,000 of it. It's very flat. Like that the flatness of that surface is within 3,000 of being perfectly flat. So very close, very, very accurate.
Also on the width of a piece of hair.
Yeah, this is the top. So then you can go further from that. Now we can look at, all right, let's look at the vase mouth. So it's that round part on the inside of the neck of the vase, if you like. And so what we're doing here is we're measuring it with a cylinder. You can see that on the left with the vase mouth there, there's a cylinder icon. And we're using like 10,500 points to match it, which is a lot. I mean, this actually has got some damage on the inside of the neck through this vase. And we can match it looking at the cylindricity. So how perfectly cylindrical is that if we have 13,000 of an inch of being cylindrical? But now that this is on it, I'll speed up a bit on this. Now that we've got that top surface, you just think of that as like an x-axis. And if you think of a cylinder sitting in the neck of this vase, we can now, because we've matched the cylinder to the surface, we can say, okay, how perpendicular is that cylinder to the top surface that we just matched? We call that the top surface is control surface A. Right? So you can see like the perpendicular measurement. How perpendicular is it to control surface A? And it's within 1,000 of an inch. 1,000. Yes. So it's basically perfectly perpendicular to the top surface. Now, top surface is A, and now we've got this base mesh, the cylinder of the base neck, and the center line of that base mesh. We can call that the axis of the base, and we can call that control surface B. So now we can measure every other part of the base relative to the top and the neck, and that's what we do. So we go on to measure, like, all right, you can match a sphere to the lower part of the base block, and we did that using like nearly 80,000 points of reference, so it's really accurate. And then what you could do is you could, with that sphere, this is what we're talking about. And this is the highest number we saw in Hollywood. It's 17,000 of an inch. So the center point of that sphere is basically within 17,000 of an inch from the center line of the plane. So it's like a couple of sheets of printed paper basically away from it. Now, it seems like a big number relative to the others. This is telling you a lot more than just like how close is that center line of the sphere. But spheres are interesting. Like if you took a sphere and you deformed it out of on the bottom of it, whatever, it's going to shift that center point dramatically, right? So what this is telling you is not only is this 17,000 is no joke, that's extremely close. The exact center point of that sphere is really close to that center line of the base, but it's also telling you just how regular that shape is. Because if it wasn't regular and that part of the base that matches the sphere, that was at all deformed, it would shift that center point all over the place. So it's telling you that it's not only is this very close to the center line, extremely close, it's almost perfectly spherical in this section. So it's a section of a sphere, that blue line, and that's the matching of the sphere. It's very, very regular. It's regular to the point where you can possibly achieve it with handfuls by hand or by eye. Like this, you know, imagine you're carving on that. And again, they don't credit the old kingdom, or certainly not people using time to use it a lathe. But even if they have a lathe, and even if you're using like a tool rest and you're trying to do it by hand, it's going to be a million dollars. This is genuinely not achievable by hand. It's an incredibly regular shape. It's a phenomenal achievement, and even though that's the biggest number you see in the report, this represents something that would require some of the very best machinery we have today to replicate, even in other materials like acrylic, stainless steel, or changes microscopically to material. We get other results. The same thing. We're matching a cone at this point to the base bottom. This is the other end of the base from the top of the center line, and we're within 5,000 of an inch of being perfectly to the top. We're within 9,000 of being perfectly parallel to the center line, using 60,000 points of reference. Like this is, it's infinitesimal. It's so ridiculously well made. It's not what we're seeing. So it gets interesting here with the lug handles, and this gets into some some of the details around how this might have been made. As you can imagine, tuning is on the lathe. You can't really do like
Right, exactly.
this thing had loads of it spinning this way. You can't, cutting it as it's spinning. You can't really create a plug-in.
Yeah. They had those after.
Yeah, you have to. Well, these aren't added. They're part of one. They're part of one.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you probably have to leave a ball nose and come back with a different procedure to make it. But we can do things like compare the matches cylinder to the lug handles, compare them to A, B, which we're doing here within the thousandths of an inch, like 1 and 3 thousandths of an inch. So incredibly accurate relative to these axes of measurement that we're taking. And then we can compare them to each other. We can create like, all right, we can make one of these called reference surface F, and we can measure the other lug handle relative to it. And again, we're within 5, 6, 7 thousandths of an inch of being perfectly aligned, parallel with the other lugs. Not only that, but it's like the tops of them. Like there's actually a video of us spinning this thing on a surface and having like a precision tolerance gauge that measures 1,000 dimensions. So zero it out on one handle, you spin it around and it just zeroes out on top of the other handle that gets perfectly same height of the feet. And that also speaks to the flatness of the bottom because it's tuning relative to the flatness of the bottom. We can measure that that's the fact that you're zeroing out this gauge. It's in some of the videos. It's manufacturers and it's hard to explain to machinists and people that understand these sort of measurements will understand it better and they'll get it. But it's interesting to think, all right, so assuming you've left a ball nose, right, to create these lug handles, you can come back with a different tool and you've got to carve away the area of the base body between the lug handles. So what about that part of the base? Because they can't be made on a lathe, it has to be made in a process. Right? And so we looked at that. We looked at the actual area of the base between the two handles. And we found the same level of precision. And this is truly remarkable. 20,000 points of reference. We looked at, we matched the cone, so we looked at how close is the center line to the center line of B, looked at center line of the neck of the base, it's doing 5 thousandths of an inch. This is really remarkable because in today's manufacturing processes, when you change tools, when you change the process, it introduces errors. This is accounted for in our modern manufacturing processes, things like making turbine blades and stuff like that. We understand that tools and process changes introduces errors, and we don't see that sort of error here. We're not seeing it. So it leads you to one or two conclusions. One, whoever made this was able to handle tool and process changes better than we did. Right? So they could deal with changing the process of the tool and just not have the same degree of error that we see. Or it wasn't made on the lathe. It was made in a single pass, which means that you're talking about 5 axes of freedom. That's a mill. So think about those CNC mills, these computerized mills that can carve a simple complex object. It's one of those two things. It has to either be not print. As far as we know, this is reductive. That's it. We're like taking it and carving it away. Right. Okay. Yes. Geopol is the idea. I don't mean right. Not print, but think about like a CNC mill, like a complex 5 axes of freedom with an arm.
Yes.
That's computerized. Like that's one of those two things that comes out of this analysis. And it's the fact that there's no single bucket precision between the base handles. It's amazing. So, and this is just the start of the rabbit hole kind of thing. Like you've got crazy here. This is a lot of fun because we made the STL file like the model available online and sort of open sourced it. And there's a cryptographer from Denmark named Martin Gist who runs this website called unsigned.io. Really interesting guy. He undertook essentially a deep sort of mathematical geometric analysis of the base, and he found some just absolutely remarkable aspects of it that I think have some extremely startling. And he kind of started by looking for like, all right, what are the other geometric patterns that we can see in the base? So what can we see? And so, he kind of started and found that it actually does encompass some of the sacred geometry that we were talking about with Randall the other day. That things like circle of life, there's actually two circle of life grids that are in here, and you can see it this way. So if you look at the blue circles that measure at point D, that's a grid based on the maximum internal diameter of the base, and you can also see that grid matches the very top of the base at point A. So it's a circle of life grid that matches the internal diameter, that matches the top of the base, and then you have another circle of life grid that matches it's based on the external maximum diameter of the base. It also matches other points of it, and this is kind of where he started. And he found that it created not only with these geometric patterns in it, but there's a bunch of these mathematically significant ratios and even algorithms and interrelationships between the shapes in the vase to the point where you could define it with a single algorithm. And the overall point here is he's proving that this vase is designed. These degrees of interrelationship between these features in the vase aren't accidental. It had to have been designed and then somehow executed in granite with just astonishing precision. So one of the basic principles that he found is sort of reverse. He's taking the object into reverse engineering. I've been looking at it, just trying to find out what is the philosophy mechanism mathematics behind this phase. And the more you dig, the more you find. So one of the fundamental principles he found in the base is the use of the radian, particularly the 1 radian angle. So this is a little diagram showing you what a radian is. It's a simple way to express it at any angle, right? You take the radius of a circle, you apply it to the circumference of a circle, the angle that it forms when you draw lines to it. On the inside is 1 radian. So if there's two, you could call something a 2 radian angle. Half a circle is the pi radian, 3.14, etc. radians. And there are 2 pi radians inside of a circle. So it's like just an elegant way to describe any angle. You can see the use of the 1 radian angle expressed here. So the 1 radian angle kind of defines the curvature and the angle at the top of the base. It's based on that circle of life grid center point. You can see the 1 radian angle is kind of defining the placement of the handles. There's a number of different uses of the 1 radian angle. And from that, he discovered something else. He discovered that not only are there radians in this thing, but the radian is the basis for an algorithm that can be used to describe all of the curvatures of the base. And this gets a little. You don't have to understand the math to understand the significance of this. The most widely used shape in the base is the circle. Sections of circles are used to describe the curves on the base, the little tiny curves on the insides of the rock and stuff like that. Now, the radius of these circles, so the size of these circles, is very tightly interrelated with each other. And it's only these radiuses. There's none of the size of these circles are accidental. They're all tightly related to each other, and they can be expressed with a single elegant equation with markers calling the radial traversal pattern. And that's the equation right there. But what this is telling you is that if there were circles or curves of a different radius, of a radius, that there's none of them. There's nothing here that doesn't fit this pattern. So it's only the circles of this size that fit this pattern. It's based on this. It uses radians. It fits this radial traversal pattern. Right, so you can see there's 14 different, or 12 or 14 different circle radiuses and radii that are used. They're all related to each other. They're connected to each other through this algorithm. There's that 432. 432 is here as well. And so this is the point to take home is that this isn't accidental. You might be able to find 1 or 2 degrees of mathematical interrelationship in an object by accident, but to find 12 tightly coupled degrees of mathematical interrelationship in an object like this is not accidental. Mark actually said in the article, said it'd be more likely for you to wake up one morning and have an entire new universe or quantum universe sprouting out of your left nostril than it would be for this being. It's not accidental. It was designed. And in order to prove this, he went ahead and said, well, you know what? Let's make a model. We're going to go into CAD. We're going to build this base using just this algorithm. Using these circles with this algorithm, make it perfect. And then I'm going to compare the base model to the CAD model that's built using just the math. And he did that, and the median radial deviations and the difference from the actual model of the scan phase to the model he built using the maths was 9 micrometers, which is 0.3 of a thousandth of an inch. Like that's the average deviation, like of a thousandth, so like it's 3/10,000ths of an inch. Which is at that point we're talking about degrees where we don't know if it's an imperfection in the scan,
Right.
or even in the base and stuff. We can't tell the limit of resolution
So we can measure.
Yeah, so you got to also remember here that some of these circles we're talking about, they range from about 42 millimeters in size down to 1.1 millimeters small. So you have circles, arcs of circles that fit this pattern that are 1.1 millimeters in radius, which is kind of crazy, right? Very small.
What was Randall saying when you pulled this up the other day? He was like kind of freaking out.
He was. I don't think he's watched all of the videos. I'd love him to see. I want to talk. I haven't had a chance to take him through it, and I'll probably do that on Taik.
But he was kind of losing his mind when he saw this because he saw something very similar with the radius of these circles compared to some of this plasma technology that we're talking about.
Yeah. I think he would. This other stuff is interesting too. The fact that other than the radial traversal pattern, we also see pi, golden ratio, see other sacred geometry in here. So the image on the left shows you pi to within 0.1 of a degree. The image on the right shows us the golden ratio squared to within less than 0.1%. I'm sorry, not degree percent. Less than 0.01% accuracy with the golden ratio. There's actually the golden ratio shows up in a number of places. I'll just use a couple of examples here. It also has encodes pi to within 0.1%.
Can you explain what the golden ratio is? People?
So people don't know golden ratio is the aspect or the ratio of the universe. The golden ratio is a fundamental principle of the world. Like it seems to be an encoded ratio that is it's encoded from DNA up to the formation of galaxies. It's 1.6, etc., etc. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's a ratio expressed by living things that also can be found by basic geometry. We went through with the Randall Carlson podcast about how to define the ratio, but it can be expressed in the human body in terms of how it grows. The length of your hands down to the gap in the gap in your wrist here. And that's one part of the ratio. The other part of it is down to here. The ratio is a line that is dissected where the ratio of the small to the large is exactly the same as the large to the whole. So it's hard to think about, but it's like take a line. The point where you dissect it, where the ratio of size is of the small piece where you've dissected it, the ratio of that to the larger piece is exactly the same as the ratio of the larger piece to the whole. So it's like A and B, B to A is to A plus B. That's the equation for it. And it's expressed in life, right? Everything that grows, organic material, the human body, conch shells is the famous one. It's the Fibonacci sequence is attached to this. You take a cross section of the DNA molecule, you find the golden ratio. It's in the spiral helix of the DNA molecule. It's in the structure of galaxies. It seems to be a fundamental constant in the universe. And that's why I think the fact that it gets expressed in these artifacts, and it's in fact this sort of geometry, even radians themselves, they're showing us, the builders of this are showing us that there's a language behind this, that they're showing us their capabilities. This vases, to me, represents something of almost like a time capsule. It's like something that's sent through time to us that is expressing the degree of knowledge and understanding that its creators had of the universe and of their system, even their system of mathematics. I have a slide on this later, but there was I want to finish talking about the base because there's some interesting implications about the maths that we've been going through. I'm not doing it just for the sake of maths, but come back to that time capsule in a minute. But so when you think about the design of the base and how it's been made very precisely in Rosegraph, and there's a mathematical design that's behind it. We get to a point where we're like, all right, so the precision, the complexity, the depth of interrelation between the features really rules out random chance. This artifact was 100% designed. And it's like, okay, so how can you design this? Can you design it on paper? Remember that there are circles that have a radius of 1 millimeter, basically. Imagine if you try to draw that at scale. I'd challenge anyone to try and draw a circle with a compass that's got a radius of 1 millimeter. See how you go. And then be able to execute that down to thousands of inch. Remember, it's made extremely precisely. You might be able to draw it out on a piece of paper that's as big as a room, but then you still have to scale it down somehow. It's got to find its way to an output somewhere. You've got to be able to carve this thing in granite somehow. I think the best way, and Mark proved that the best way to design this is mathematical. It's designed with the math. You express it with an equation. Once you've got that equation, you've got that mathematical design, you have to then do the same thing. You've got to get it to output somehow. So how do you take it from a design to an output, and into an output of a system that is extremely accurate like this? Just be able to make something like this in rose granite require some of our very best precision lathes and precision mills. And you're talking about extremely sturdy and curved bearings, rods, and turn screws. It's a whole lot of capability in this, right? It's been made with astonishing precision. And the fact that we know that because of the area between the base handles, right, that it's extremely precise. Like they didn't lose positional calibration when they changed tools to make the base handle, or it was made on a 5-axis mill in a single pass. And this is kind of where that evidence and logical leads. And I like to use this. I like to quote directly from Mark's article where he wrote about this, and this is what he said. Quoting Mark: "As far as we know, no human beings, trained animals, or natural occurring phenomena, modern or ancient, take mathematical formulated equations as input and produce lathe operating motions as outputs. From all the knowledge and insights we've accumulated over the ages, we know exactly one and only one category of things capable of such behavior. The kind of thing that we refer to as a Turing machine, a device capable of taking input, holding state, performing operations on held states, according to predetermined principles, and producing output." And you can make Turing machines mechanically, pneumatically, electronically, hydraulically, but we call this class of device a computer. And no plausible way of representing, operating on, or manufacturing the design of this artifact exists without having access to it oneself. He's saying that you cannot have made this without the use of a Turing machine, aka a computer, being able to take that design and produce the output to get the result that we see. It's a very interesting statement.
That's a mind fuck. That's what I like to call a mind fuck.
Yeah, and it did fuck with the mind of one of these engineers that did the original analysis. I remember talking about the metrology at the start, one of these aerospace engineer guys.
Yes.
So Mark does this. And this guy's name's Nick, and you look up, he's like, Mark puts out his article. So it took me, you got to read this article a few times to figure out the math to really digest it too. So for me, this is validation. I'm like, this is magic. This is confirming some of the things I've long suspected. I've held this particular for a while, but all right, there was technology in the past. Nick, he was amazed by the metrology. He was like, this thing's incredibly precise, scratching his head. But it wasn't until he really sort of chewed on Mark's article that he's like, he calls me up one day and he's like, dude, I have to talk to you about this. This thing it's keeping me up at night. Like, I wake up in a fucking sweat thinking about this base because you could tell it kind of shattered his worldview. It like changed. It's like, I can't explain this or rationalize it without this type of technology. What the hell is going on in the past? And he said something to me that I was like, I put into a slide here, which I thought was really interesting. And some of the things that I've said, that I think this artifact is much more than just a simple page, right? It's encoding sacred geometry, which is the very fabric of the universe. And I think it's telling us a tale of the creator's capabilities, their elegance, their knowledge systems, right? Even their mathematical systems, like they might have a base radiant system rather than a base 10 like we use, which is an elegant mathematical system. But what Nick said to me is like, you know what this reminds me of? He said it reminds me of the golden records that are on the Voyager space probes. Right? So when the space probes went out in the 1970s, they had these golden records, and it wasn't like we wrote this information, but we used mathematical principles geometric principles. We even use the radioactive decay of I think, uranium atoms to provide a launch clock. We gave them all these clues based on different principles of maths on these vases to try and convey information about our species, about who we were, about what we knew. And we sent the goddamn things out into space. I think this vase, it seems to be something like that instead of going through space, it's been sent through time. It's like one of these golden records has been sent through time to us. And if we had the eyes to see it, the ability to decode it, it's all this information that we can glean from and learn something about the past. And that's what Nick was telling me. I was like, that's a fantastic analogy. And that's truly what it is. The deeper we look, the deeper this rabbit hole goes on this thing. And yeah, the crazy thing is too, this was the start of the year we did this and we're working through it. But it's not the only one.
You guys did more bases?
Doing more bases. We have literally 20 or 30 more that we're working on now. Early results, we're seeing similar results for a lot of them, even better in terms of the pure metrology and precision. Like some of them are zeroing it out on like the 1,000 scale. We're also measuring stuff in CT machines now, which can go down to the micron. So even 25 times more than accuracy than the structured light scanning. Yeah, I think it's very interesting.
So this dude you were hanging out with the other day, he has like a ton of these bases. Can you show that picture?
Yeah.
Of you with all these bases? Is that the first time you put your hands on them?
It's the first time that I've me holding one here. This one actually is translucent. You can see through the light that goes through. But this is the collection that we're working on. I've been extremely fortunate, and I do want to. I'm not going to name names, but I'm very grateful to people that have been inspired by this way work, and they have the means and the ability to go out and collect these things like this, because these are artifacts that can be bought on the antiquities market and across the world. But I'm extremely grateful. Well, some of them, up to like $70,000, $80,000, $100,000. The more provenance, the better usually. Some of them as low as like a few $1,000s, but mostly the good ones, we're talking 5 figures, if not 6. And I'm very grateful too that they're willing to have them look at that one. Of course, the goal is to get into the museums and to look at some of those artifacts. We're working on creating a standardized process that we can then propose to museums, and we have some very good interactions happening, and very hopeful that in the very near future we'll be able to get into some museums that do allow this type of research. They're willing to work with us. The Museum being one of them, they've got a number of artifacts that would totally fit within this. And I think this technology and this technique is not have to use it on bases. I'd love to see it done. We want to scan those drill cores that we looked at earlier and really define that spiral groove. We want to be able to, I'd love to see this used on boxes and statues and be able to really do complex geometric modeling and analysis for those things. So I think we're just on the tip of the iceberg when it comes to learning more about
statues of Luxor, for example. Those things were analyzed similar, not obviously under those techniques, but Chris Dunn pointed out that the statues of Luxor were
and the way we've done that is with photographic and photogrammetry. But even the smallest of the sort of relatively small statues, the 6-foot statues, I think we can scan down to this level of precision, and we can define just how precise they are, how regular the curves. I think there's tremendous things we can learn from this technology, and I think that's exactly what I think we should be doing. Because who knows what it will turn out. I just think we should be following the evidence wherever it leads, no matter how much it kind of upsets the apple cart in terms of the established story of history. So, it's really interesting stuff, and this has been a huge project this year. And the people that are waiting for more base file STLs, they're coming. The analysis takes time. Like, this stuff doesn't happen overnight, so the process is ongoing. I know there's some interest in writing a paper. Scientific papers probably coming. But for me, it's the first time I think we've genuinely got some very hard evidence that is very hard to argue about significant technology being deployed to make these things. Because the challenge is out there. I would love anyone to make one of these. But go make one. If you think you can do it by hand, go for it. If you think you can even machine it with a tool made out of acrylic, go for it. If you think you can get down to these numbers, and trust me, machinists and people that work in these tolerances understand just how well this thing is made. I want to see it. I would love to see people attempt to make it and even come close, because I just think that we're light years away from this idea that these things are going on in this road. And again, remember, these go back to Korea.
Do you think there'll be any sort of like attempts to suppress the kind of stuff that you guys are looking at, or like dismiss it, or
Yeah, there's already been dismissed.
what do they stand? What do they say?
Well, mostly it's been like, oh, the base is fake.
It's a fake page.
Yeah, which Alex Dunn in the, so one of the engineers has done some similar videos about this, but I mean, that's the only thing they can come up with. The side of the base is fake. It's like, do you think it was the base on the problems on this particular base goes back to the 1980s? Some of these bases problems goes back to where in terms of they have no history, go back to the 1800s. But even in the 1980s, I think you'd be challenged to make something that precise out of rose ground. And if you think you can make it today, that precise, with that much, with all of that maths that's behind it, everything else, try and make it, and try and see how much that costs you to make it, and then try and justify that by the cost it's going to, whatever you think you can sell it for on the particular market. It's actually damaged. It's the thing, it matches almost perfectly, in fact, to the eye exactly. Lots of pre-dynastic bases you can find out. In my video, I show a bunch of like it is the same shape and size as many pre-dynastic bases. Obviously, there's a variety of shapes and sizes when it comes to these artifacts, but I mean, just calling it fake is about the best argument because they can't handle it. Well, somebody manufactured it, and I mean, things do happen. Like people try and sell fake artifacts, but it's like it's ridiculous to think that you could do that cheaply, or it's not. Look, this is not something that's made in some like backyard workshop in China or India, and then mass produced and sold on the market. It's ridiculous. If you think it's fake, try and make one. See if you can get it here and how much it costs you. I just think it's a facetious argument with nothing behind it more than the desire to dismiss this because it doesn't match their worldview. No one's arguing with the controller. Like nobody can challenge the controller. The scans out there in the rail, it's public. If you want to do it, you want to figure it out yourself, the scans right there. You can make the same calculations Mark made. You can measure it for yourself. You can stick it in the CMM and work out the data yourself. So it's all repeatable. The best people come up with it's not fake or sacred geometry is word is the other thing I've heard, which we talked about in detail. Randall, like sacred geometry is the fabric of the universe. Knowledge of that is what essentially comprised the mystery schools of this is like the way you see the world. Like the idea that sacred geometry is good, that's the only other thing I've heard. Like, I see the way of life. Forget about it. It's just a wicked nonsense. Like, it's just people that don't like what it means, right? And they just are seeking any way to try and discredit it, associate it with the crazy ideas whatever. It's like, I don't care. And I think all these other bases are going to put proof to what happens. Like there's bases here that have been scanned and problems going back to the 1800s. If that, bundled enough, one of these bases that happens to be on this table and is owned by this collector and is being scanned and analysed happens to have been brought up in one of the videos that were made just like debunking this work as an example of a real base. So we'll see what this real base actually looks like. They do pick the silly example because it turns out this guy owns that base. Its provenance goes back to the 1800s, and we are going to scan it because it looks to me like it's going to show something similar. Which one is it? It's the back on the right.
The big one?
Yeah, the big one. Yeah, that's right.
So the guy made the debunking video about that.
He used that as an example, as a fake base. No, as a real base. So assuming the first base was scanned was fake. Oh, this is what a real base is. I'm like, hey, bro, let's see. I don't know what results it's going to show. I will say that not every base shows these properties. There are handfuls in the main base that did work on it, but there's often a visible difference between the ones that show these sort of precision properties versus the ones that don't. Most of the handmade stuff is alabaster, but there were still handmade hard-stone bases as well that you can usually pretty clearly tell. Yeah, it's fascinating space, right? I mean,
Are they all found in Egypt?
There is some actual artifacts from around the world that I'd love to see subjected to some of this processing as well. But in general, yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff. I mean, they got and I would like to scan other artifacts like Roman things, and I mean, typically there's not a lot of hard stone artifacts like this that seem to display those levels of precision that come from other cultures, and obviously the technologies that they're using is getting better too. But I'd love to scan them and compare them because even primitively made stuff, I don't think is going to come anywhere near the precision that they use. The best thing, I don't know of any particular examples outside of these things in Egypt. This seems to be a pretty common thing. Magna Fuente Mole, there's maybe a few others that I'd love to see scanned. But yeah, I think this technology is applicable for lots of different projects.
Yeah, they're like uncalculated civilization, right? trying to teach us something. But what are they trying to teach us there?
They're telling us that they knew, man. I think a lot of it is an expression of. I mean, we're not trying to teach whoever the hell read find the voyage probes anything. We're just trying to let them know that we're here.
Yeah, how to figure it out. Well, bro, you got to catch a flight.
I do at some point, yes.
So in about 5 minutes, we got to get out of here. So thanks for coming, dude. You fucking killed it. We did a whole flurry of podcasts this weekend.
We did. Very enjoyable, man. Thanks for bringing me out again. Always great to see you.
Oh yeah. Where can people find out more about what you're doing? Keep up. Obviously, I'm sure a lot of people listening already know, but for people that don't, tell them whether they can research online, read, books that out there, right?
No, I'm working on another probably a little bit, but yeah, Ben Van Kirkman's the name if you want to look me up. But otherwise, unchartedx.com or youtube.com/c/unchartedx. I'm also on Spotify. I'm all. You can find all my videos on Spotify, like I said. I'm throwing stuff on my YouTube now, but you can I'm on social media. I'm not super active on there, but yeah, Twitter, Instagram, that's all that's linked on the website. Pretty much all the videos, YouTube's and
Yeah. The Twitter drama going on.
I don't play that, man. I wouldn't be on social media if it wasn't for this stuff. But yeah, there was some. I did get some enjoyment out of some of the things that sort of happened on Twitter yesterday.
It's so funny that there's people on Twitter just for that stuff, and there's people like you who are just on there just to show the stuff you're doing in the real world.
Yeah,
it's so funny when you see those two worlds collide.
And I ain't got no time for social media nonsense. Honestly, I'm not spending time on social media looking at what people say about what.
Yeah.
I think Twitter's meant for arguments. It's literally engaged for conflict. It's so stupid. That's its nature.
Well, I'll link everything below, and thanks again. What are you working on anything new right now that's coming out soon? What do you got going on in the pipeline?
I'm taking a look at the Serapeum here shortly. I've just got back from England, meaning to talk about the stone circle stuff. But that's a lot of research involved in that for me as well. But if you look at the Serapeum that's coming up, plus I haven't really done a video talking about the Osiris shaft. I have some other structures up there in South America. Yeah, I'm almost working on things. There's another base video coming about the recent scans and some data coming about those.
Were you filming when you were down there in Sarasota?
Yeah, a lot of people. Okay. Not me. Yes, this was a chance for me to see these things in person, handle them in person. It was the first time as you said, that I've ever got to handle them like full units. You can find pieces of them in Egypt and like really just but yeah, the first time I actually could handle them, yeah, it was a thrill. I'm really thankful to that guy for letting me play with his toys.
Tell him to at least put a seatbelt around him.
You want a lot of falling off the front seat. I wasn't there. He said it's fine. It's maybe bad. I think the fat ones are probably okay, but some of this one in here that's like translucent thing. I think, that was expensive.
Wild shit, bro. Well, we'll get you back in the next year. So
cool.
Thanks again, and goodbye, everybody. hottest topics right now that I want to talk to you about was this new earth-shattering technology with these plasmoids and plasma energy that you are working on with Malcolm Pendle. Everyone really got like tipped off about this when we did that episode with Joe, your grandma Joe, right? And then, well, you can explain better than I can, but what happened with that?
Yeah, well, the subject of, we're talking about ancient civilizations, and they have potentially an energy source that they were utilizing. And that's always been a fair question, and one that's been in my mind for many years. And I had mentioned a few things to Graham that I had, had some conversations with a scientist that had been working on developing energy, an energy system based on plasma, which is, of course, state of matter. And at the time, I'm thinking, what I've heard and seen so far sounds promising, but I'm not qualified yet to opinion definitively on whether or not it's valid and viable. So I was very tentative at the time, and I knew at the time that there was going to be some testing in the pipeline. It was going to determine whether or not this technology got there. So I kind of was tentative. I was not too open about it, but I did disclose some information, maybe more than I should have at the time, in terms of the specifics, where his lab was and all of this. So as a result of that, it kind of led to one thing, kind of led to another. And he actually came to America to meet up and
Okay.
So we met and we spent a considerable amount of time where he was tutoring me in the science and technology. The reason I had originally connected with him was because, in this work I had done in sacred geometry, he had seen some of that had been posted by my friend Brian Young from recordings of lectures I had given 15 or 20 years ago. He'd seen some of that, saw that the geometry I was talking about had much relevance to the science and technology classes. So because of that, he reached out to me, and we're going back about 8 years ago. So we had regular conversations over a couple, 2-3 times a year, where he was giving me updates. And then, at the end of that, so that was sort of what led up to the comments on March and Joe Rogan's. Now, in the interim, I had had an opportunity to talk to an Australian author by the name of Rabbi, who is one of Australia's leading authors and investigative reporters. So Malcolm said I should read a book that was a fiction book, but a lot of it was actually drawn from Roland's investigations of Malcolm. So, and it turned out that Roland Harry and Malcolm were friends, because Roland spent 4 years investigating Malcolm's claims and looking at some of this stuff that had come up in the 90s and early 2000s, where he was in basically, because his background was geochemistry, and he was an oil prospector by profession. He was exploring alternative energies, like going back to stuff like the kind of stuff that you would trace back to people like Tesla and Victor Schauber and others. There's a whole succession of these inventions throughout the 20th century, and even in the 21st century. One of the most recent was Ken Schultz, who did a lot of research into plasma energy and how plasma energy might be used as an energy source. So I was starting to dive more into the Tesla stuff, Victor Schauber, and some of these other, Stanley Meyer, and some of these others that have been doing this kind of work. And it seemed like, yes, the more I learned, the more it seemed like, yeah, these guys seem on to something, right? So that just made me have more confidence that Malcolm was, if he's in that section, in that kind of research and building upon what they've done, that gave me a sense that maybe it's not as incredible as it may at first seem. Okay, so Roman Perry from Australia. I had about a 1 hour-long conversation with him. He sent me a copy of the signed book. And in this conversation, he basically said, yes, I spent 4 years investigating California. Essentially, what happened was, he discovered it in the oil deposits, and one of the big oil companies, he has a license in the oil, and one of the big oil companies that overstated their reserves were getting in a lot of trouble because of that. They saw that he would be in the water, and they coveted that particular oil deposit. And so what they did was they began a whole campaign to try with journalists and politicians, primarily in Tennessee, which is where the oil deposit was discovered. And as a result of that, there was a whole smear campaign launched against him to discredit him with the objective in mind of scaring, maybe it was a nut job, scaring away investors, right? Because he was wanting to try to raise money to do this drilling. And he had several investors on board. Well, this whole thing turned into this kind of a scandal. Politics, conspiracy theories, all of this. And finally, what happened was this oil company got caught. They got exposed, and the board of directors resigned. Yes, we do. I would prefer not, but I could. I just don't feel like going extra cancer. But if they're out there want to do some digging, they'll find out what it is. Which company was very well known oil company. And the entire board of directors resigned in 2003. But Malcolm was so basically discouraged, disappointed, disgusted over the whole thing, with politics. He decided that rather than going forward and trying to push forward on the drilling, he was just going to go back to what he had been doing in his free time for nearly 40 years, which is exploring alternative things. Literally since he was like in high school is when he started. So he spent 7 years isolated, writing up his notes and forming some prototypes. And then these prototypes were tested, and the principles turned out to be valid. The prototypes did what they were predicted to do. And since then, since he came to America, we had one of the things we did, and I have it right here, we did put together a 143 slide show that goes into all of the principles, which I'm still working on because there's a fair amount to it. Just like one of the things I kind of compare to is maybe we go back 120 years and the advent of alternating current electricity. Some of the basic applications can be relatively simple, and you don't need to necessarily know all of the physics behind it, right, to be able to use it. You can, for example, rebuild the engine of a car without necessarily knowing all of the physics of an internal combustion engine, right? Where it was at was, after the Roman appearance, asked me to come back. Well, so in the interim, as I said, I was over here, I was here, and we had set a date for me to be on the show, and on the yesterday or whatever, me, both from Georgia, up to Austin, Texas, myself, Brad Young, George Howard, has been one of the key researchers in the underdrives impact hypothesis. He runs the Cosmic Dust website. He was the one who organized the Cosmic Summit. Oh, wow. Kind of same. So George went with us, Malcolm came with, because he was here, and I obviously was not going to just be sitting in a hotel room, so I went back he wanted to go with us. And then Stephen Tuggle, who's kind of my assistant, that helped me out with stuff. So I think there's about 5 of us guys. We drove out there, went to Boston, and then I go to the ROTHSCHILD the next day. I called him up and I said, Joe, it just so happened you wanted talk about this energy so I can bring him on, and he could probably explain and elucidate some of this stuff better than I could, because I'm still kind of a novice. I'm very much a novice at this stage of my understanding. So he said, sure, bring him on. Okay, so fast forward an hour, we get there, we go to the studio. Joe's producer has looked up and found some of this stuff. Part of the smear campaign. And they plugged that down into his desk. So basically what happened was the substance of the interview went from talking about the science and technology of plasma years to visualization, all of the conspiracy theories and politics and scams and all that. And as it proceeded, I'm constantly trying to steer the conversation back to the science. Joe was kind of in a back
From the start, he started questioning about this stuff.
yes. And I don't blame him a bit. I mean, it kind of came as a kind of surprise. I knew this, I'd seen enough of this stuff. When I had my conversation with Paul Perry, we talked about it, discussed it, he explained the whole backstory and all of that. And, Malcolm's an eccentric genius, just like Ben was saying in our conversation. Ben Berkman was saying, talking about a lot of these guys, start thinking into their personal life. You're going to find, look at this particular Tesla. He was very antisocial, and let's say we're going to try to discredit Tesla's work by attacking Tesla. We got to be able to separate the two. And so, by the end of the interview, as it's proceeding, I'm getting more frustrated because I'm talking about the science. And I've got these great slideshows that put together. I keep trying to pull the attention back again. And we go right back into it and bring something up. And Malcolm got defensive. And so by the end of it, I'm just, and then plus, in the process, I knew that there was some testing in the pipeline that was going to be basically kept under wraps until the results of the testing. It was not going to be made public until the testing was complete. Some of that stuff kind of came out in the heat of the exchange. It wasn't supposed to come out. And I'm thinking, at the same time, well, the way this is played out, we didn't get into really a deep dive into the technology at all. And so I'm thinking, this is going to be crazy. If this goes on, it's crazy.
Did he ever come around and during the conversation and sort of calm down and actually?
Yeah, a couple of times when, Malcolm made some claims about things that happened, and Jamie is over there, pulling it up, and here it comes right up, just exactly as Malcolm said. So there's a couple of points where, Lambert and there's a couple of points where Joe was like, wow, he was actually able to see some of the stuff, but it's just the way it played out. So after the interview was over, we're wrapping up to leave, and Joe called me aside and says, would it be okay with you if we didn't air this right away? So I confessed, but I said, yeah, absolutely, sure, don't air it. We've had a chance to go through this, and I did mention that there's going to be, for the next few months, 3 to 6 months, there's going to be some testing going on independently. And why don't we wait and see what the results of this test? And so a lot of that testing has been going on over this summer. And so we have some test results in hand. And test results are coming out pretty unanimous that the technology does work. What we claim for it, it reduces the pollution by an enormous amount for any engine that's based on fossil fuel based with diesel, regular gasoline, propane, natural gas, kerosene, and we'll get into some of that. And again, I'm still at this point, like several of the physicists now witness the technology in operation. One of them, George Lund, did the annealing. He contracting with the aerospace industry and NASA, very highly credentialed, highly credible individual, third generation in this technology, which is, the preparation for that is you have to prepare veterans. We're going to launch a rocket ship. You have to make sure that veteran is prepared properly, right? So, like he said, and he kind of captured the response of a number of people that had looked into it. Was like, okay, I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but it works. I've seen it work, and so he's not the only one. And so, like I said, there's been testing going on over the summer. One of the most, in June and July, they built the first industrial scale application of the technology. And they recommended a 400 kilowatt generator, the power plant, just outside of the and we're testing there. I have test results.
Is there any speculation and or evidence that some of this technology may have been what was used in ancient times to build some of these mega structures, like pyramids or anything like that?
I think it's very awesome. And that was kind of because how I initially made those remarks on Logan's show with Brigham, because that was the subject that came up in the conversation. And so I kind of dropped that, and it's been crazy ever since. And of course, I put out a few places that I was just kind of in a holding pattern because some of the further testing. Now, at this point, some testing has already gone down, right? And there were videos. I've seen the videos. I talked to them. Well, in fact, I went to a meeting in Arkansas about a year ago, and I met some of the key people that were coming together. Saw the commercial opportunities in this. And one of these individuals, Bank, that built the prototypes and the test fees and all of that kind of stuff.
A big car manufacturer somewhere in Asia.
Yeah, there are several manufacturers that are interested. I mean, nobody is, signed on the dotted line yet, but they're waiting to see what the results of the tests. Okay. Now, a few weeks ago in Albuquerque, New Mexico, was the annual Tesla Tech conference, where all of these people interested in Tesla's technology and interrelated things all come together every year to compare notes and see who's doing what. Malcolm and George Howard went out there. Mike Robertson, who is the CEO of Compton, went down and had 3 or 4 different people independently videoing and documenting the whole thing, where they took around a 40 kilowatt, about 4,000 watt generator. They had with the technology in front of the audience. They tested. They had independent people coming in. One was from high level. Oh wow! Yeah, they are massive. One of the scientists that came here, I don't remember who he was affiliated with, but he brought a mass spectrometer. Not in the official capacity. Los Alamos was not in the official capacity, but people who worked on that level. That's what I'm saying. So they came in and you had people bringing in your own gas analyzers to analyze the fluids coming out of the exhaust and the generator. And they had to determine in other words, so they have the technology hooked up. You turn it on, you turn it off. And start the generator and take a reading. Right? Now in the test that are going on currently as we speak, in a laboratory in St. Louis Laboratory, I will be able to hopefully in the near future. They've got 2 generators. They've got a control generator and what they've hooked up with some technology so they can run both simultaneously. And again, it's bearing out. It's showing you the technology does what it's supposed to do.
What is it specifically about this technology that makes you put it into thousands of years?
Well, first of all, once plasmoids and plasmoids. The geometry thing, I think, is the thing that really brought home that possibility. Because, again, it's complicated. I don't know where to really even start. Because part of the problem is, again, my level of understanding of the technology is still, it's still in its infancy. Have me back in 6 months from now, and I will be able to talk more about it because I have been taking a deep dive because of people at that places that are also highly qualified in scientific field who are now taking their first look at it. We're kind of all simultaneously kind of like signed up for this course in plasma technology. So we're sharing and comparing notes as we go forward.
But didn't he say that? So Malcolm explained how this technology is built on the back of more sacred geometry discovered.
Well, he says that I built the foundations, he built the house on top of it. So I think he's giving me work ready for the do, but apparently comes from considerable value to what I have done. Because it all comes down to geometry. The control, geometry, the plasmoids have an affinity for certain geometries, and they are self-organized, so they cohere into an organized system. Now, once they go through the network, let's just go a little bit. You got 4 states of matter, right? Solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. Plasma is the most ubiquitous energy drum, which is probably 90% of all, well, actually, all matter in the universe, right? It's mostly plasma. The sun is plasma. Lightning is plasma. Aurora borealis, the northern lights, that's plasma. Okay, so all of these things, these are manifestations of plasma. Plasmas are being used now, industrially for a number of purposes, which I'm still learning about. But the question is, could ancient cultures have known about it? And I think the answer is yes. I think they could have. And what do they? I would say I think it's very possible that they could. Why? Well, just like electricity is such an ubiquitous phenomenon, and 150 years ago, consider what we knew about electricity 150 years ago compared to what we're doing now. It's applications, right? In the whole 20th century, you've got basically the basic principles of electricity, electromagnetism, and learning how to develop technologies from them, right? So think about all the things that we're doing with electricity right here and right now, right? Okay, so electrical phenomena, electromagnetic phenomena would be a natural thing for any evolving civilization to utilize, to exploit. Well, in plasma, you've got, going back, solid, you've got strongly bound electrons. And if you add energy to the system, like if you add energy in the form of heat to a solid, every solid will have a different melting. But if you add energy, the solid will melt. Okay, so now it becomes a liquid. The electrons and neutrons are still bound, but there's much greater degrees of freedom. And that's why a liquid will flow. A solid, instead of solid now, it doesn't change its shape because of how strongly the electrons and the neutrons are bound. Okay, but the liquid, like what's in this can, the liquid is taking the shape of the can. If I have anything else, if I pour it into that cup there, it's going to take the shape of the cup, right? Now, if you add more energy, the bonds between the electrons and neutrons weaken even more. So now you're in a gas phase, right? So you have greater degrees of freedom. However, there's still a connection. They're still bound. Even though it's a weak bonding, they're still bound. Right? Add more energy, and now you have a complete disassociation between electrons and neutrons. Now are ions, and they're freely flowing. The interesting thing about a plasma is it can be electromagnetically conductive, and it has an affinity for certain geometries. And that's the key. And the one form that is most drawn to is that of the force. Kind of a donut shape.
So when the the electrons and the neutrons and the ions. They're in the form of plasma. They're completely unbound. Yes, not connected at all.
Not connected at all.
Can you see them? Well, you can see lightning, right?
Well, yeah, you can see like absolutely. Yeah, you can see all light. Controversial, but it's been proven to exist. All light is plasma. It's a self-coherent, self-organized system of plasma. So the key is, though, with the technology here, is being able to utilize the plasma. And when it becomes self-organized into a coherent system, that's what it's called a plasmoid. So rather than just a free ocean of electrons and ions without a structure. Because once it becomes coherent, self-organized into a source, now we use as a source of energy. Now, I don't know if I can answer the detail of this information exactly correct, but that's kind of basic concept. And so what Malcolm learned was, number one, he learned how to create a plasma at low energy than lower by mixing air and water together. Where the air is pre-ionized by being exposed to ultraviolet light, roughly 100 micron wavelength, which is the same wavelength as light. It's emitted when the plasmoids are created. Now, the plasmoids are being created out of water, not air, but water, by producing bubbles. Bubbles are large bubbles you can see, but very small micro bubbles that you can't see. They're microscopic bubbles. The microscopic bubbles were a necessity because only the microscopic bubbles are perfectly spherical, symmetrical and spherical. So what happens is, and I can play a video here in a minute, what we call the bubble. It's the plasma generator. What this does is it takes this pre-ionized air, mixes it with water, and injects it into the bubbler. And there, the bubbler is subjected to alternating vacuum and compression, vacuum and compression. The vacuum creates the bubbles. The compression causes the collapse of the bubbles. And these are the most cavitation bubbles. And there is some history. Anybody listening wants to learn more, look up cavitation bubbles. Okay, so when the vacuum is applied, the cavitation bubbles picture a sphere which rotates, it has an axis. Okay? Now imagine if you take that sphere and you collapse it along that axis so that it becomes this donut shape. And imagine if in a cross section, it actually will look as if what it's doing is it's assuming the shape of an infinity symbol. Right? And so what do we got there? Yeah, there we go, right there. There we go. Look.
So this representation would be what all of the little microscopic bubbles are in the water.
Yes, except the difference is what this is showing is a collapse on one axis, and then you've got these vortex. You have a far right vortex down.
Yeah.
What's happening in this system is that the collapse is coming from both the north and the south pole and meeting at the equatorial plane. So now you can see you've got this vortex coming down with this hanging down. Okay, that picture, when you got that both poles,
Bottom and top.
bottom and top, they're meeting at the equatorial plane. And what's happening is that the plasmas are accelerating down that vortex to high rates of speed, but in opposite directions. So the northern hemisphere, it's clockwise. In the southern hemisphere, it's counterclockwise, and that's meaning at that 0 point. And this is what is now being reduced to 0 point energy. It's here's where energy harvest. And what I just brought up, let's see here if I can left here. Yeah, so here we're looking at from above. If you follow the path of this thing, it's spiraling around down towards the center. It's spiraling into the vortex. But the same thing is happening in the opposite direction to the southern hemisphere. And then if you take cross sections of it, like this is a 16-fold division of that torus. And so if you look at one of them, you have see there's your infinity symbol that's starting. Oh, wow. Which might be your first year.
It's football season, Dave.
Of course, it's like an 8-hole, right? And then you see the yang symbol as well, right? Right. Well, that kind of represents the universal opposites that come together because they, in the infinity symbol, I mean, in the yang symbol, we say it, we just look at it, it's a fixed spin. But in reality, you have to imagine that the whole system is spinning, it's dynamically in motion. See? So now the other thing is that you realize that as this spiraling plasma, electrons and ions are spiraling down this vortex, is that you're changing frequencies. So it's vibration. They're changing the frequencies, and the frequencies coincide with the frequencies of the colors of the spectrum. So that's what you got right there. And then further, the next step was realizing that elements can be arranged along the vortex. And you see the vortex is spinning down, and each of those frequencies correlates with one of the elements.
But this lady was ideas. How did this frequency correlate elements?
Well, because every single thing in reality vibrates. Everything vibrates. Your colors vibrate, sounds vibrate, everything can vibrate. Right? Everything vibrates according to certain frequencies, and every element has a different frequency. Yeah. And so he discovered those frequencies to be plotted along this spiral vortex, which is the pathway of the plasma as they're spinning down all towards the zero. And the frequency is based upon this particular triangle that you see right.
Okay, it's got matter, light,
Let's not try to get into that. We'll get pretty esoteric. Yes, now, it is not necessary because I know like one of the people that I met in Arkansas, his son-in-law is a mechanic. They sent him the specs, the components. He built the thing in his shop and tested it. See this video? Really? Yeah, it took him 5 hours to retrofit an internal combustion engine. And he sends back to his uncle, his father-in-law, he says, well, I don't know how it worked, but I hooked it up and it worked. And he put the gas analyzer there in the exhaust pipe and saw for himself what changed when you turn the technology on and then when you turn it off. So, and I'm at that point where, okay, I've seen it enough now, and I've seen it myself. I've been in the lab and seen it work. I stood right there while independent engineers and scientists with their equipment were testing. And so I watched myself and seen it. And I was already convinced because I had seen probably half a dozen videos. Because every time it's been tested, there have been video recordings of it. And I'd seen the videos from the Albuquerque at the Tesla Tech Conference. And George Howard, who was a total skeptic, he was there. And yeah, he came right there. So there's a video of him getting down. They're running a generator without the technology. And they had to do it outside because the fuels were so strong, right? Coming out, the exhaust fumes were coming out of the exhaust pipe. Were so strong to get the thing outside out of the loading dock, right? Turn the technology on within about a minute, a couple of minutes. Instead of carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, methane, and other hydrocarbons coming out, they've all gone down to just a small percentage. Some of them maybe been zeroed out. What's coming out? It's like 20% oxygen. Optimum atmospheric levels of oxygen that you would be breathing in a pristine, unpolluted, natural environment. And that's what's coming out of you.
this is 20% oxygen.
Probably not that much inside here. But if you were out in George Washington, but it's in pristine joking, it's on video. Because all this is being live streamed. So anybody who wanted to sign up, and there were people out watching this happen. Okay. He gets down, and we're joking about how we're down with this stuff in the plasma. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah, I mean, the skeptics have been having a field day. Okay, so this is the mechanic, the son-in-law that I just told you. He just finished retrofitting a generator in his shop. And I watched the video of him saying, I don't know how it works, but I just hooked it up and turned it on, and it works. So right, you can see here, this is the bubbler right here. This is in this tube is where the plasmas are being generated. And this is where a UV light, where they're pre-ionizing the air in this chamber. And the key to the whole system is the thunderstorm generator. The thunderstorm generator. That's what they call this.
So those donut shapes are being created inside that cylinder, that bubble.
Yes, that's right.
And is there just one the donut shape?
Torus.
Yeah. So is there only one of those inside that bubble?
Oh no, billions of them.
Billions of them. Wow.
Yeah, billions of them. That is a video. I don't know. Can we play a video?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. If I turn the volume down. Turn the volume down. Are you sure? Yeah. So this is Gary Link. He's in London. He's been overseeing the build out of the big industrial. Now this is a couple of years ago where they were still testing like backyard scale of things. So he's got this in his backyard. They built the thing. They hooked it up to a Honda generator. And I'm going to fast forward to some of it, but he gives a clear explanation of what's going on with this pipe. Okay, so he's pointing the gas analyzer here. And they're going to hook up, they're going to take the probes of the analyzer, they're going to put it in the exhaust pipe that's down here, they're going to feed it into the exhaust pipe. Okay. I think this is the guy who built it according to specifications. Yeah, so he's now going to uncover, so you see the generator here. And, okay, so I'm going to pause it right here for a second. Okay, so this is the ionizer. So they feed air into the top. It's subjected to UV light of a frequency of about 100 microns. And then that comes down here in this pipe. And then it's mixed with water. That comes in, and here's the bubbler where the cavitation bubbles are created. And when those billions of cavitation bubbles collapse, they emit a light. They emit frequencies of UV light, ultraviolet light, at the same frequency as the pre-ionizer chamber. And it was this pre-ionizer chamber that is the key to being able to generate the plasmas at lower energies than it would normally take to cause that disassociation between electrons and neutrons. Okay, I don't fully understand exactly how it works. Again, getting back on 6 months, and I should be able to be a little bit more,
So you have this UV. That's the word the energy's coming from. It's UV light.
the UV light. I wouldn't say that's where the energy is coming from, but the UV is emitted when those cavitation bubbles collapse. Now, that UV light, perhaps, again, my understanding of this is still in its infancy. Over here, this thing right here is where the water is. The water is fed in here and it goes down, and that water comes up here into the bubbler, and then the bubbler captures those plasmoids and feeds them into the thunderstorm generator, which you can't see. But as we go around, let's see how I fast forward here, we're coming around. Here we go. He's pointing out the flames on the bubbler. And then he's turning around. Yeah, so here he's talking, says this is the center of the whole system. This is your thunderstorm generator right here. And if people want to kind of get the basic principle of how the thunderstorm generator works to a look up the rank, RANQUE, rank filch vortex. The rank filch vortex. Yeah, and maybe see. Yeah, but actually, I think I've got a slide. So this is the heart of the system, thunderstorm river. And what it does is it separates, they group it here, it separates it into extremely hot, extremely cold, and it brings them back together. And in that, so you got a stream of plasma that's really hot, and a stream that's really cold. So it's mimicking the way a thunderstorm brings together a thunderstorm. You know, the thunderstorm, now we can bring that together with it's lightning, right? And lightning is plasma. So somehow what he does is come up with a system of mimicking the thunderstorms. And so what's the overstory here? Jump ahead here. I think we're going to it's explaining the operation of the thunderstorm river right there. Take a good look at this. These are actually there's another sphere inside the sphere. There's two spheres on each end. There's another sphere inside, and then there's a pipe or a tube, and there's another tube going inside it. Okay. And okay, so here you can see the gas analyzers. So what they're going to do is they're going to do a series of tests, turning on the technology and turning it off, and then watching what happens to the change in the emissions that are coming out. So they're looking it up and running the gas analyzer. And let's see here. We don't have the volume, so it's not exactly what part this is here. This is actually his backyard. This thing is his friend has so I've already speak up with a big shot. Could be 20. The highest I've seen is 20.9. So
is that the main reason?
Hey, what's going on for you? Okay, cool. I'm gonna see that thing that I did on Instagram. You wanna watch that? Alright. I can't hear you very well. Not that you're not telling me to do it. It's just I don't want to sometimes see it. Just enjoy the show, as they say. Okay, cool. What'd you say? I don't think that's possible.
Targeting emissions and to decrease like pollution, things like that, or are there any other
Well, that would be
benefits?
one of the main reasons. Okay, look at here. Let's see, we got zooming in on the equalizer. Let's see, so let's try what do we have to do? Just turn the technology on. Well, we just turned the technology on. You can see carbon monoxide. See, let me back up. Yes. And let's see. Okay, yeah, so you can see there. Okay, there you are. That's with the technology on.
Carbon emissions is like zero.
Let's see. So carbon monoxide is the top reading, and hydrocarbons. Let's see. So this is percent of carbon monoxide. This is the parts per million of hydrocarbons in the air. So now it will turn technology off, and then we'll see what happens as soon as he turns the technology.
This guy's a terrible king.
Well, yeah. Yes, that's why we had more professionals out in practice with that. That's what they went to do. Okay, so now it's presumably going to turn it off. It's been a couple of months since I've watched. Yes, I have to turn it off. And the generator's running, so let's see what's happening there now. Okay, so now you can see what happened. He's turning. Look here, you can see the carbon monoxide percentage going up. Hydrocarbons parts per million. Or no, okay, so he's turned it on, now he's turned it off. I'm sorry. So now he's turned the technology back. I guess I skipped close a little bit too much. So now he's turned the technology back on. So what we're seeing is that those numbers are going down. You see that? See it?
What's it say? 10, 24?
Oops. Well, he's explaining as it goes here. Let's see. But let's not spend too much time on that. Let's here's the cross section of the spheres.
So this is okay. So this is a diagram of what's going on inside the thunder structure.
Yes.
Inside of those spheres.
Inside hot gases are introduced at an angle, first expand anti-clockwise and then contract clockwise as they pass through the cavity between two spheres. This creates opposing tornadoes within both the outer and inner spheres. So again, this is available. You can download this, go through it themselves. Several people are now. This is the one I'm talking about. This is your brain-filled vortex tube. Using compressed air supply with a room temperature of plus 23 degrees centigrade. Let's see, what does that convert to in Fahrenheit? 7.3 Fahrenheit. So it looks like almost room temperature. All right, so check this out now. Okay, so you produced it at almost room temperature. You said 73. Okay, so what's happening? There's no moving parts in this thing. It simply is based upon vortex geometry, these whirling vortexes. So what comes in, this is the chamber where pressurized gas is injected tangentially into a swirl chamber. So this is the swirl chamber in a vortex tube. In the thunderstorm generator, the spheres are the swirl chamber.
So so the first part that's introduced to is the sphere. And as that begins to swirl,
Yes.
gas there?
Yes.
Okay.
Argon gas.
Argon gas. And then it begins to travel through the tubes. Right? There's two tubes. There's an inner tube and an outer tube. The inner tube is like cold air, the outer tube is
Yes. And look at the cold. The cold air is coming out at minus 15. So the minimum recorded temperature is minus 50. Steve, what is minus 50 convert to Fahrenheit? So negative 58 degrees below zero Fahrenheit is coming out one end. At the other end, the maximum recorded temperature in the vortex tube is 200 degrees centigrade. So we go from a high of 392 to a low of 50-some, almost new temperature. So we're talking well over 400 degrees separation in this tube with no moving parts. And reading up on it, one of the things that comes up on is that scientists are saying, well, we don't know exactly how it works, but it works. It's been used throughout the industry. It's used in nuclear reactors, it's used in air conditioning technology. It's got multiple applications, these vortex tubes. Nobody really knows how it works.
Yeah. These same vortex tubes are used in air conditioning units?
Yes. Well, the air conditioning industry uses them. And now I want you to look down on what's happening on this end. Right? There's a cone right here. And it's this cone that is pushing this high temperature. You see as it's coming, look at it. See what's happening is it's traveling down this tube, it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and it's ejected. Let's see, due to the conical nozzle at the end of the tube, only the outer shell of the compressed gas is allowed to escape at that end.
Got it. Okay.
The remainder is forced to return in its inner vortex. You can see this, so here it's returning. It's coming back, and it's cooling as it's coming back up the tube. A reduced diameter within the outer vortex, and it is now being emitted into.
Okay.
Now, I don't.
That's pretty easy to understand.
Yeah, but how it works, I don't know.
Yeah, where does the hot air go? Where do you hold it?
Well, it just goes out.
That's the exhaust?
Yeah. Now, I guess, say in air conditioning applications, I guess you would capture that cold air or cooling nuclear reactors. There's some adaptation of this type of technology. And again, I would research this in depth, so we need another few months.
Okay.
Yeah, here's another jet.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah, compressed air goes like 80 to 100 psi, which is 6.9 bar. Is injected tangentially. So here's going through your supply. And
Up to 1 million RPMs. Yeah, the airstream revolves towards the hot end, where some escapes through the control valve, meaning you're still spinning, pushed back through the center of this outer vortex. The inner stream gives off kinetic energy.
sorry, but you can find this online.
Okay.
And anybody who watches this, and I've encouraged people to do your own research. And really what we're trying trying to do is sort of get the group of people who are students of this who are exploring it, testing it, comparing notes, and so on.
Okay.
There's a lot of stuff to skip over here. This is
Yeah, so what's that big diagram above that? Of all these are all the elements. This is where it's just interesting.
this is the plasmoid unification model.
Okay.
And again, this is basically, this integrates all sounds, all colors, all elements. All of the sacred numbers are in this. Astronomical numbers. You look up here in the right, the sun, 864,000. And people can go through this and work this out. I had some posters, full big size posters printed up of this that I would sell if anybody wanted. If somebody wants to really get in and study this, you really want to do it up on the whole thing. You know, there's so much information. If anybody wants to dive into this,
Diagrams for the sun and earth.
down here, showing the numbers. You know, the sun is 864,000 miles. And showing how those numbers that measure the sun, the earth, and the moon correlate to these various frequencies. So, our previous discussion with Ben, we did touch upon some of this.
Right.
You know. So here's your basic diagram. Air inlet, the pre-ionization chambers, which is fed down into the plasmoid generator. Then that's fed into the thunderstorm generator, which then is fed through the carburetor to the generator. It captures the exhaust output from the manifold and feeds it right back into the thunderstorm generator.
So does this replace the need for fossil fuels?
You use fossil fuels only to get the initial temperatures to create the plasmas, and then once you've done that, it's self-prediction. But it requires something to get the energy. So the models now use fossil fuel only in the initial, but once the requisite temperatures have been reached and generated the plasmas, now it is, and I suppose, at some point, I don't know where it run down, but it can run. I mean, as long as the equipment holds up. So one of the things that's now being done, like with Georgia brushes, they're now going to go into really high performance methods. So I think the lifespan of this process is going to be dependent upon the lifespan of these materials out of which the thing is made. Thunderstorm. So in the interview, which I can put in, I had a lady in the interview who's talking about now, he's got industry contacts, so they're going to be going into like high performance materials, kind of material that we're using in the aerospace industry to build new generation of thunderstorm generators. So the pre-ionization chambers, the function of the chamber is to pre-ionize incoming air from the engine. Air is run into the chamber by a vacuum emanating from the engine that is to be pre-treated before it enters the plasmoid generator. That's the bubble. It is pre-treated by exposing the air to ultraviolet light at a specific frequency of 100 microns. This frequency is determined by the frequency of ultraviolet light emitted from the collapsing bubbles within our plasmoid generator. The bubbles collapse violently as they are exposed sequentially to both vacuum and pressure pulses, resulting from the movement of pistons within the combustion chamber of the engine generator.
Okay.
This has the effect of making the gases, this pre-ionization has the effect of making the gases more reactive by ionizing a small percentage of each gas present in the air, whether nitrogen, oxygen, or argon.
And then this all pumps back into the carburetor of the engine.
Yeah. Right. Well, yes.
And then it somehow keeps cycling through the
It's
engine.
recycling and recycling. So everything that's coming out in terms of okay, so oxygen is coming out because that's basically it's air coming out because all the other stuff, the hydrocarbons, the carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, that's all being recaptured and broken down into sort of a low energy atomic reaction. Is what it's called. They're called.
Okay, got it.
So here, here's the diagram, the schematics of the reionization chambers. So again, all of this is open source, so people can go on and you can go ahead and blush all you want about hoaxes and frauds and all of that. But while you're doing that, while these people are doing that, others are actually now building these, using these. I know there's one guy in Australia, a fella, very smart fellow, who is building his own machine by using the schematics, and we should soon be hearing from him what his results are. Here's again a cross section of the schematic of the bubbler and all the parts that you would need to build one. Right here, all the part numbers that you need to put the thing together, and team that's come together around this is totally open to helping. Backyard mechanics and home experimenters want to try to build a small scale of this technology.
Okay, yeah. So it's been proven. It's been done. Some of these backyard engineers have done it. They've gone,
Well, the first one we saw,
yeah, right. So what are the ultimate implications of this technology?
it will massively increase the efficiency of any engine in general. Anything that runs on fossil fuels will be the efficiency will be massively. It's one of the things that's now been demonstrated repeatedly. It massively increases the efficiency. And like George Russell says, once we have cars that are retrofitted with this, he put it, he said, like, instead of cars, driving down the city streets, exhausting pollution, they'll be like mobile trees, because that's what trees do. They take in the carbon dioxide and they put out oxygen, and then that oxygen is a nice pristine forest where you've got healthy forests with trees. I mean, that's 19, 20, 21% oxygen. Yeah.
Combustion is only 33% efficient.
I think that's the maximum.
Yeah.
So all of this is available for people to study. So I would say, good, be skeptical, but be open-minded and do your homework. Decide for yourself. Here, again, you can see this swirl. It's just like, it's very much the zone vortex, except in the Hills vortex, cold air is in a confined stream within the hot, right?
Correct.
Okay, in the thunderstorm chamber, you actually have a pipe, tube, inside another tube.
Okay.
And here, this is your swirl chamber right here.
Now, what are these depictions that Malcolm was showing on the descriptive series he's on their website, where he was basically showing this giant sort of like pine cone shaped thing. It was metal, and it was like a giant metal pine cone.
Oh, I think that's sort of one of the turbines.
It was huge. It looks huge.
This thing here?
Yes, that's up there.
Yeah. Well, that's called the Vajra Implosive Turbine.
The Vajra Implosive.
The Vajra is what the hell I was thinking.
This episode is
Well, Vajra was Indra's weapon, or Indra's, Indra. He's one of the Hindu gods. Maybe Steve would look Indra up for us and report back to us. Yes.
Indra.
I-N-D-R-A.
Okay. It can't do this.
So Indra wielded the Vajra. That was the source of his power.
When was Indra around?
Well, I mean, he's missing it, so I
Have it based on text.
well, the Vedic text.
Oh, got it. Okay. Indra. He's the king of Devas, godlike deities, and Svarga, heaven in Hinduism. He's associated with the sky, lightning, weather, thunder, storms, rain, river flows, and war. Hindu powers are similar to other Indo-European deities, such as Jupiter, Hermes, Etnas, Zalmaxas, Taranis, Zeus, and Thor. Part of the greater Proto-Indo-European mythology. Okay, there's a picture of Indra riding on an elephant with holding his or her arms out holding two of them. Vajra. They look like the Vajra.
Yes. Look at Vajra, V-A-J-R-A. So Zeus also gives their love to Vajra. Or you might say an ancient Hindu thunderstorm generator.
The Vajra thunderbolt is a legendary and ritually distinctive weapon, symbolizing the properties of its diamond and a thunderbolt. The Vajra is a type of club with a ribbed spherical head. The ribs may meet in a ball-shaped top, or they may be separate and end in sharp points with which to stab. The Vajra is a weapon of Indra, the Vedic king of the deities in heaven. It is symbolic. It is used symbolically by the dharmic traditions of Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, often to represent firmness of spirit and spiritual power. Okay. So now I have a thunderbolt that I call it, but it's
It's God of lightning and thunderstorms. That might be included right there. The Vajra, now look at the Vajra. It says here,
so Malcolm called this thing the Vajra to commemorate
so red circle head,
spherical
the red they meet in the all the top, picture the thunderstorm generator was solid, the ball shaped top.
separate.
You know, the Venus whale,
A tower,
so the oldest right is 5,000 years old, probably
5,000 people. Symbol of nature, symbol for nature of reality. Of course, not that energy, endless creativity, potency, and skillful activity. The Vajra and bells are used. Many rites by the Lama or any Vajrayana practitioner of seven hundred. The Vajra is a real polysymbol that represents many things for the Tantrika. The Vajra is a term of so this is an ancient tool.
I like that. But it was a source of power
Right.
for Indra,
Right.
as well as Zeus, because Zeus's thunderbolt was the variation of the Vajra. It's also found from Magic guys. So, let me continue on.
Yeah.
Okay, so here, this is a diesel retrofit. Here you can now, this point you're going to be recognizing the components.
Right.
There's your water intake. There's your deionization chamber. There's your plasma generator. There's your thunderstorm generator. But there's two versions, two variations. So they're still experimenting with the optimum shape and geometry of the thunderstorm generators. But interestingly, I found the pictures. People see the interview coming up with the one we did yesterday with Ben. He brings up showing us concentric surfaces.
Yes.
And I called attention to
Measuring the bases.
measuring the bases, yes. You saw there were 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yep.
Those are the optimum dimensions for the concentric spheres of the thunderstorm generators. So this one is 4, the next one inside is 3, and here we're getting up here now to the larger scale applications. Here you can see this is the thunderstorm generator with one sphere.
Holy shit, that's massive.
Yeah. So you've got the spheres here, and here's the inner tube, the smaller tube that's going up the middle of the outer tube. So this is operating again like the vortex generator. So they've got your analyzers here, your electronic control panel, there's your exhaust analyzer, so it's printing out what the results are. So this is a retrofit that says to a Caterpillar generator. And it's showing, so you got 24-inch stainless steel spheres here, and inside that is an 18-inch sphere. So there's your doubler.
And this thing works.
Oh yeah, this companies from them, right?
Well, yes.
Well, okay.
Like black hole.
So right here, it's what we call the event horizon. Is where plasmas are meeting and accumulating. What happens is they start to see each of the plasmas is has like almost like a mini black hole in the center with this very powerful implosive force, right? Now, if you assemble a bunch of them together, what happens is those implosive zero points accumulate and act as a single organized system. So the inner pipe, if you look at this inner pipe, it's going to, they ran it up. I believe, if I remember right, what they did was this one had 3 spheres and 3 pipes, but the density was so great that they take the middle one out because what was happening is the plasmas are embedding themselves into the crystalline metal of the pipes. And then somehow their zero points are self-cohering and creating this implosive force. I'm very, I'm kind of grasping here because I've seen this on the videos. It hasn't explained to me, but I can't say that I fully understand what's going on here, other than the fact that you have these millions of plasmoids forming this coherent explosive force. And then what happens is that the pipe, this was the air pipe. This pipe here is this one. So, and that right here is where that explosion occurred.
Okay, so we're looking at the picture of the inner pipe.
Yes, it's busted inwards. Inwards. It's an explosive force, not an explosive. So, if you look at this geometry here, remember the cone, how the cone separates the flows. Remember we pointed out the cone to the vortex tube?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so this is basically doing the same thing. So this is on scheme for, right here you can see the carbon dioxide. It shows the movement, concentration. You notice here 4, 3, and 2. These are the ranges.
Inches.
Yes, in this case inches.
Okay. So with the outer layer of CO2, the chamber is 4 inches wide, and the inner chamber with what's going to be a chamber? Is it with water? Gas. Okay, that's 2 inches wide.
And then let's see, plus water. It gas things. So water vapor is going into 2 inches. And it's coming out this end. It's a minus 20 inches. That's what this is. Yes. I'm going to try to explain
All that is sets of bicycle rings. So it's that pine cone module on the inside.
It is bicycle rings.
And it looks like there's some sort of equivalent aurora around that pine cone module.
Here?
Yeah. Is that feature? It looks like there's some sort of couple of light around it.
Yeah, I think there's also, okay. This is actually looking down one of those tubes that is floating. It's interesting that it's trying to create a hexagon shape.
Now, why is it so?
Because the accumulated plasmoids embedded in the metal has this coherent zero points. Now, when I come back, I'll have a better explanation of what's going on. But see, here's the thing. All of this, as this proceeds and the experiments are going on and different people are trying things, you can be an ongoing dialogue amongst experimenters and inventors and technicians and mechanics and people that are building these things and testing them and experimenting. I'm trying to understand. I mean, I've heard, PhD physicists go, okay, I see what's happening here. I don't really fully understand what's going on here. Oh, yeah. So, somebody with a PhD in physics is still trying to figure out what's going on. I'm a geologist and an architectural designer, so, don't expect me to you can give me a few more months at least.
Right.
So yeah, we're going to just speed through some of this.
Wasn't Malcolm saying something about in 1923 there was a patent for a Model T Ford using water?
Yes, there was. And I don't know the background on that. Um, but that's true, yeah, there was. I've in fact several. Um, and this is okay, so this is a basic assembly here that could be adapted to chimneys and capturing the effluents from chimneys. Now, this is a simple testing mock-up here, but it can certainly be done on a much more sophisticated level. But this was just to test, to try to see what was capable of attaching this thing to a chimney, particularly with the coal chimney.
For a coal stack,
Yes,
a power plant.
yes. And in fact, one of the companies in India that is now very interested in the licensing of this is looking at this application because they're built for coal plants. Heart and whistle is something else somebody can research if they want to try to understand the scientific background in this. I won't try to explain it now because I don't fully understand the workings of the heart and whistle. Let's see, we've got this particular.
Is this retrofitted onto the chimney stacks of energy plants, coal plants?
Yes.
Is it possible, they speculate, that they could basically get it to where it's zero emissions or zero pollution coming out of the chimney?
Yes, but that's the ultimate goal. Where it's at now, you reduce it to almost insignificant levels coming out. And here this is showing a retrofit of
And more power out of this here.
Falcon Secure MSAT plasma energy retrofit, so it can be retrofit cars. Here is another, this would be for a jet turbine. This is where it really gets interesting. And I'm not going to try to explain this because I'm still studying this, but you can see it's got, there's that cross section of the torus there. And it's capturing all of the data in this video, so you explain the idea. Right? So I would recommend that people go online, go to howto.com or Strike Foundation. You can find links to all of this. You can download the video, watch them yourself. Links to other work that supports this. There's been a lot of papers presented on plasma, potential plasma technologies. The work of Ken Schultz very much preceded the work of Malcolm. And all of his papers are available online. You can download them, you can read them. And then we will be forming a study that the people who are working with this, the farmers. This is what the scheme for a generator. So there's a lot to it.
What are the skeptics on this?
Oh, well, nothing. Other than, it's a hoax. It's just a hoax, yeah. I mean, they're not making nobody's making an intelligible argument to explain any of this away. And in fact, like I said, several skeptics who come on, look at it and understand, well, I understand. So, yeah.
What's introduced this video? All right, so what is this video we found?
This is an interview between Jerry Lane, who has been associated with the plasmoid work, friend of Malcolm's for years. He was there at this London build-out, and George Bush did the annealing of the components for the thunderstorm generator, and he was there as an independent witness to the installation of the thunderstorm of the technology. And now he's giving his response to it. Admits that he's initially skeptical. Highly credible individual. You can do the research. Third generation. And again, this is an interview between Jerry Lane and George Bush, right? The hemisphere of this project. And George has come down to visit us on site. So George, can you tell us a bit about primary fuel. So yes, sludge, what's happening is sludge heat treatment for aerospace heat treaters in the the smallest words in that, for it by it.
And was that right that you were working in English?
Yes, I can totally write that process. Well, the chemistry is just it's of this first iteration, into a rather tiny pressure, so because of material availability, the steam needs to just start with a temporary first evolution, it just mild steel. Not to the expectation that they would be unlocking price and purely to the concept. So we rather than deal with the material so that it's homogeneous, uniform, and then so to further working in every other operations going on. The degree to which everything about this is so counterintuitive, and again being asked to come out and experiment, take part in the experiment on the site today, and running the thermal camera seeing itself. It just astonishing results. The difference of 300 degrees on just a small prototype, and the bottom chamber is a chamber, it's just an elbow on this tiny system. The elbow costs 330 degrees, and the outlet height beyond it, 4 or 5 inches away, it's 30 degrees. I can tell you the conductivity of every physicist. The conductivity of copper is impossible to inches away. So it's going through for something that's 330 degrees, 4 or 5 inches away. It's 30 degrees. You can't just drop 300 degrees. Look, I've just seen it happening. Right, so that was on the first so they just called the chopper. Yes, and that's a small one. It's down at the bottom of the device. See the top of the small sphere at the top. This is the test unit. That's 330 degrees, 340 up there. Then within a few inches, some transfer by dropping down to 80 degrees thereabouts. There's no other way to explain it. The facts are there. The evidence is there. And I'm having the thermal camera up and down. I'm convinced that I'm making a mistake. I'm not hitting the right thing. But so many times, up and down, and it was recorded and showing the same thing. So that the focus is examined to download and today's user. But the same is has when it's having times good, 300 plus degrees of full top, down in 100 degrees. So it's something like that. Look at the Bible. So the Bible is possible to the elbow, 300 odd degrees, and then the outlet light exhaust, dropping down to about 117 degrees in 6 or 7 inches. And there's just everything about it, most of it goes to utility, and there's no explanation for it, rationally. To be disturbed, just the temperatures, the changes that are going on. So the diagrams that are positive from the earlier experiments and theories are proving to be exactly what's going on. And there's a lot more to learn here in terms of the behaviour of everything. I find it absolutely fascinating.
Yes, so we still got a testing on the 24 18th.
Yes.
We're on our way, that's that. You see the construction of the stuff that you can do. It's pretty impressive.
It's nice to see. So that's okay, so this is really good. And finding stage, but also, I'm more good. Okay. I ran out of things to tell, so I put it on the spreadsheet, just thinking about the applications for this. So, so again, power stations, power stations are now spitting out 20% of oxygen as their resource. Things like that. Carbon dioxide monoxide articulates from what we've seen so far in sensors, drops away to zero, or so near to zero that it's
Just to be clear, that's the sensors on the outside technology.
yes. Yes, so particularly on the chocolate, which is a small one, but it's making the point that even now that just the first evolutions of this that's working so well, that the websites are just turning out 20% oxygen as an exhaust gas. You see when they switch it off and it falls away, and then you switch it on and it comes on. So coming out in there, you go to the Swiss Mountain meadow. It's not as cheap as the exhaust on it. Yeah, that's the principle of ludicrousness, just to illustrate how absurd and yet true the exhaust readings of this are. Now, I'm as skeptical as it gets. If you don't show me evidence, I don't believe it. And seeing these results, not believe it. When I think I mustn't be stupid, I mustn't be misreading this. This thing's putting out 20% oxygen, whereas before this reading was turned on. It, nice running engine, it's 11-12% of dioxide. The engine running quite well, but it's pumping out pollution once we go ahead. If you switch this thing in, 20% oxygen, negligible carbon dioxide monoxide, and it's astonishing, but it's working. Yeah. The evidence is there. So again, returning to the patients, fitting on every power station, another big pollution issue is the shipping transport. So all the container ships as well should have these fitted to cruise liners. Same thing. This is the cargo to passengers. The trains running these, for instance, these are the companies that go through the roof. Your emissions are going to fall away to nothing. What else? The other one that is interesting, again, this is just a little thought, but where the evolution played about Venturi just to see where climate gives the sweet spot. They got cryogenic results. It was minus 50 or 60, or somewhere there. So right away, the air conditioning industry just stopped because you've got a 50-story glass office building in a city, and you put this technology down in the basement, and you'll pump cryogenic air. Straight out, so you've got the refrigerants, no CFCs, no pollutants. You're just creating cold air as a reminder of your food glass. You set this up to be pumping out cryogenic air, pumping out the 50-story building. So figure how much does it cost to run a 50-story office air conditioning for a year? How much electricity does that consume with your attendance and all the rest of it? And here's another one. Fitness benefit is on every truck we must do. Don't need 22 kilo air conditioning pump under the bonnet of your car. Sure, your car's running a tiny little plasmoid motor, as well as oxides, you use half as much fuel, whatever, you get some extra power out of it. Your tailpipe emissions are 20% oxygen. You've got to think of these cars going around the city, just smoky and horrible. Then once it's these cars, each car is just pumping out 20% oxygen. Cars also become these trees to go to the road. I think that's a lot of the medical countries who have that one in their songs. But George, that's one that you figure your car is now 25 kilos lighter, set up one for Ventures, maybe you can set this up with 2 Ventures, one for main fleet, one for cryogenic. That's your air conditioning. That's taken care of. That's no good with maths. You don't make air conditioning parts. The factory for that, convert it to something useful. You're not having to produce three-way chromosomes, do you?
That's good. Wow. How many tests do you have to do before this starts becoming something that's more mainstream used by some of these big mega corporations?
Well, those tests are ongoing right now. Like I said, there's like a major testing laboratory in the United States that's doing a series of tests that I think is going to go a long way to establishing the credibility of this. But yeah, there's several countries that are interested in the licensing. So we'll see what happens over the next 6 months. explode. If there's not, yeah, it could go in if it's not construction, part of the construction.
Why did the artificial structures?
Or you can say the beginning, but you want to know what I think is that, there's huge hundreds of billions of dollars of investment value in green energy, the alternative energy, what they call clean energy, wind and solar, and basically this makes that completely irrelevant. I mean, it's completely irrelevant if this goes on a large scale. But it may happen. I think it's going to happen simultaneously on two levels. I think you'll have this group of people, and some of the people I've seen that are very interested in this are very bright, intelligent young people that are studying physics and mechanics and engineering and things, and are getting interested in this. And so I think over the next year we'll see more of the small-scale applications. Right, like this guy Jordan does alchemical science. It's a website that he does. He's been really getting into this and studying the principles. And I just heard that I think he's going to be recommending a car, and Malcolm and some of the team are going to be helping him with that, perhaps providing some components. And one of the ideas is to basically create.
Yeah, how do you live in Canada?
Because one of the things that George was really saying here is that really the applications of this are mind-boggling in terms of
Hey, come to my Discord.
things that
My
it's
Discord.
very much where we were 120 years ago, right under wrap our heads around alternating current electricity. And
Absolutely.
you start talking about the
Discord.me/Rabbi.
well, what are the applications of this? Well, I mean,
Well, if you can just imagine, like when we first came up with combustion engines and started developing steam engines and diesel
It
engines
says,
and cars, imagine
click
if
to
you
join.
started with something like this instead, where now
It's just typed into a browser,
and I don't
Discord.me/Rabbi.
Another separate study is the history of these kinds of ideas. And again, like Malcolm says, he didn't originate a lot of this, and there were other inventors
Discord.me/Rabbi.
worked on these ideas and built prototypes and tested them. They all met with obstacles usually thrown in their way. Having a patent stolen, having very suppression. There's a whole sordid history of what's happened to these inventors and scientists that have go down this road. And that was why the whole strategy now is to open source all of this. So, there are licensed and specific applications.
Yeah.
But overall,
There you go. You just joined video. I thought you lived in Wow, so much work to get in here. What's good, big dog? Exactly. How you living, baby? Well, welcome. Always welcome in here. How are things in your neck of the woods? What are your thoughts on your Firebomb Summer Technique? Very well. Have you been interacting with the community? I would. All of the members of the community is with us. What I was thinking, what would you think of that? So you think you to get with an influencer, and when you add within their streams or buy the phone,
Yeah, you know how people have their ads that they do, like within a podcast or something, instead of like just play by stuff, like they read up or something, why is it let the video play?
absolutely. So it's not as a library. I think it's a good idea. I think we were able to find that to get one of the big streamers, perhaps even someone on Twitter, one of the people who's doing a big um, space and have them do a live read for some point or a fixed price. I think is a good idea.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be a live read, it can just be like a little trailer.
Well, if it's a video like that, that's something that you have to go through YouTube for if it's a YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. Like a YouTuber or something that a decent amount of people watch. Just something I was contemplating. I have to say, like, I want to like a real billboard, but this is like digital real estate.
Right? But like, there's a thought that I don't know, someone posts one of those really good Twitter spaces, like take Mario Nalfar or whatever that guy is, who you could get in contact with people and say, would you do a live read during your stream to have people buy and have a bunch of something and get paid X amount?
Yeah. Who is this person? Was it Bobby? That's some of the other also through the Telegram.
You know, randomly she is, but she got banned from there.
They already on every platform.
Well, I don't know if she was ever a holder. Yeah, I don't think she was ever a holder. I think she was just a member of the Telegram.
They know about the backpack. You know about the backpack? Basically, you think the backpack
That's a question that you're asking her that's probably best not because she doesn't know.
So is this a fair question, Rabbi, or this is what
No, they're just Audie and myself.
you're both, right?
Yeah, it's the one that plays podcast.
Okay. Making sure. Hey, so Audie, are you like Rabbi?
No. I'm jumping in on that. No, she's just my friend.
We went here too.
Yeah, she's part of the problem.
And
Big dog.
Benny Dog.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine if people want to do that. That's not my thing. It's cute. Tim, did you hear her? I don't know. It doesn't help that you're talking to him. Tim, are you there? I don't know.
So, it's all there. Anybody who wants to dive into the notes, the schematics, the videos, it's all there. And so, some of this testing that's going on will probably be made public relatively soon. I'm not sure when, but you get a lot of people at the Tesla tactics conference out in Albuquerque a few weeks ago. They've gone away. And they more reside over Tesla technology studies.
Tim, what are you doing?
Stuff for 10 years. He was residing in this particular conference.
And I can't hear you. Go to the Discord.
The technology. And it's on video. He's making the statement that this technology is decades ahead of anything that else. And so we'll see. But I think it's there. If this isn't suppressed, if it isn't, obstructions, sounds almost true. Well, it does sound almost true. But we'll just have to see how it goes. And if enough people get on board, see how it's good.
As far as housing of these massive mega corporations make money off this and transition this to what we need.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. I think that there is absolutely that potential for some of the mega corporations. Just for example, the coal states. It's very possible it could be one of the first large scale applications of the basic technological principle. And if they do that, if other countries are interested, there's a number of other countries that have been looking at this. This is Alpha Prospects. Alpha Prospects is handling the license. Okay. And they are a little bit some Alpha Prospects is an energy-based investment holding company. 15% of strike energy a U.S. incorporated company which has been granted a license for the revolutionary molten sea-art atomic reconstruction technology, or MSAT as the Australians pronounce it, by the Strike Foundation, which owns the intellectual property. So the Strike Foundation is the nonprofit side, and Strike Energy is the profit side. Okay? In July 2023, Alpha Prospects was granted the exclusive license to MSAT technology in Thailand. Alpha Prospects also owns 10% of the Strike Foundation. In addition, the company has a portfolio of other investments in energy. And then it goes on. It says in the subtitles here, the game-changing fuel-saving technology significantly reduces carbon emissions, set to revolutionize energy and power industries. Major manufacturers are now lining up for testing. Unprecedented data in trials, wide variety of applications, dividends expected next year. So, Jotan, I can copy this and I can leave you with it if you want to read the whole thing. I'll just read a couple highlights here. The MSAT allows for the recovery of waste energy and the removal of toxic emissions from the exhausts of industrial processes and internal combustion engines. The technology enhances the energy efficiency and emissions profile of any industrial device or process that produces heat. Aspects of this technology are commonly referred to as low-energy atomic reconstruction, or LEAR, and also plasmoid power. A plasmoid is a coherent structure of plasma and magnetic fields that's well understood in scientific literature as part of electromagnetic particle theory. Plasmoids are found naturally in thunderstorms and in the rare phenomena known as ball lightning. MSAT creates plasmoids in exhaust gases to recover waste energy and recycle it back into the system, as well as converting harmful emissions into water oxygen. The key advance is that the whole process is undertaken with low energy inputs. Splitting carbon dioxide molecules isn't hard at high temperatures, but it's expensive. Doing it at low and economic temperatures is likely to be a major game changer because it can be achieved at minimal cost. How does it work? Firstly, air is ionized using UV light and introduced into the system. Second, plasmoids are formed in water by passing the ionized air through a catalyst. Plasmoids are then generated by collapsing cavitation bubbles, which are created by a vacuum and then imploded by applying pressure. Finally, the cold plasmoid and water mixtures pass through a catalytic tornado reservoir. That's the thunderstorm generator. This comprises two spheres. The exhaust gases from the engine act on the plasmoids, and energy is released in the form of a heat that is sufficient to change the molecular structure of the exhaust. Energy is also transferred to the plasmoids, retained in the water vapor, which is then added to the fuel intake of the engine, either through a carburetor or fuel injector. In the process, energy is released at an atomic level within the exhaust stream, altering its composition and eliminating toxic chemical wastes such as carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, hydrocarbons, and other toxic harmful compounds. And finally, tests have been conducted in several locations and will shortly be ramped up to industrial scale via established partnerships with power generation companies in the Far East. The most recent tests in the UK were conducted in July of 2023. These aim to ascertain to what extent MSAT reduces engine exhaust emissions, increases engine power, and changes the temperature conditions of the engine. And so it goes on to commercial applications and shows some of the test results. This
what is he talking about with the molten sea? What is the connection there?
Well, I'm not sure on that, but that's one of the things that was a source of inspiration for Mel, was the molten sea that described the bottom of the Old Testament associated with the Solomon's Temple. And I'll have more to say on that once I get a chance to look into it a little further. But we can look here at some of the applications. This is it's on the video. If I go back, we'll just go through this quickly here. You can see the build out, starting with this, the build out in the machine shop. Here this guy is creating the sphere. And this is an interesting video. We won't watch this video, but yeah, this is how they're creating the spheres. Yep. And there's some of the finished spheres. Now, one thing I'm going to show you which is very interesting. This is the transition between the spheres and the pipes. If you take this rim right here and this upper rim, so this is the transition between, this is where the smaller pipe comes into the sphere, and only one angle works, right? With maximum, with optimum efficiency. That angle, you can measure that angle from the rim, the top rim, to the bottom rim. So if I was to draw a chord line from the top rim to the bottom rim, that optimum angle is 51.84 degrees. Is that what you do? Which I think in a point is 51.84 degrees. The optimum angle for this thing is the slope to base angle of the Great Pyramid. Exactly. So let that sink in. Does that possibly suggest maybe somewhere there's a
Now, are we getting into is there a connection here with angles or measurements to different frequencies?
Oh, yeah. And so this is, where, again, there's no proof of anything. Maybe it's just a coincidence that it worked out that they tested various angles of these transition components in the first software. But the optimum angle was 51.84 degrees. I don't know if it's a coincidence.
Very clear.
But if it's not a coincidence, if it's not, what does that mean? Other than the fact that is there may be some kind of a function there to the Great Pyramid that involves
There's many theories of the pyramid and power plant. I'm sure you've got
yeah, but this might support that. I don't know, because again, I learned that and I thought, wait a second, 51.84. I've seen that before.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you make of the theories, like the Giza power plant theory?
Well, to be honest, I haven't really studied it. And I can't, I don't like to present opinions on things that I haven't really studied into. But learning this fact was enough to make me decide to study further into that. Okay. But now, with the idea of how is it possible that somehow this was involved in the utilization of plasma energy? There have been reports of anomalous lights and even ball lightning associated with the apex of the pyramid. So again, that's more suggestive of what might have been going on here. And I think in the ongoing research, these are the types of questions that are going to come up. Now, I'm going to show you something else here. When we look at the rod drum,
Steven, is that something that you find balls of lightning in the Great Pyramid?
yeah, light illuminations, things like that.
Let's see. Because there is, if you look at the diagram of the Great Pyramid and you look at all the different passageways that move through the chambers, it looks like something that was built very similar to something like this. And I know Ben talks about how the Great Pyramid gives off this like low frequency sort of, it gives off some sort of frequency. It's really quiet. It makes some sort of sound.
Now, next time, let's take a look at the vodka. Now, remember, you saw the thing of the importance of the tone at the end, right? Technology. Look at the vodka. Could this be your scroll chamber right here? And you've got the tube running down, and you've got the tones at each end, which would suggest that the vodka was really just a component of a much larger machine. And maybe the insertion of the vodka here is basically just looking at the heart of a machine, just like Gary Lynn said when he was pointing out the thunderstorm generator. Well, here's the heart of the whole system, right? Where will these vodkas found? Oh, do you know? Many places. Yeah, there's many depictions of them.
That one on the top is super old.
Doesn't it though? Yeah.
Perfectly symmetrical.
Like you see, you've got the foods at the end. You've got the tube running down the middle. So you've got the swirl tubes right here. Could these have been part of some kind of plasma technology? Or did these all apply? I don't know. I'm just looking at it, calling attention to that. I'm trying to encourage other people. I want many intelligent minds, curious minds, innovative minds looking at this. And too many people looking at it, too many smart people investigating and looking at it, seeing the potential of it for it to ever be involved of it. That's part of what my goal is. So, and then of course, Zeus, the thunderbolt, and so note the spiral form of the body. And then, remember, when you have the floating torus and the plasmas, the plasmoids, the plasmas are whirling down in the form of a vortex or a spiral vortex. There we have a spiral vortex right there in Zeus's version of the thunderbolt. So again, I don't know, but I think it's suggestive enough that maybe it warrants further investigation and consideration in an open mind.
It just seems throwing a thunderbolt. Yeah, but it's just like that thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I have instinctively believed, and with some substantial evidence, that there has been a lot more sophisticated knowledge and scientific knowledge in the ancient world using the possibly prehistoric world. Exactly what form that took, I was never clear on. I didn't have any specific vision of what that was, other than that there's enough out there that just doesn't fit into the prevailing explanations and paradigms of ancient history. There's just too many things that are anomalous, right? Now, here's one example of what was going on with wolf racing. And what's interesting here, you go get look at the coil of the serpent. There's your coil. And there's so much here to dive into that we couldn't get into all right now, obviously. There's your molten sea. It's half of a sphere. And all of the numbers are key numbers. Like when you study those numbers, realize that those numbers were, and again, like you get these numbers, like the 432 shows up over and over again. That was the basis of the whole system of the divine kings of Sumeria, time cycles of the Vedas. It's also a number that's embedded in the Bible over and over again. Yeah, 432. And those are the optimum spirit waves of the spirit. 432. So again, I don't know. It would be worth
It be just coincidence.
sure. I'm not going
The
to
angle of that thing was 51 degrees, just like the angle of the pyramid, and just a coincidence.
I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to complain that it proves anything. I'm not going to proclaim that. But I'm also going to consider what if it's not a coincidence. Might be a coincidence. It's got to be investigated, not by somebody who's made up their mind before they looked at the evidence of what's possible and what's not possible. It's got to be investigated with an open mind. And, again, with coincidence, it becomes a matter of many coincidences are we allowed before you finally go, okay, this has gone beyond coincidence? That's the question.
But when we're talking about like some of the ancient technologies that were lost in the ancient times, for example, some of the stuff that Ben showed, symmetry, these insane pieces of these bases that are made out of hardest stones that are perfectly symmetrical within 1/1,000,000th of an inch. And the pyramid, these enormous multi-ton stones, not only moving them for hundreds of miles, but elevating them to the top of these pyramids. Is there anything that suggests that this plasma technology, obviously this technology is great for conditions and having clean position, but is there any evidence that this stuff could actually be responsible for moving these massive stones or creating some of these perfectly symmetrical bases?
Well, I have not pondered how this might apply to creating those perfect situations. Certainly, if we maybe would look up stone cutting and plasma.
Okay, so one here. There's cutting stone, plasma.
Yeah, we're already doing plasma cut stone. So I mean, perhaps we could explore the idea that at least when the quarry cutting of the stone, perhaps utilizing some kind of plasma technique.
Plasma cut stone. Here, search for this. How is granite cut today? Granite can be cut wet or dry using a circular saw or an angle grinder. Cutting wet granite requires a wet cutting saw. Okay. So just regular saw. It's not conventionally used with plasma, but honestly, it's been done with plasma.
I mean, there is that whole method. Things get rid of that.
You have a description that explains how it works. Plasma cutting is a process that cuts through electrically conductive materials by an accelerated jet of hot plasma. Typical materials cut with a plasma torch include steel, stainless steel, aluminum, brass, and copper. Although other conductive metals make it as well, plasma cutting is often used in fabrication shops, automotive repair, restoration, industrial construction, and salvage and scrapping operations.
It's interesting stuff, isn't it?
It is, especially when you start stacking it on to and comparing it to all the sacred geometry and these numbers, finding out the correlations and depictions of dogmas and stuff, text and depictions.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of it, but it's definitely interesting.
Well, I'm still wrapping my head around it, but like we talked about earlier, there is the question of the possibility of ancient civilization, which I think we haven't proved the existence of an ancient civilization in order to say that in the sense that Grant Hancock talks about. But there's so many anomalies that it's kind of gotten to the point where, for a century and a half, they've been brushing all of these things under the rug that would seem to suggest a much deeper, much more complicated, complex, and sophisticated past human civilization on this planet. And what I've now learned about the plasma technology, it seems to be like this natural candidate for being the basis of an alternative technology. And the other things, the analyzing things that we are looking at here, it looks coincidental, but maybe it's not. Maybe there's more to this idea of the body than being an implement of power, a tool of power, wielded by the god, Indra, or Zeus, or whoever it might be. Is it possible that that's a remnant of a much more ancient knowledge of a kind of a technology or a scientifically based civilization that may have not looked anything like our own fossil fuel-based civilization? That's the point, and that's the point of this that we were making in the podcast today, is that, if we're looking for in a mirror for whatever ancient civilization might have looked like, we're looking in that mirror, we're just looking for a reflection of ourselves. We might be decent. But I mean, we could go down the list. Graham's, Graham's work really is definitive. He was gone as far as anybody else has gone towards establishing a case that there is something that our modern explanations of history and prehistory are just not explaining. That they're almost deliberately ignored, and that really to me became obvious with the mainstream attacks on ancient apocalypse and the misrepresentations and the character assassination of Graham and so many others whose names we won't mention because of the fact that there could be this blowback. But they're out there. Anybody who does this kind of research is going to quickly learn all of this on their own. And that's what I'm trying to encourage people to do. Ask questions. Be skeptical, just like George Lush was skeptical up to a point. But then it gets to the point where it gets to that level where at some point you got to go, I think there is something to make a case that there's something. And I started thinking that years ago after I started having my conversations with Malcolm and things seemed to converge between what he was saying and things that I had already learned, but I didn't have the scientific foundation to say, yeah, this makes perfect sense. But I've learned a lot. I've still got lots more to learn, but I've definitely now seen that there has been multiple levels of tests going on. And now myself, I'm able to witness some of these tests going on. And with credible people who are there as much to debunk this as to prove it, and they're coming away like George, but it's counterintuitive. How does this work? I don't know. I've just seen the results for myself. So he said there's a lot of work for them to piece all this together, to unpack all this and figure out what the scientific rationale is. I think what I'll do is go quickly before we get to the end of it. Just show you the build out of the latest. Can we go back to my laptop, Steve? So here you can see the fabrication of the largest to this day scale, industrial scale thunderstorm generator. And what was this one retrofitted for? This was retrofitted to see the effect. This was onto a 400 kilowatt generator that powers. There you can see the concentric spheres. There's your bubble. Yep. Here's the power plant. That's very big again. That's the house that relation to the energy of the plant. These guys are not going to turn over and allow their big generators to be replicated with this as a next assumption. Where did you say this was again? Somewhere through the somewhere. So this is the generator right here. This is about to rip it. Yeah, so there's the circuits over the site. All of this right now. So there's the thunderstorm generator on the front. And it's being posted with the front up on the generator opposite. That is lowering it into place. And there's this group in the assembly. Okay, so this is showing how the dimensions of the proportions are critical to this thing working well. So here you have 12 inches, 1 foot. Right. We were talking about that yesterday, weren't we? Yeah, we were. And again, showing the measurement of the dimensions are very precise and constrained. And here's the bubbler up to the generator. Bubblers are down here below. There's the technology now installed on top of the generator behind it. And so now they put the Taik on it. Here's the bubbler down below. The bubbler's in place, ready to start the plasmoids. This is the type of generator, over kilowatt versus diesel generator. This is not the actual generator, but this is what's down below. That's what's here. This is now retrofitted. There's the bubbler. Yeah.
And those are all the
bubbles you're seeing are not the ones generating the plasmas.
Okay.
The micro scale bubbles are because the larger bubbles are not symmetrical. They have to be symmetrical.
Okay.
And this is part of the analysis showing what this was astounding was not so much how the heat changed the hot to cold just literally in a few inches. That was a thing because of oh wow, this is a thermal. Yeah,
This is nuts.
yeah.
328 degrees Celsius. Rick pointed out. That's 700 degrees there. Now keep going. See if he points it somewhere else and see what changes.
Well, I've got just like a dozen of these turtles in here, but I only put one for
Okay, but he keeps oh, is that the whole thing? Okay, got it.
Now that was just a still. And here you can see some of the results. So here's the Honda generating the petrol, that's regular gas. And if you look here, you can see the carbon dioxide up here was at 10:11:53. Before they turned on the technology, was 9.3%. Here it is like 4.5 minutes later. It's zero. Here's the carbon monoxide, 5.48%. Zero. Here's your oxygen. 4.66% of the fluid was oxygen. After they put the technology on 20.97. Hydrocarbons in parts per million, 199 down to 58, and your nitrous oxide in parts per million, 27 down to 4. And you can look similar. Here's Honda with tip gas. Tip gas is, this is a British thing. I think tip gas is the gas that is emitted from landfills. I know they did test that using on gas emitted from landfills. And again, you can see similar. Look at here. Oxygen, 21.37%. With mains gas and again, all of this is online posted. So here's the so this is the same data you can see right here, coming directly out of the gas analyzer. CO2 9.3%. Then over here you can see 0.0. Carbon dioxide 5.48. 0 down. Oxygen 4.66 and then 20.97. So yeah, whoa. Where did you get this? He's been to India. And in fact, I was involved in one of the conversations with Tom Carpenter. He's the head of the India Foundation. And he's the one that set up meetings with the Indian government. The Indian government might be the very first large-scale application of this technology. And I actually participated in the initial conversations with Tom Carpenter. He is the head of the India Foundation, some liaison with the French government and the Indian government. He had high-level contacts in the Indian government. He went to them with this technology. And at one of the meetings I went to, one of the admirals of the Indian Navy was there. I met the man. Indian Navy, like you saw, the short budget pointing out the potential applications of this technology on ships. Could be the Indian
Are there any other bizarre, crazy, out there applications that don't involve clean energy? Is there anything that's like outside the spectrum of energy that this can be used for, like outside of like cars or smokestacks or engines?
I don't know. I would say probably, but I got to put my neck out there in the top of the block and say yes, there is. But yeah, I mean, I'm still looking.
So what's like the wild speculation that people are talking about?
I think space propulsion. Yeah. Using this as a propulsion system. And there's one of the things that's on the drawing board now is a prototype jet engine that can be used for as a power plant in like submarines and in space. Space propulsion.
Like for rockets. Now you think there would be a better way other than just blasting rockets into outer space. And you'd think you wouldn't even need a rocket, right? You'd think you need something else that can just pull itself through the universe. Like some of the crazy anti-gravity technologies these guys are talking about, how these things bend, they fall through gravity by basically creating some sort of anti-gravity. I don't know the physics of it.
So there are concepts out there that are pretty esoteric for plasma applications, but I'm deliberately not trying to dive into those yet, only because I'm still, like I said, I had to get to high school, plasma high school, before I do that. So,
we showed a slide that we showed before that showed a big mountain, the diagram of the mountain, the rockets inside. What does that say? Earth, what? Oh, okay, so Earth diameter.
you should recognize that number, though.
Can you blow it up? Yeah, 7920. I remember that number from yesterday. Are you kidding me? I'll never forget that number. And 3960, that's the radius.
So double 3967.
Got it, okay. Now this is showing diagram of solar wind, the sun's diameter, which is 864, and radius of that number 432, rays of the sun. Solar wind leaving the sun. Okay. So essentially, like, these machines can just use energy from the sun to operate and not have to use fossil fuels to start up.
That could be what it's on. Because see, the key is you have to get matter from the rays of energy and disassociate the electrons and the neutrons. And I understand that was the function of the ionization.
Right.
Was to enable the reduction to that's what they're calling low energy. Shoot, never mind, I'm getting tired.
Yes.
I've already talked about it.
Off the, we're on the final stretch anyways, let's wrap it up.
Yeah, let's go for it.
There you go, Randy. I'll send you some. Oh, okay.
But yeah, this is definitely what I'm really diving into this. Absolutely, because this is sort of really very fascinating. But how it works, don't ask me to explain. You can see the spacecraft runs a payload delivery system, and that schematic, that floating schematic that I showed you of Japanese engines that are running on plasma energy. So that's further down the road. I'm not going to do this, but they can do that yet.
Fascinating. Thanks for showing the slides. The slides are wild. This is rockets that are housed inside some big mountain. And I guess they get pushed through that flat generator too.
I'm guessing that's what's going on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a lot to this. This is my first time I've ever done a recorded public presentation diving into this much detail on this. But it's good because, like I said, I'm very much a student of this, trying to understand it, and I think that there's multiple dimensions to this whole phenomenon. people will be exploring for years to come, and we'll be figuring out applications that we haven't even begun to imagine yet. And I've seen enough now to become convinced that it's real. And now there are dozens of people that I'm aware of that I've communicated with, that I'm aware of, that have seen it and participated in the testing. Not likely people who have a strong scientific background. So I think at this point it's past an important hurdle from the time I made those first comments on COVID. And that is these 3 levels of testing that now been demonstrated. One, what I just showed you, the requisite of the power plant, what happened in the Tesla tech conference there, and what is now happening as we speak, which hopefully soon will have real specifics of.
It would be interesting to see how this evolves and how it pans out, especially when it comes to like mainstream people in academia at universities starting to study this stuff and taking it seriously. And like we talked about before we started the podcast, being published in journals, because we've been saying that some of the stuff, the evidence of the dryas and the great cataclysms that happen there, contributing to the drastic change in climate, is being kept down in the journals.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. And what's interesting is that first 2007 paper came out proposing a dryas impact was published, I believe, was in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. A lot of the articles that have come out subsequent to that were published in the mainstream journals, and there's dozens of them. I mean, I have copies of all of them. I've read all of them. That's something I can actually talk about with a little bit more confidence, say, than I'm talking about plastic technology, which is something I've been actually studying for years. Where these two dovetail is the idea that if you've got evidence of these ancient catastrophes that have remodeled the surface of the globe and potentially caused the collapse of civilization, then we have to kind of open our minds, like we were talking about earlier. Number one, don't be looking in a mirror. Don't be necessarily thinking that an advanced civilization or a scientifically sophisticated civilization has to look like our own. Because if you're looking for a mirror image of our own, the second thing is realizing, and this is why I'm doing tours, why I'm trying to bring people into the field, and I've been bringing more and more geologists into the field to try to show them here's the evidence, and here's the language of catastrophes, like we talked about with them. So when the interview with myself and Dan, if you post that, people will be able to listen to that. Where I'm discussing this idea that there's a whole branch of this that I'm trying to get people to. It's literacy in being able to read this story that's writ large into the landscape of planet Earth. That has literally been waiting for 13,000 years to reveal itself. And we're now at that stage where we can see it. We can begin to decipher and actually read this epic story that has been waiting, eyes to see, ears to hear, and the mind to comprehend. And that's what I'm trying to do with this story. Now, this comes along and dovetails with that, I think, because we'll do more, we'll have more discussions on this, I believe, if we go further down the road. But you saw, I think, a few tablets hints that perhaps some variation of this kind of technology was already been discovered and utilized once upon a time. Maybe even in prehistory. And what we're seeing in the legends and the stories of Indra and Zeus and the Vajra and the Manas and all of this kind of stuff that would seem to apply some kind of technology. Maybe it's not just the conjurations of pre-literate, out of control imaginations, but it's actually fragments of memories of something that actually once existed. And from what I've learned up to this point, I would say I can come up with no more potential candidate for what a technology would be based upon than this. So the utilization and the control of plasma energy. What I learned confirm what I instinctively realized through my own studies of sacred geometry, that it was more than just an aesthetic, that there was something probably scientific and technological at the base of sacred geometry. Why are ancient cultures using sacred geometry all over the world to build these structures, right? Yeah, it's just, so I think we may be on the cusp of something very interesting because, on the one hand, application of this technology like George Lush, watch the interview, he's just, his imagination is going crazy thinking about potentially what could we do with this, right? Literally, the potential might be here to change the industrial landscape of the earth. I mean, it could be as profound as the shift into the internal combustion engine or the utilization of alternating current energy. And if this is not suppressed, maybe a generation from now, the landscape of the earth will look very different. And like George Lush said, if you retrofit cars with this that are now producing toxic exhaust, they're now eating carbon, emitting 20% oxygen in drop. I mean, that's astonishing if that's true. So, on the one hand, we may be looking at the window into our future with this, but take that as the past.
That's a beautiful way to wrap this up. Randall, thank you so much. I appreciate you walking us through all this stuff, and I hope people watching or listening can investigate this further, and if they want to, where can they go to find some more of this stuff?
Hunter.com, and the Strike Foundation.
Also, I'll link it all below.
Welcome.
Awesome. Randall, it's been enlightening.
How are you?
Thank you so much.
What up, Derek?
To be another round of podcasts and reaching out here maybe next year.
Derek, can you hear me? Eric. Hello. All right, we were just watching podcast. It's pretty much.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, goodbye, everybody. You were trying to explain to me last night when I was asking you about the brush testimonies and all the stuff that you were saying. I was explaining to you that I was highly skeptical of the whole thing. The fact that they made it this big dog and pony show on national television, and I always question it. When the government starts to get behind it, I always question motives and what's going on.
First, like you said, you government, there is no such thing anymore. There's no government. We're in a state of chaos. The government is organization, like you the slightest one. There's different. What you see right now happening, with the extreme Democrats trying to put in jail all the guys around Trump, that's like civil war. That's a civil war. We're already civil war. Shooting each other. But they're trying to stop during the mid-election. Huh?
It's the political war.
But it's getting real bad if you're trying to put. This has never happened in the United States. It's like a banana republic.
Yes.
It's Putin might do this, right? Putin just killed who's the guy in Russia? The one vodka guy? He only have that. Like, Donald Trump has not been Donald Trump's airplane has not been shot down yet.
Right.
But maybe that's coming. I wouldn't be surprised, would you? So,
No, I honestly would not.
so there's no difference between what's happening in Russia and what's happening in the United States. It's the same thing. It's organized crime all over the place. What it is, it's like the mafia. It's like different gangs that fight each other. Russian mafia, it's Italian.
I hear when you talk about these different gangs or like different factions of the government, like
And they're all government now. Yes, and all the government. The government, we don't have a
that's what you're talking about when you say there's a war going on in the intelligence community.
Yeah, right now, there are guys, okay, there's Trump ratings, there's Sarfati ratings. I have people in the CIA and from ex-CIA who are supporting one of them. And then I have guys who are trying to destroy them. If I get hit by a car,
Who's trying to destroy it?
Christopher Mellon's trying to destroy it.
Why?
That's a good question.
Why would he want to? If he's motivated?
Because we got into a fight with Donald Trump.
You and Christopher Mellon did?
Yeah. That's a real thing on fire. You used to come up to do a thing at the movie,
You and him were going to go to the evening rally? We should do this podcast with the evening grill on.
The guy that got
We got the big owl statue. Is this the big statue still there?
yeah,
Oh, like the owl.
but they'll never let me back. But it's true. But there was this guy, Don Rich. Don Rich is one of the top members of the media. Okay? Let me tell you about Don Rich. He just passed away. A year ago. Yeah, just about a year and a half ago. Don Rich, okay, Don Rich was born in Idaho, cowboy. He's half Indian and half Apache. And cowboy, grandfather was a Texas Ranger. He was a real cowboy. Ranch born in Idaho. And his father was a friend of Kenneth Arnold. Worked for Kenneth Arnold. Kenneth Arnold was the pilot for 1946 first Soviet flying discs.
Yes.
So Don was a little boy, like 4 or 5 years old, and was there when Kenneth Arnold came back and had just seen the flying saucers. And told him what's it. Yeah. Don heard Kenneth Arnold telling his father about what just happened, what he just saw. So right there at the beginning. Right? Yes. Okay. Well, there's some other stuff. So, of course, Don Rich was into flying saucers from the beginning. Okay, his father worked with him. So, Don, about my age, maybe 2 years younger. So, Don goes into the Marines and becomes a tank commander. See some action in South America. I forget the number. Not hard. And he gets out of the 60s. But he's an artist, he's a sculptor. So Don has a big forge. He does massive steel sculptures. Stuff. And he designed them. And he had a forge wood things. And he gets he's quite successful with Buffano, a bunch of famous, he got involved with all these famous people. And he started teaching because this is the artist. So I'm teaching the artist. So it's like the late 60s. And then this guy, I think it's probably Chip, wasn't Chip? This guy, Colonel Harry, was made up Israel. This guy now comes up one day, knocks on the door, around 1969. And Don's mother, we have a colonel in the Marines, his old brother's and there's a separate five Colonel Harry Wilson. So listen, we need you to support us. He's CIA. And in his job and stuff, he does a couple of years. He has part-time security. They give him stuff, and it's handcuffed to himself. Gets on airplanes, and gets small packages. And he's delivering stuff to the, he said, well, one time I went to China, Shanghai, and, but the French intelligence, they were 6, the Australians, it's no good with it. And they were not to be terrific. They were the plots for Roswell crash. Plots for Roswell crash saucer. also talks about when we're trying to reverse engineer all that stuff, right? So Don is, he's a model. And then at one point, Harry Wolf, Harry Wolf gives, he says, hey, keep this for me. I'm like, there was some LSD, this guy, the LSD, some LSD stuff about it, but I don't want to get into it. I don't know fully what's really going on. Don's not cool about it. But apparently Don Wolf, this guy, Harry Wolf, was also involved with MKL. That's what it is. He's having to do LSD experiments on people and stuff like that. Yeah, he was involved. He's part of it. So that means he had to be part of the treatment too. Back then, okay? This is before I knew treatment, I worked with people. So, but this is all a CIA operation, or whatever. And Harry Wolf gives it this Army Duffel Kit, AAF, Roswell, on hold. And Harry says, don't look at this, I'll be back in a minute. So, of course, it's not like, if you read, was about the struck, the movie Struck, the symbols like Egyptian hieroglyph symbols on it.
Yeah.
It's there. It's there. Yes, it's there. Wow. This is not actually a photo. And it's got it. And he takes forward. They're selling torches and everything. It's right. You can't do it. It's like it exists every time. So sometimes it pops up in these stores. So, and it hardly weighs anything. It's like it's everything. Almost generally starts like almost 40. Okay? So these hobbies, I got other witnesses, not just me, Tim, some guy I remember, Jacques Halley, and Gary Nolan, who Gary Nolan is. Okay? So, Larry Brooks with
National materials, right?
No, this is back in 1968. This is Don Mitch, so this is way before any of this stuff there. Okay. It's back in 1968, 1969. And Harry comes and takes the fact. Okay. So now, all this stuff, that's up. I am how did I get? Okay. So Don Mitch's nephew, Will Wilkie, who actually works at the Dream Pictures field of because computer animation. This kid, he's young. His nephew, that's about 6 years ago, 7 years ago, walks into the cafe GS, me and kid. He says, hey, that's got to be my uncle, because he knows about it. He's into flying sources and all this stuff. And he's very big. Wants a nice take me to it. So that's how we met. And Don, he had a library, he would stuff. God, at this point, they had a memorial. It was like a memorial for Don. It's all the time. Hiding. Don was one of the 6 guys who looked for, charge of, make sure, physically, make sure, by the police force, stuff like that, make sure everything's operating. But he might be able to see. So we come to the road all the time. But I have, they go to different camps, extras, police. Okay. And we have this camp, and there's all these cats over this camp with David Kissinger, Bloomberg, guys. I had Robert Gates. Robert Gates did the lecture on the Bible statue. And Robert Gates, this is back in 2017 or something. I don't know if Trump was president. And Gates is talking, somebody asked about Joe Biden. Joe Biden talking about Bill Gates? No, Robert Gates, who's Secretary of Defense. Oh. Robert Gates, who's Secretary of Defense of the moon. Not Bill Gates. Although Bill Gates is Republican. Oh, sure. Yeah. But Robert Gates, somebody asked him a question about what do you think of Joe Biden? Basically, Robert Gates said, Joe Biden's as dumb as they are. I know lots that are smarter than Joe Biden. He says every foreign policy position that Joe Biden has supported has turned out to be a disaster. This is back. You've heard that about nobody's Joe Biden's president. And this supports what, and I heard Gates say this. And then this supports what Trump says that when he spoke to Ted Kennedy, respect, Trump is Democrat.
Right, right.
Clinton, in fact, Trump's daughter, Chelsea,
I'd rather Jeffrey Epstein.
no, that's bullshit. Okay,
That's not bullshit.
no, I know exactly what it is. And don't tell me, because I know better than you. I have better.
I know a lot about Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. I've done a lot of research on that.
But I know too. What I know is this. Is what Donald Trump did. Jeffrey Epstein was a member of the Moral Court as a thousand. Okay. And then Jeffrey Epstein started picking on a 15-year-old daughter of one of the guys who works for Trump, Dark or something like that. And as soon as Trump found that out, he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of it. Yeah, he found out everybody, but so did Clinton, so did everybody.
Right, everybody. Right.
Everybody. But I don't think there's anything that Trump ever went to trial.
Trump is probably more connected to Epstein than anybody else.
If it was financial stuff, I don't think it was sex. I'm sure it was sex.
I don't know about that. I don't think there's any evidence of that with Trump doing that, but I think I know Trump has been to his townhouse in New York.
Of course, but they all were. So
They all were divorced. Right.
right? Everybody wants it.
Right.
I mean, Epstein, I'm sure it's my son. Epstein is my son, right?
100%. I think it's
So Epstein's job was to compromise. So they have like J.B.
yeah.
Even though Wolf himself is good, right?
Right. Yeah. No.
His buddy was good. They know. So that's true. But I do know for sure that when Trump found out about Europe, he couldn't mix it out of our water. He took it out.
Right. Yeah. I don't think Trump. There was any evidence of Trump doing any sort of business or hanging out with Epstein after he was convicted.
Yeah.
And unlike Bill Gates, who actually met up with him, well, they watched
And
him
I'll tell you something else. A bunch of my physicist friends hung out with him.
But yeah,
Stephen
Stephen
Hawking
Hawking went to the aisle.
with Kip Thorne, who got the Nobel Prize. And a bunch of other. This guy who runs Santa Barbara, the Golden Turkey. I forget his name. The guy who runs the Santa Barbara Institute of Physics spent a lot of time. A lot of them. And this guy Seth Roy, but two very physicists there. Now, I'm not saying I think when when the physicists were there, I don't think there was anything packaged.
No.
That was
He held a lot of big events there. There were a lot of people there, and that was part of his operation. It was easier to get high-level people with money like Bill Gates if you see that, look, all these other high-level academics and physicists and scientists are going there. What's wrong with me going there? Think twice about it.
well, the same thing happens in the same thing. But we're here for sex.
Right.
It's one of the supporting lessons back in the 70s, and he did the same thing that Epstein did. But he's not involved in charity. There's a good number of kids that have.
Right.
But they also get all these things, Feynman, and he's such guy, and Wolf, and he's not Hawking, picked on the old one. Here in San Francisco. Yeah, so that was, and what did you say? I'm not sure. It could be we'll probably see how they get in Washington. She went to Washington. So I don't know but it was definitely intelligence.
Right. All right.
So that's a standard thing they do. Yes.
Yeah. I want to get into the warp drive stuff.
Yeah.
Can we talk about that? Can you explain to me your warp drive theory and how that works?
I'll try. Okay. So now it's a little bit okay. If you look at Bob Lazar's universe, when he talks about gravity A and gravity B, he talks about the use of the flying saucer falling free in space.
Yes.
That's what it is. Einstein's theory of universe has gravity. Gravity is bending of space itself. It's warping of space itself. It's called curvature. Curvature of space and time. It's gravity. So gravity is space and time itself is like this
let's talk about
Prophets always think that the strength of the gravitational interaction, I don't want to say forces, the interaction is something kind of force. Gravity's not a force. But the strength of the interaction of gravity and matter is more than everywhere. Okay? And it's so energy, the concentration of energy in the body is what the stress energy density is. Will inform space-time. So, if I have enough energy, if I can shape that energy distribution properly, I can make space-time work with the way I want it to. Okay? That's what the machines do. That's what the problem has always been that when you put in numbers and Einstein's actual equations, the coupling is so weak that it's the impossible amount of energy to accomplish that task. Okay? But we know from Ryan Graves, the magic fabric, the Tic Tac stuff, what we see them doing is that's what they are controlling gravity, but it's still without some energy. So there's something missing in our physics. Okay, that's the missing link. That's what I saw, the energy. Right, yeah, it's with the energy barrier. And so the thing is this, right away, as soon as it's walking, like when Kevin and all these guys up with the blood pressure, so the thing is going hundreds of G's, that's impossible. Because inside the ship, they're weightless. Remember I told you, inertial resilience in a space suit floating in space, right? Inside, that's the correct one. What Tsar says, the ship is falling, three legs falling through space, weightless, and when you fall, you're weightless, right? Okay. Like on the spacecraft, that's on the space station, it's going like orbit, they're floating around. Because they'll run enough on the rocket engines to fly the ground. Right. So what they do, the ship is, it's like on the space station, but it has a little, maybe that little fusion there, whatever, but it has a control system where it's able to change the shape of the space around it. Yes. So it can control it anywhere it wants to go. Yes. So even though on the outside it's going at 5,000, what apparently it's called kinetic acceleration. There's no actual, the G force, the actual G density, the weightless. Exactly. Okay, outside they're all moving as if they're going 5,000 G, a billion, 70 billion miles a second. But inside they're weightless. So we understand that right away. Yeah. Easy. Right. Easy conception. Anyway, it's the flow. But the guys, the CIA director doesn't understand. It's our names, others, they don't understand. They don't explain it yet. Try to explain it. They don't understand it. Forever doesn't understand it. Ryan Graves doesn't understand it. I can explain it to him. And when I tried to explain it to Chris Miller, he didn't want to hear it. He said, oh, what did he say? This guy, Christopher Miller, he's a schmuck. He's a schmuck. And when it comes to science, what is Christopher Miller tell Jack Salvati that he knows more physics than Jack Salvati? I don't think he claimed that one. He did. Well, in fact, if he did, he said, no, you can't be so sure. He's talking about, but you can't be so sure. It's 1,000 before, you don't know. And he's never taken a physics course. And he won't get instincts, and he's a stupid guy who shouldn't be. He's a melon. And by the way, his cousin, John Moore, his cousin, the Greeks, the same grandfather, they grew up together. John's Indian, my guess is an Indian. Okay? John Moore, Senator Moore's son, his brother, his stepmother was Elizabeth Taylor. So when they were Secretary of the Navy, belonged to UFOs. So both John Moore and Chris Miller, we all agree UFOs are real as a threat. Right. Is it a threat? Of course it's how is it a threat? It's a threat because some of them are not friendly. It's any different. It's not just one. Which ones are friendly? Well, I don't know the ones that contact the Beatles would be friendly, but the ones there are people who hurt. That's what Jacques Marie's were. That's what Gary Nolan's were. They're looking at the blood. They show people died. Yeah, that's it. Now we're different. Listen, Because you see, that's the my theory. I explain it. When you have anti-gravity, if you're under a car, there's a UFO above it. You stand under it. You're radiation. Because what's going on? Okay?
Yeah, explain the blue-red shift. How that works. That's really interesting.
This is basic physics. If you have an attractive force, then you're finding what's going on. If it's a negative potential energy, and you're down toward the bottom, it's called gravity. And you want to get out of it. You want to get up, like walking up the hill.
Yes.
Walking up the hill, you have to expend energy. You're losing energy. So with light does that, light is a photon. It's a packet of energy. With the energy proportional to the frequency. So in order for the light to escape the gravity field, it's losing some of its energy, just the way you're expending energy by going through the hill. So each other's energy. So the frequency goes down. That's the ratio. So that's okay. Ratio, that's not ionized. It's lower energy. You can't do much damage. It's low energy.
Red light.
Yeah, like red shift. But with anti-gravity, it's the opposite. With anti-gravity, it's like you're at the top of the hill. Okay, the top of the hill, and you're on a scooter, you take on a skateboard, and you're getting energy.
Yes.
And that's the photons, and the photons increases frequency, that's blue, and it gets ionized. It's like a nuclear bomb, gamma rays, high energy gamma rays. What happens is the light escaping from below the thing, it's anti-gravity, right? Because it's hovering. The anti-gravity canceling the Earth's spin.
Right.
It's just hovering. So what radiation, the amount of light energy that's coming from the thing, it gets enough energy to ionizes the air molecules, it ionizes the air molecules, and that causes ionization. If it's really high energy, it's the same as a bomb. It's like radioactivity. It's like the effects of a nuclear bomb blast. Obviously, it's happened because these people are getting radiation signals.
Right. That was on, I think it was on a PDF you sent me. It really described it nicely. Where it shows you in person, and it shows the spacecraft moving towards you or away.
Oh yeah, that's the stuff I discussed. That's one of my discussions, one of my predictions. Normally, the Doppler shift, the motion Doppler shift, if a locomotive whistle is coming toward you, the pitch goes up.
Right.
And if it's going away from the pitch goes down.
Yep.
The UFO is going to be opposite. As the UFO comes toward you, if you have the right, if you're the man afraid of energy and the instruments, the Doppler, the frequency shifts and everything like that, when you see the thing is coming toward you, it's approaching you, the frequencies are going to be lower, redshift, which is the opposite of what you expect from the Doppler shift, and the opposite of that.
So it's coming towards you, the frequencies get lower. And when it gets farther away, they get higher.
And if you see that is smoking, that's a warp drive.
To warp drive.
Very simple. That's Jack Star body up the first with the That's my prediction. And Frank Milberg,
So why is it the opposite of train?
because it's just like I explained it. That was the gravity. It's gravity is different from motion. It's not motion.
Got it. That makes a difference. Yes.
So they work opposite to each other.
Right.
Okay? So that's how you can tell. If the ship is moving through air, if it's already in motion, you get a regular Doppler shift. If it's warping space, you get the opposite. So it's a very simple experimental thing that the military should have by now. But they're so stupid, maybe they have it.
But they aren't the top scientists from around the globe working for the government, working in these
No,
companies?
because they're stupid, because they don't listen to me. Because they're dumb.
Are the Jason scientists still?
No, back then, the Jasons, I didn't know any of this stuff. I was a kid, but that's many years ago.
But you don't think we still have programs like this with the super?
No, because they're too stupid. They don't. Some of them are. We now at Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory, it's done in secrets. I didn't know this until 2 days ago. A few days ago. Last week, I find out that at the West Berkeley they have this big fusion reactor, and they're testing this stuff on Asia. They haven't done it, but it's just publication. Wow. Yeah. They got it from my paper. I mean, it's what? There's a guy there, the guy in charge, PhD, Michael G. Anderson. He's in charge of the laser fusion stuff. What's like, right? And apparently, it finds a lot of reduction in which jump on it. Gary Nolan, he must have, because they pulled a paper by trees.
Okay.
So they've been working on this thing secretly.
Okay. Now, how do the metamaterials fit into this?
Okay, well, wait, that's that. Well, that's metamaterials. What they're doing in regards to it's plasma, it's fusion, what's called, it's a heavy ion fusion, plasma fusion. It's a different thing.
Right, but when it comes to the spacecraft and the way you just explained it with the ionization of light.
Metamaterial, and all these guys like Harold Pudeloff, Louis Elizondo, David Bell, they don't talk about everything. They talk about metamaterials, but they never explain how the metamaterials help. All they say is, well, it looks as though this stuff like that Roswell.
They explain like a foil that crumbles up. They like.
Well, that's what I was telling you. That's what Don Rachel had.
Exactly.
That's what he had that. But he didn't know about metamaterials. He's not a scientist. He didn't have an electron microscope to look at it. He had the stuff carried on. He didn't know. So the thing is, okay, so I have a theory that what we're working on that by pumping the metamaterial, especially electromagnetic energy, create what's called it's basically like a room temperature supercomputer. It's called a solar condensate. So it's like a laser. It's like now it's a laser, but the stuff that's laser particle, quasi particles that are just emergent properties of the material itself. So it doesn't allow it to act. It's like the material itself. But it's got quantum particle phase in its coherence. It's like it's basically it's room temperature superconductor. But the point is you have to keep pumping the energy. It's like a laser. Supplying energy. Okay. And that's us. We are that too. Biologically, we're lasers. But all the same lasers? Yeah, we're biological lasers. The math, life is the same. Very simple. This is a guy in Germany who developed this concept. I have the book too. Yeah. And so in that case, so the point is, see, this is how the consciousness of the warp drive connected. Yeah, it's all the same physics. When George Cooper in 1975 says, Jack, the CIA wants to know, one, how does consciousness work? Two, how do the flight sources work? It's Janus. It's the two signs. It's like Janus here, Janus, the scholarship. It's the same physics. It's the same. It's duality. And so let me specify as ER equals EPR. It's general relativity equals quantum mechanics.
So are you saying that these craft are operated through the mind? Like they think about what they're going to do, and the consciousness is directly connected to how these things propel through the universe?
Exactly. That's what the guy. That's what they told me. It's a conscious guy. It is conscious. This is the metamaterial, first of all, is both a conscious artificial intelligence or quantum to a post-quantum computer. It's all built into the same architecture. It's called nanotechnology. Right. Okay, what's happening there? The chips, the Apple chip, my Android chip, there's 5 nano technology. It's like my laptop, right? M1.
Yeah.
But do you have Intel?
No, I got the same.
Okay, so they're coming out the M3. It's going to be, I think, 2 to 3 nanometers. The M3 chip's coming out in a year or 2.
Okay.
Okay, so we want to know you guys how many people. Okay. And Eric, the only use for Eric Davis, I have fight Eric. Who's Eric Davis? He's a physicist like me, so he's a second physicist. He's going to write in schools. He was a military guy. So I told him how he's he's one of my competitors.
Okay, but you're smart though.
He's a schmuck, but he's all right. I've actually known this guy. I've actually known probably. Yeah, it's like Donald Trump talking about, who's the guy, the Texas Tech crews, who they were competing with something that we're right? How that was Christopher Rabbi didn't put me on his side, though. They don't have any choice because the physics, I mean, Lawrence Littleborn now saying stuff. Eric Davis was going out saying stuff out, he's crazy, physics doesn't work. Anytime he's pushing physics, which I don't know how this, physics doesn't work. So there's this conflict because they're trying to get money. It seems that money, they follow the money. Okay? But now, with Lawrence Littleborn, they can test. So if the test works, that's proof of concept. There's no question. So they're going to have to be already the fact that Lawrence Littleborn is taking them seriously. Already Christopher Nolan is smart. He'll come say Jack and Stripe and shake hands. Let's smoke peace pipe and let's start working together. You know, like what can we do? You know, like RFK Jr. said, you know. So I mean, I attacked that because the last episode attacked me, so I attacked back in terms of.
Do you think there's a plan? Do you think there's
no plan? Everybody's speaking.
There's no thing. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. The right hand knows.
The people in charge are stupid. I think they're not, you know, when they start listening to me, they get start. Seriously, there's nobody who knows more about this than I do. I mean, they just.
So you need to schmooze a little bit better.
I the Russians might be Moscow.
Yeah. Did you say you said some people here in talk to you?
Yes, twice.
Why did you do that?
Oh, this is technology. I wanted to invite me to Moscow. Right in Moscow. This was when Obama was president. Before any of his war stuff, he was still president, you know, plenty of military demonstrators, Russians, and operations. Twice they came. And first they did go a few months later, they told me that it's like, I wasn't talking about all this stuff that I was talking to the Russians. But I wanted to tell you, listen, Russians, and then they came the second time. They came the second time in June of 2016 during the campaign. They talked about Donald Trump. Of course, they do want to keep it on Trump. So that was just a political perspective.
It's on our team.
I'll send you the okay. It's on your channel 5, St. Petersburg. Which is all of my source code. And I was told somebody would give to me. I was told, basically told me that so I really like what he is. And I got right into Moscow. Noticed that. So Washington, and then I had this guy, he watches people, you know, this guy, I know that. Because you know the physicist is not the So anyway, finally,
I've watched episodes of it.
I can't get to watch the Trevor. But I told that his attention about what I'm doing is going to give it to the chief of staff instead of suite of things that he will so set and then there's like he was trying to the chief of staff of the movie those Marco and I was supposed to contact me. And this guy was a Nelson K. NASA, so he was an astronaut. They were supposed to contact, they haven't. And who else? And then, and then Ron Vidal, the other CIA guy.
Yeah, it was Ron Vidal. Jeremy Reeves mentioned that name to me.
Ron Vidal, I know him now for almost 25 years. Okay, Ronnie, I know his brother. Yes, the kid. Ronnie Vidal, okay, he's, I guess he's 50s now. Maybe 60, maybe 50s. Ronnie's uncle was some high sea. They're like the actors. Not quite. Yeah. So when Ronnie went to UCLA, I think he visited chemistry in like 1980 or so, got his PhD and his doctorate. Got his science, technology. The guy who works for this he's the guy with the dead bodies, the aliens, the guy with the blood, Gary Nolan giving them, you know, that's what they do. Just how put on this movie. These guys, they're the guys who actually the video class out of the I was actually doing it. What? Yes, that's great. It's the great. Kick me.
Okay, I'm gonna keep going. I don't want to get you off track.
Yeah, Harold Chipman. It's called Chip. So his CIA is the world. And Christopher Reeve and it's Kid. They were all in the Australia so I think it's going to be weird. And so when Ron goes into the CIA, his boss is Kid Reeve at the weird business. So the guy who wants to follow this paranormal stuff, all this weird stuff going on. So we gather. So the world network. So because of Ron's background, and also Ron at some point he's wearing one of the jobs that goes every morning to Vegas. This was a good break. And as far as I know, we're smoking. And problems. Insurance. Even one of the frequently I did today, even though in the morning the national tells you it's all these presidents played officer. When he's straight with his truck, this one, maybe I'm a guy, maybe I don't know. Let's say this guy being on his toe. So now, when Trump was president, okay, so first of all, Putin said these guys, they basically, the Jews, right before Trump said he's candidate, and the Russians asked him, what do I think is Trump's attitude on media? What do I think is Trump's attitude toward Vladimir Putin? It's in the Senate. What do I think about Syria? About Iran? I know that. But the next is some reason. And I didn't understand. So, well, that's I know this guy from inside. He's like, he's such a white guy's close friend. He's kind of he's my Trump supporter. Tomorrow on, his family very well. Private jets. So the Russians know about this guy. But that was the 2011 when he got came after. So the Russians wanted to be this smart. I have a friend in London, a friend in London, who said like a pretty trust point. And he was involved in the military intelligence. He's a guy who did it. And London. And he's been he was a special branch of the London Met. Special branch. And he's part of his job. Part of his job is to protect the Russians and internationally to provide security to the Russians. This is back here. Up until recently. And so he was telling me, he says, with the Russian intelligence, they have this person, they term, serious,
Okay.
The Russians don't consider themselves under serious person.
Interesting.
Okay? I got this bullshit from Chris Bella who comes to the physics course and people apply to do anything. I'm sure it's stuff to have. And he's telling me, it's not telling me that don't use social media. What I'm saying. Now, a company knows what I'm saying very possible. And maybe they're trying to reach it.
Well, maybe they want to tell you, hey, you wanted to show them exactly how it works.
Now,
Go around with other things.
it's too stupid. I hate that. Okay, well, let me try to class. See, one thing, if I went to the emergency to see civilians, everybody had to be quite a pictures. One is the intelligence sector. Seems like the West Coast. You have to get into the mind of to understand the information. So things like you want to do anything compromises, you gotta, you know, serial killer. You gotta think about the serial killer. Know what he's gonna do. Okay, interesting. That's what you get. Look at that. I got Christopher Nolan's enemy Jackson.
I don't understand why they won't do that.
They want to argue over Donald Trump.
It's dumb.
That's a dumb reason. But I'm going to try to be not hostile. I'm a good because I'm an RFP. I understand. I think this is the best of it. Actually, for my show, kind of like but RFK, actually, I can vote Democrat. This man is a thinking man. He's a serious person. He's an intellectual. He's older. He's his family sacrifice. He's intelligent. He's got some reason. He's a method of bullshit. I did not say anything against anybody.
No, it's talk shit about it.
And I don't say it's not true.
Right.
And some things that
That's not who you are.
no, I'm not the
Oh, yeah, you're throwing bombs everywhere. Yeah,
that's the way.
yeah. New York Jews and Brooklyn.
And Jewish mafia is mafia.
Right.
There's all that stuff. You fuck around with this stuff, I fuck you over
See, that's interesting about you. You're unlike any academic in that way.
That's a quitter. I couldn't stand them.
Yeah.
That's why I quit. I quit academic 15 years
Do
ago.
you feel that there's sort of like,
It's a bunch of pompous assholes. I mean, I was smart. To be
right,
well,
they don't
just
have,
guys, and a lot of them are idiots.
but a lot of them aren't, you
And
mentioned,
a lot of them are communists.
you mentioned this briefly earlier. You said that, you're reading that this quote out of the book over there, that they wanted scientists who weren't afraid to speculate. And what I see, so what I see in academia and some of the most respected scientists and people in academia that are studying this stuff is they hate to speculate. They don't like to talk about their feelings on things or their opinions on things because it can taint the science, it can taint the facts.
And also, there's another reason. The real reason, that's the trouble. That's the bullshit. The real reason is that they're going to lose their evidence. So, the real reason, every academic I go, they don't know about it. Most of them, they're all constituents and all sports. And to some extent, I think they're more to say that it's better than that. But the thing is that that's the way it is. He just said, next time I got it, I'm like a Catholic. Not even regional six. It's regional six, a Catholic side.
Right.
It's regional six.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Do you feel like kind of like an outcast of academia or an outcast of physics in general?
Yes. Oh, no, I'm an outcast. I'm an outcast by choice. Just a fucking organization. And also, I had CFAs. But, okay, so it's not like that. You know, what it's like is this upper called Hearts and Zets, which is actually people out there. And so I much the higher the kid, the Hearts and Zets. So he's crying so anything. But they're all really memories of love. It's all satire. That was all like the bill. Because of the experts, the purpose. There's a song, The Pirate King. I am the Pirate King. And I'm selling for to see my prayers and walking around the royal way. I've seen a few more ships shooting to the road with pirate ones and two. But many a man on a first class throne, he wants to hold his crown his own. A Spanish trooper grew with dirty wood from the line. Okay, this is a good song. So I'm like the pirate king. And at the end, of course, the album, I go backwards and forward and take over this country, take over this country. So listen, I'm Ivy League. I'm a puppet. I'm a white privileged guy. I'm Jewish. I'm what's a, definitely white privilege. Ivy League school. Privilege. Okay. What is this? I have toxic masculinity. And we're going to take back the country.
Yeah, you're radioactive to this.
I'm radioactive, man. It's not radioactive. But see, no, so that's not the.
This is why it's easy for them to dismiss also.
Yes, because the Communist Party. Okay, now let me explain something. I'm not going to involve, but you know what you're doing. A country, what running like the country's falling apart. They're right here, homeless people down.
I'm shocked how little homeless there is here in San Francisco.
Oh no,
No one's telling me how much of a dystopian hell.
Wait, no, you understand. You're right now in a it's like feudal. It's like you're right now in a privileged area of the city.
Right, see all military authority.
And all with my next door neighbor. Steve Jobs, there's some guy not far from here. There's all kinds of powerful people looking here. And, I mean, if something happened to if I called the cops and you see there's something, maybe the cops will be in 2 minutes. Yeah. All right? It's not that way. Yeah, right. So, as I say, it's my friend, like Michael Corona, friend of Jerry Brown, who's a philosophy professor at San Diego State, when I was the president, says, we're looking past the job of the Titanic and past the good first class. We are on the Titanic. I see the, hey, we're going to that place and we're going to sink.
Yeah.
You know, and nobody's paying attention. Man, just playing.
Have you, getting back to the UFO stuff, have you heard about the theory Nolan talks about in regards to the human brain? He talks specifically about, I think it's the basal ganglia. He did something about.
Okay, this is good. I am.
So what he did was he studied a huge group of people and he found out that
They have certain structures.
they have certain extra structures in like the certain part of their brain, and those people are more intuitive to the UFO phenomenon.
You contact me. So, okay, so you see that. Okay, I believe, okay. First of all, I'm not a medical person. I don't know anything about it. I know certain things, and I know, see, a smart man, only one of the PhD, but PhD, no, but you know who you know. And you know how to get information to find out. That's the talent. That's what you whoever it means. And guys, I just don't, they don't know that. You realize that they don't respect it. Help us make sure we respect yourself. So, I like this. But that's what I'm saying about the video and the crash. It's Oslo, it's Oslo crash. And then he claims something got superpowers. So that's consistent. That something happened the exact thing. They got these numbers. So probably he's going to probably go to John and say, we have to do that. We're going to be the right witnesses. And he was 5, 6 years old. But at the same time, he's getting involved in a few years difference. And then he got the power of the middle, he claims. And then there's this guy at the time who witnessed this. He's a young soldier, 15 years old, Israeli defense soldier. He saw this happen. So he come down the other one and snapped him. He had to go. And later came out over recently, he was a general in the side. Yes, now, I didn't want to say he's not retired, but he witnessed this. Okay? So everything that Ben Gary says, and I accept everyone's expertise. I don't want to do that kind of fast. So, so the answer is, I support whatever Gary says. I don't support Steve because he supports his politics. Anyway, I
So going back to that, there's also a connection to like paranormal short case.
well, that's what I'm telling you. Yeah.
So in his studies, it was not just people who were able to experience or witness these UFOs. It was also the same people had more paranormal experiences than you had.
Well, it's not even good shit. It's
Right. Yeah, it's kind of but like you can see earlier Bob talk about poltergeist. He talks about hearing poltergeist in his house, seeing ghosts.
it's not just him, it's John. It's a guy who does stuff with you.
Shit.
Well, really, it's what Al put open us was love. I know something that it's real. It's that was amazing. I was like, no, back in age. You know,
Taking LSD.
yes. And I was there. I mean, it was like, it was like spectacular VR. I don't know about rain. Is that good? But yeah, it was like, I was there. It was mental time. Frank Allen was his experience. Just like trust him, shamans, second Americans. His book, he talks about it. And then it's lessons, history. But I actually, with Marshall Navy, I was in some ancient Egyptian emerald, gods of Egypt. And then I coming back for like 15 years. So I come to the blue country. And then I was also a Knights Templar. And I got a spear, a spear. Oh, and then I was also sold in World War II conventions. LSD. So that's like 7 years ago, right? Yeah. I guess all that happened with Washington by using the site house, he died in this 1980.
What is your opinion on some of the work John Mack has done?
This kid.
Is a UFO experience or is it you know in person? What is your opinion on everything he's done in specific? Like it seems like there's more. 100%. It seems like there's more of these sightings around schools involving young children.
Well, that's what happened to me. You want to teach the unreceptive mind to make them silver and stuff. Yeah, of course. The answer is yes. And John, I still think, I said to John, she says, I was with John right before he went to London when I was in prison. And so, he had just come off the cliff, he's on the mountain, getting down, like the fight. And John was also, he had to come back. John got a Pulitzer Prize for TV arts. Separately. And John was probably up to, I was to the seminar on Lawrence and when he came back. And I know the area, it's a big street, it's a well-lit street, it's a well-lit street, no traffic. And this guy from Czechoslovakia said, Czechoslovakia, on a truck.
So it looked the wrong way.
What was happening? But this is a beautiful boulevard, nice lights, and side by the street. So even the truck was sitting a mile away. Because he was drunk. This was an assassination. Because I'm pretty sure Nigel Weston I think he was assassinated. He was a lot of intelligence analyst. I was over. So one part of the CIA stuff. So, he was about something that was the honest revolution. He was going on at the time. So I think he was also I had another friend who was a French intelligence was assassinated. The same way the Hound changes. French intelligence. And he was actually Francois Truffaut plays Jean Berlet, Lucy Adams played Hunt, where I got Berlet into the Hollywood Commission, supporting the Francis Coppola Dave at his house in 1876, Spielberg and his nice medicine was over there, and stuff like that. And Francois Truffaut was involved in an intelligence operation by French friend Jean Berlet. French CIA, he had found some stuff connected with people, Russian kind of something. He had found out that they were going to assassinate in 1977. There was a plot to assassinate Nelson Mandela. Instead of one of those so, anyways, he had two photos. And this was really helpful. This was I saw the opposite side, Ron Truck information. She says if something happens, if something happens, it is like, just year goes by, again, somehow something tells me, oh, my friend showed up, I'm just on the shed. Friend showed up, spells the general friend showed up. Yeah, and it says, John Nadal is being buried in Terrible Ship Cemetery. Some cancer, I was mentioning that. He was killed essentially first by truthful died suddenly. Just to see how much truthful. So yeah, lives get last. And this fits right with what she's saying. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. What does he say about the well, I don't know because I don't read so much. Yes, but I don't know if it's good to see or I don't know.
What do you think about what you said about there's actually bodies that we have possession of bodies?
Yeah, it's all that. I mean, that's what do you know it? Well, I don't know it for sure. I haven't seen the body, but I know from because I believe in the sources. It's what it says in other people's. I don't know people that haven't seen it myself. But Kid Green basically says, Kid Green, no Kid Green.
Do you think they're planning on disclosing it to the public eventually? Or do you think it's not happening?
Right now, it's just that's what the war is about. Right? It's reality. It's reality. It's a war on reality. It's a war on like a reality. Right? You know, we don't know what's real. It's deep fakes. What do you do? Deep fakes that happen. Anybody say anything they want. Okay. So I am in reality. I am a public person to some extent. Because of my activity. Because of my education. Seriously. As a person, I see the pictures. I'm putting together with that. I'm giving you my reality. Okay? Okay, growing up, I still right? Came around the campfire. Tell me something about the recovery we were looking at it. And we're still not where my kids were telling me. We're still sitting around everybody's on stories. We go to some stories. I'm giving you my story. I'm shaking the narrative. So if I narrative what reality is, take it or leave it. Of course, I can be wrong. It's what's called website knowledge. All we can do is take pieces of information and then we try what's called artificial intelligence. It's a landscape of optimization. Is what they do. Just like AI, like Sam Alberts. Algorithms. I'm like an algorithm. You're an algorithm. But we're doing exactly what it is. We're trying to optimize all these pieces of information. Any piece by itself is very uncertain. I'm trying to make a coherent story on it. I've given you this body story, I think that I could do one output as new information comes in. I change my story. I adapt to new information. I bring it to things yes, and that's I'll give you what I think is the best possible thing to what data I have. What is the best story? What's the best narrative to give a coherent understanding of reality? Now, somebody else, I welcome anybody to come and tell me your story. Get this guy Nick West. Those things struck. One thing that the travel, TikTok video, okay, I don't care. He may be right. I don't give a damn about whether he's real or not. That's one piece of data. This thing that they throw that out. It's so funny. Right. Okay. That fits. Plus, I have the physics. That's why I have to think of this stuff. I can do stuff there and stuff like that.
What about the idea that a lot of these UFOs are moving up in the oceans?
Oh, yeah. It's got to be careful. Very careful now with these questions. I think it's totally classified information. Not I would tell classified information where if I say too much of it, I'm very careful that a guy wouldn't give a lot. I'm like David Bruce in this same position, which is like, not that I would, well, maybe I don't know. But the answer is yes. I would for sure. I don't know. That's intelligent. This guy decides to come home. The answer is yes, I do. The answer is yes. So I don't know. A lot of that wasn't maybe. Just send out. I have
What government? Can you tell me what government it's not? Is it not the U.S. or is it
well, I say it's not the U.S.
it's not the U.S.?
It's a
So it's
I didn't say that.
is this a program that is controlled by human beings?
Yeah, no, yeah, it's
It's a military program.
we discussed, try to figure it out. I said, you did it. Then I had it every day. That's it. We're thinking, don't everything at work.
So these things that are underwater are military things?
No, they're not our military.
They're not our military.
No. We're talking about ETs.
We're talking about ETs.
We're talking about taking Russia to it.
I'm
Talking
really
about doing the same
difficulties
thing. To a course that-
coming up with the words.
Cryptody, Air Force Intelligence.
Yeah.
That's a check. And Cryptody talks about the same machine, kind of machine, because that mind guy worked for her. Then it'd be the same kind of chip, but not as the actual same machine. Same kind of chip, right? That worked on. That's identical. Okay? And his machine is real. And it was, this was I want to watch this U.S. military base, so I know where that base is. I don't think the machine cannot be announced, it's years ago, but I have a good guess where it is now, at least with what these machines are now, which I cannot say.
Is this machine recovered or is this machine
It's a operation.
was it reverse engineered? It was recovered.
Yeah, no, this is an actual machine. So, yeah, I don't know how they know. This is what they use. I was wondering about something else. I'll let this left something down, maybe that's like you're saying something. Somebody did like 12 or 30 of them, a bunch of them going back to the 30s. Yeah, that's Italy. That's my Italian friends. Right. They have the access to all those records, the Mussolini records.
Speaking of Cody, I just watched my first ever guy you punched in the face, or almost punched in the face.
Oh, see,
Steven Greer.
I didn't punch him. I was convinced at the point. They would have killed me. Joe Schmuck. He's like Charles Wright. He's like the clock. He's on steroids.
Yeah, is he on steroids?
Probably felt like he was. That would explain it.
So in one of his documentaries I was watching on YouTube, he was asking Richard Doty about false flag operations, and Richard Doty's like, I can't talk about that. That's too classified.
Yeah. No, they're all false flag operations. Next one's January 6th. But I won't get into that.
So when it comes to UFO stuff,
Yeah, there are a lot of false flags. Sure.
what's the point of that?
Well, I don't. Now you're asking me stuff that I don't care. So this is I don't really care. That's like there are a lot of stupid schmucks within the intelligence agency, the idiots like John Brennan. You know, we have these incompetent idiots who never should have gotten there. Some of them communist models like James Zeger, and they have all seen, we can't handle it. Whatever reasons they have, some of it because they were working maybe for the Soviet intelligence, they didn't want us to know. Who the hell knows? People have different motives for being idiots and for keeping the truth. What's the RFK say? There's a lot of evil people, they have different motives to be evil, keeping the truth from the public. Right now, we're being kept from the truth. It's like Orwell, right? 1984. I see stuff, and I'm subscribed to the Times. I see stuff that they're saying, and then I see stuff from intelligence people I know that's just opposite. The London Times they say, Ukraine's winning, look at the map, Ukraine's not winning, all this stuff. It's just the opposite.
That's a crazy thing about the media. I had firsthand knowledge of an example of the New York Times. I don't know if it's the New York Times or one of the big. It was one of the top 2, 3 biggest newspapers in the country. A friend of mine, Jack Murphy, who's an ex-Army Ranger. Yeah. He's now a journalist, and he reports on different sort of like military stories. So kind of like the subculture of the military, and reports on corruption and stuff. He's based in New York. He was working on a big story for over a year about the CIA using a NATO proxy spy service to do sabotage operations in Russia, blow up railroad tracks, burn down ammunition warehouses, and stuff like that.
North Street pipeline.
That wasn't part of it. This was it. It was sabotage operations where the CIA would not be legally allowed to be doing that, and so they're using a NATO ally. So this big article that he wrote, this big story, this was this past year, or this was 2022.
So it could have been. What is the pipeline? Is that just that?
The pipeline was also, I think, last year.
No, maybe it was the beginning of 2023.
I think it was 2022. The beginning of 2022.
Well, they did the pipeline.
So maybe. Anyways, the point is, he was getting ready to publish this big story with one of these top 3 newspapers in the U.S. And right before they pressed the button, his editor at that newspaper said, "Hey, we got to get on the call with the CIA deputy director." And he got a 3-way call with the deputy director of the CIA, and he said, "No, this is completely false." He's like, "This is not true." Whatever. So he said, we can't verify this at all." So he said, "Okay, that's fine. We'll put it on foot."
They call that resilience. Talk about that. There's a video that they call that. It's a question story. It's the term.
Well, here's what happened. He said, "Okay, fine. We're just going to put that in the footnote of the story that you denied all this stuff. That you said it's false, right?" So he said, "Great." They got the phone, whatever. They hung up the phone. The story never got published. He called his editor at that newspaper the next day. He's like, "What's the deal?" Like, "We're not going to publish the story." Because the deputy director of the CIA has an off-the-record agreement. So if they don't agree with it, it just doesn't get published.
That's bullshit.
It's crazy.
No, fuck that. We're putting it on the down public. There is no real freedom in America. We are no different from Russia. Except we're a little bit some. Like I said, I'm getting less stuff about Biden's. I'm getting some.
Well, I mean, technically, it's not like he didn't have the freedom. Like, he was able to self-publish in his own website. It's just that publisher. Right, exactly.
Yeah,
It's a bonus for that.
That's suppressing the information. And it's getting worse. We're losing our constitutional bill of rights. We're losing it. We ought to do this as what we're doing today.
Yeah.
So I definitely, if Trump is eliminated, what's that good?
I don't know. I think this stuff, these indictments, I think these are helping.
Well, it will help them, but the point is they may also win the election. We don't know that. There's ways to, when they win the election, they can also not just changing the votes and fake votes, but through the algorithms of Google and stuff like that. Like they suppress the information on the lab, right. Things like that. They took media and do it. I see the Times radio in the UK, London, and I'm subscribing. I used to read it. I used to read other things, but they're getting totally opposite picture from what Colonel McRae and other people are saying. And then you look at the map, it's objective and see. Institute for the Study of War, which is Washington, and they showed, the front line, and they showed what's being contested, like how much Russia has, what Ukrainians are trying to have. You see, they haven't, since the beginning of the offensive, they haven't done anything, but they killed hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers. It's a big crime. So it's terrible. It's just all because blind Holocaust paid hundreds of billions of dollars because the country would fall apart.
Why don't you keep your funding and shut up about politics, Jay?
Well, yeah, you see it then. That doesn't.
Right.
Actually, it seems that my country is like what
you're right. Also, you don't have to worry about being a scientific prostitute.
but of course, the enemy they can, everything else.
But I want that to happen.
So, well, hey, I'm right now in the case of us, body gets sat by a UFO.
Are you familiar with what Eric Weinstein said recently about, he was talking a lot about Ed Wynn, and he was saying that people like Ed Wynn aren't even within striking distance of this anti-gravity technology, and Eric's opinion was that this whole Tic Tac thing and all these congressional hearings are smokescreen.
Yeah, because Eric's and Eric, he's trying to present I didn't say so. Yeah, Eric's a smart guy. Eric is what Einstein called an intelligent fool. I know, I grew up with Eric. Eric, he's a very smart Jewish guy. Like a rabbi. That's how it's he's out. Have a bus he's part of that.
Peter Thiel.
Peter Thiel. And he hangs it up, and they respect him, but they, he's smart. I know people who know pretty well, and his theory is not good. He has this geometric unity theory. It's mathematician trying to do physics. He's very smart, but he's no physical intuition. And he's like nobody else on the calculated rate at any time. He has 7 time dimensions, this, that, and but what he says about it, Whitney is true. Whitney doesn't have it's not interesting. His father was interested. But Whitney was part of that.
Right.
But I think Ed is good. And Ed went up and then Ed went to Eric Weinstein's like God. So, but actually, I don't see like
Yeah.
so
About you, you motherfucking piece of shit.
So that's
Thank bitch.
He's done no physics to that. He hasn't predicted anything to test it.
Natural motherfuckers.
So it's a false idol, and as far as I can see,
Sight.
and I could be wrong.
That's
Ed Witness like the golden calf. What is Ed Witness done that's affected technology that has led to an experiment that can be powerful and survive? Like what I have here, the testing it way, you're going to see it'll work it out. So from what I can see, is that they've done something for mathematical art. That's conceptual art. There's no any physics there. So nothing very good in terms of physics. Interesting. Now, I could be wrong, but I would love it. They just want to come and want to teach me what. See if I get wrong. It's not you. Very wise. It's a yeah. So the thing is, now it would be very interesting to come out and tell me what it was missing. If I'm wrong, I have been
So what was going on in the 50s after he was studying anti-gravity and everything, all of a sudden this,
I know there was a strike down
everything that we all had a picture down.
the point is they sort of because more than they see, I know I got a deal and kid for but if we had this stuff back in the 50s, we'd find it around. I would find what's the chance.
Maybe these things are
That's incredible. There's no like a blind phrase that groups what is 50 times that this for 20 years because ours we would be okay and if it's Russia's we usually will take those
ours. Why wouldn't we test it against our most elite?
yeah, but why are we using it?
How do you know we're not?
Well, now
There's footage of them over in the Middle East.
yeah, but they're not, I know, come out. The Congress doesn't know. With the rights to money, it's not out.
Right, some of these companies like the Intel Institute.
Now they're all stupid. You don't understand that. All engineers are just smart what they do. They don't understand what they're doing. They don't understand geometry. They don't understand it. Guys, there's a thing later. There are plenty of guys who don't but they don't understand physics. They can't relate their math to physics because they don't understand it. that we wouldn't spend almost $1 trillion every year on some military technology, which is no good. They don't really good. But I should say, then all these 4-star generals, all these secretaries of defense, they should all be court-martialed, their pensions taken away, and tried for treason because they've been taking real stuff from jeopardizing the defense of the United States. And I'll tell you one thing, people, why the fuck would they invite you to Moscow if they had it? I mean,
Look at this gangster.
that's the proof. There's sex on you. It says they don't have it. Nobody has it except I have some of it. I have some of it. Okay. And I'm the only one that has it. I have lots of it show. So, and everyone's like, he's a big cool little Rex Friedman, and the blessed was kind of a schmuck to was smarter than like he was a schmuck. Everybody just lets him put all his money into rockets, and he's going a little bit crazy. He's going a little bit sugar, you see. So it's on the street, he sounds worse than Trump.
Is he boxing?
I know when he was a boxer, I didn't box.
Did you box at Wonstock?
No, I'm 84 years old. Yeah, maybe 24. That's stupid. That's stupid. They're smart anyways, but they're stupid. And that's why I say Safari Space Corporation is going to kick the ass of SpaceX. And we're going to show that every day is going to we will show that all the rocket technology that SpaceX is using is very attention. That's a real need it. It's done. If you want to get to Mars, like 49 years to get to Mars. Get to Mars in like half hours. You step to the warp drive. Yeah. You can't do that into the wormhole. You just step to the doorway like in Doctor Who. And you walk through a Mars. This is walk through it.
How do
Well, I don't think that's like the experiment.
Just
that's
No. It's something else. But the point is this, that the experiment that they did outside of the testing application is the first step. If that works, then that's what you can back and see what to do. So that's space time. You change the shape of that vision because it's purple.
so they're going once Livermore is going to test for equipment.
Yeah. Testing upgrade is a simplified model. They're not testing the general theory, they're testing the particulars of application of the general theory based on certain assumptions that are very simple. Coming from a homogeneous class, very simple, not a minute. This is for the class of everybody, class of people, and they're testing it to see if it works. And if it works, then it's sufficient enough for concept. If it doesn't work, it's not good, but it's also something like that particular application of the general theory is the good way to go. This doesn't work for most people. So they tested something. Now, what they're testing, they got this huge machine, they got these beams that have ions that smash them together, like 10 million of those cubic meter, 10 million, tiny bit of volume, color, and with a big gravitational field of 16,000 times the distance. In other words, we weigh, if the little guy would weigh 16,000 times. 16,000. What about your time? Well, it's a question. But, it's going to, that's a very good question, actually. It's time to go to actually, thank you. I'll get it. What I did was, I was worried about what the big plans are. How did they no, they've got like simulations where they simulate. It's like 2015, and the curvature is 10 to the 22 times the K on the surface of the Earth. Now, the Earth is a curvature. It's very big. But this is 10 to 22,000 times stronger. But it's still not a black hole. It doesn't make sense. So we don't look at it.
You explained a little bit about the Pokemon tribe that very little power. Power fluctuates with the tribe or cell battery.
So you try let me see what I have. Okay. Can you see this? How big is it? Yep. See what it's going to fall. So you see this? Look, you got it. Okay. This is Einstein's gravity field.
Okay.
Okay? And you see that thing called capital G divided by C before? Right? That's the coupling. Capital G is what's called Newton's constant of gravitation. A little C in the denominator there to the fourth power. That's the vacuum speed of light.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah, just mathematically. That's something that if you make that C number small, it's small, then that coefficient G here gets bigger. And if you let the velocity go to zero, eventually it goes to infinity. Zero is infinity. So generally, if you have this totally built in, you kind of just large, making it very stupid. So in the one that's math is gender, math is white privilege. Don't teach math because you take blacks from dumb. What the fuck are you? What are you fucking mind? Yes, you bastards. No, but seriously, they're making us stupid. What are they laughing at us? Yeah, well, critical race, we bullshit. You're the real racist. We're not the racist. Assholes.
Alright, so what the hell does this mean?
Well, here the speed is 100,000, 300 billion meters per second. But the point is, inside the measured field, it's not really the speed, but it's as if the speed is going down to zero. It's as the speed is going down to zero, the coefficient of something gets big. So, this is the warp field. This is the gravity field we want to play.
Oh, look it up. Let's look higher.
The G. That's the warp field.
Okay.
Right?
Got it.
Okay. This is the energy power. The T, capital T, that's the energy. Okay?
Okay.
So you want to have for the tic-tac that requires a certain amount of G. Okay? For that, you keep that fixed.
Okay.
You make the effective C of let's form. And since G is fixed, this is getting bigger, that gets small. That's the idea. This is the amount of energy you need. So it's only because G is small and C is so big that they can get it quick. But the benefit to you, you make the effective C small, and then you get the amount for what the energy is still energy. It's just math. It's the math of a hyperbole. You did that. You know? And see, the fact that most people can't get that is why America is going down. Because if you see Russians, the Chinese can see Russian can see them is nothing. It's something. And that's why we have been defeated.
Can you give me a beautiful analogy to understand that?
No. This is what
Higher, a little bit higher. C equals X, Y. Hold it up high.
C equals X, Y. Okay? So you want to have C fixed. So this is okay. You want to have fixed C.
You can't hear you because you're not talking about it.
This is basically this is Einstein's equation. The simplest term.
Okay. C equals X, Y.
C equals X, Y. C is the gravity.
C is the gravity.
It's the work. It's the motion.
Okay.
The tic-tac-toe is C.
Okay.
Okay? Y is the energy you need, the power. You know, how much voltage. Okay, Y is the volts. The power. How big a battery you need this with?
Okay.
Okay? X involves that capital G over super power. Coupling. That's the coupling. Transmit. So that's the transduction. How we input. Y is the voltage input. You know, okay, if you have Ohm's law, what is resistance? Okay, if you have voltage and if you increase the resistance, it becomes smaller. But if it affects the same voltage. But if I lower the resistance, like superconductor, I get a bigger current, right? So the same way here, the whole trick is with the better material, we're making X big. See, you see this?
No. Yeah, I do this.
But the trick is you keep the same thing. C is how much work power, how much work of space time you want. That's C. To keep that fixed because it's something how you want to escape the earth. Okay. And Y is how much voltage you have your Tesla battery inside the UFO. Yeah, how much power? Yeah, how many? Yeah, what are they? Kilowatts of power. What are they? You buy the battery lasts a certain number of miles. Yeah. So that's that. That's the Y. How big a battery? How big does it must have to make the battery?
How much range do you get in the UFO?
Well, wait a minute. Let's just get the idea. Don't ask me that. I'm just making this power. Let's take a few minutes. So no, X is the couple. That's what the medical material comes in. When you make X big, so you make X big, Z fixed. So when you make X big, Z fixed, that means Y gets less. Why is it out of battery power?
Ah, I got it.
Okay, so that's the idea. That's the trick. That's the idea. So, but the point is, everybody, all these smart assholes, like Ben Goodman, they think that you can't change X. They can't change X. It's X is X, you can't do it. That's why they don't. They don't think you can change X.
What is X again?
X is the coupling of the voltage to the electron. Okay. Okay, what is X? Is like X is the engine.
Okay, X is the engine.
X is the engine.
I understand that.
Okay. So okay, it's like the horsepower of the engine.
Okay.
Okay, and Y is how much gasoline.
Oh, okay, got it.
Okay, so the whole no. X is the efficiency. The efficiency. The more efficient the engine, like from certain amount of what is like the amount of horsepower. Okay. So as you make the engine more efficient, you need less fuel to get the amount of horsepower, right? What's up? I'm trying to make it down. But the point is that it's simple mathematics. As Z is fixed, you make X big, Z fixed, Y gets small. Okay, so there. It's called the hyperbole. Okay, let me just do up the graph. This is X, this is Y, this is C fixed. This is it. So,
A little higher.
this is fixed. That link curves the curve of my hyperbole.
Okay.
See which way? So, when X is getting small, what is the X to get small? X to get small, you think you kill the all. This is zero. X is getting small, so you go to 6 and Y is going to zero. Y is the, well, there's what we have. Okay, yeah. I'm going to put I'll figure out. X starts off. X starts off here. The X is on there. So Y is getting smaller. What's the
Okay.
That's it. So this, it's basically this curve. It's like a curve hyperbole. That's it about hyperbole. It's It's like, well, see, this is, I want to tell you something. In Russia and in China, even in France, the kids learn this when they're 10 years old. 10-year-old kid, your kid should be knowing this by now. By the time they're living in 12. Okay? And the fact that most Americans don't know this is why we're November. This is the biggest national security problem. Is that the average American kid, and you guys are really smart, don't know basic mathematics. And that's why the Congress doesn't know it. It's right up to evidence that the CIA directed now to PhD.
Oh yeah, who's the CIA right now?
That woman,
Is it a woman?
it's a woman, yeah, she's a PhD. This is what she does. So she been over to the States. She's keeping secret. But she's going to say 2 seconds. Sure.
CIA director.
But the logo of the DCI, the National Intelligence Service, it's a woman checking the
What is it called? DCI director?
National Intelligence Director of National Intelligence, National Intelligence Director of something. Yeah, she's like the boss, the second.
Oh yeah, April Haynes.
April Haynes is a PhD.
Oh wow.
Okay, so April Haynes, calling Jack stuff out of goddamn telephone. Jack, sorry, let's do a Zoom and we'll have a discussion.
Right.
And they don't want the doctors to work for these people, so it's they should do this.
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid. Meantime, the Russian want to go to hospital. Right? Want the Russians together? Schmucks. And it's another. I like this way. It's just not as Assistant Secretary for Intelligence. So he's a bill. And yeah, no, he should have told them this. No, he should have told them this. He's not doing his job.
Right.
So that's the problem. That's the problem. The problem is, and we see it, what's happening in Ukraine. Everything we're doing is stupid. We have open borders. So now what's happening with the open borders? We have Chinese communists, Iranian governments of North Korean special forces. Some of the young guys who are military men coming through, and they're ready. They get the order, bang, what happens? They go through the dam. They blow up nuclear reactors. They do the best great power energy reactors. When we find ways of getting the water, we have no home defense now. There's no home defense. They can take us over any time.
Well, didn't you say we have that biodome that blocks all the nukes?
No, we don't have it. We want to make it. We don't have it. That's what they're hoping that I'm not sure we should make it. Yeah, because the Tic Tacs have it. We have some evidence. And the Tic Tacs have
They have a force field?
yeah, they bounce. They try to shoot down missiles that bounce.
They try to shoot it. They try to shoot a Tic Tac.
That's what the slow up and do it. Something like that. Yeah, try to shoot it.
What? Who tried to shoot it?
Well, I can't tell you, but the guys who told me I was trying to get in trouble.
And what happened to they shot rockets at it?
Yeah.
What happened to the rockets?
They bounced back and nothing happened to kids. Well, they have to think when they have to see the whole, they take 7 torches and try to indicate that they're invented. Until you can't take until if it's like rain or whatever. That's the
People can consciously tap into that.
what?
People can consciously tap into that.
That's the only thing. Because they contradict why. It's an artificial life. They are artificial living conscious intelligence. They are chat AI loving. What's happening? What's our body? It's really good. If we success this, if we get that, if we invest, what's our body going to do? You know, right? It was they wise. It's what this country is about. Maybe like for the resources. But it'll be talk. A dog has emotional conscience. Just like us, maybe better. The dolphin say what's happening. He doesn't stand. So, how to do it. And the technology is what it's doing. It's some kind of space base. And so what happened, we get into a Tesla car. I don't like it. That's for sure. I'm going to give it to my E-Pace Jaguar, my 2030 lot E-Pace Jaguar. And it's going to have a compensated video at the same time. Jack, will you pick it up? Would it be the sports? But it's going to be much smaller than this. What they have now. What they have now is a cell. Right. No, they also have costs. But most of the time, it's not just robots. It's going to be like Lego. You can't tell me. You're going to have deep fake people. You know, and making some problems to it, but it's science fiction.
What are your thoughts on the YouTube doc you said about the multiverse, where he said
I'm open to it. I know the guy like YouTube doc. We discussed a lot. He's a different actor.
yes,
And he's a very smart guy. And
very good communicator.
And whatever nature says, he takes it as he's a slave. GP.
So yeah, you were talking to him. What is
Yeah, I was involved in the same thing, respecting the materiality. He told me that this is where I got into the fight, almost got into the fight with Steve Briggs, Steve Mitchell. So, I had to go to Santa Fe Hotel, Santa Fe Convention, and we're sitting there at the water, drinking, you know, and he said he investigated the JAL, obviously, it's a Japanese American, so he's the JAL thing, and everything's really interesting.
what's JAL?
That's the first encounter with Japan, you know, airline and flying saucer. I don't know the details, but back up, 20 years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just look up that. Just you know, Google Richard Cochrane, J.
Right.
And so he, you know, he's not skeptical.
Yeah, I've heard him talk about this, and I've heard him mention like the concept of avatars.
Yes, of course. That's what I'm talking about. Right. You know, see, that's the other thing. I said, there's all these Silicon Valley young military assholes. They got those, yeah, what? Oh, Sam Altman, whatever.
Yeah.
So they want to live for the whole family. Safari Space Corporation has a chance to show you because the CIA approved in 1975 as Jack, he wanted to have consciousness books. So that's called the hard book. Tom Sullivan who played with the hard book. David Chalmers inside the America's Boston. Bill Sequin around. Now, I styled the book back 20 years ago. It's one of the first CIA said two books, how to conscious heart and how the UFOs work. I basically styled the book back in the mid-1990s. So people schools here. Finally, a year ago, there's this guy, Tom O'Brien, who's now a respectable cognitive scientist, kind of biophysics guy, who also gets grants and defense foundation, and he's part of the kind of Amaroff and all. He's a bench. He's a person who goes to the sector, okay? And he is a Finnish guy. He's a professor at Helsinki and in Sweden. Okay, he published a paper in December of 22. Rating is quantum device. In section 7 of that paper, the retrospective peer-reviewed journal is the sort of fatty theory of mind matter consciousness interaction. And he basically says it's the only viable theory that explains nobody knows. Explains the movie physics and so on. Just like these guys that woke up from it. And then at 2011, basically 2011, I basically solved the UFO book drive problem. And I gave the talk. I was working inside, you know, I'm very much into books because with there was a young lady and I was General Pete Ward, who was the head of NASA Ames back then in 2010, 2011. He retired from the season. He's an Air Force general, the general who ran the space. He has a PhD in astrophysics from years ago, so he starts and like kind of informs it's like research planet books through these satellites and CIAs, looking at SpaceX, like Sky, fuzzy Sky, they always do satellites, they do stuff like that. Yeah, the space surveillance with the small satellites, space surveillance. Yeah, what the Starlink? Yeah, they do like that planet. It's called here. It's Planet Corp. It's a spin-off of NASA Ames, the guys I do. And they done this. In any case, back in 2010, 2011, there's a big meeting with DARPA, Defense Advanced Projects Agency, NASA, what they call the 100-year scholarship, and General Pete Ward, invited the vice to Orlando. It's October 2011, and I sort of solved the problem by I did my basics paper, what I'm trying to explain to you guys. It wasn't as good as I have it now. I have to go through better. So I give the first form of it. Eric Davis said, put me down. You don't believe it. I guess he was afraid that I was, too afraid. What was afraid about it? Who knows? You gotta ask him. What do you think he thought? I think this was after the running with the guys. Marvin Dolly calls him cooks and things. But the thing is that Sharon Weinberg is there. Sharon Weinberg is a defense journalist. She writes, and she wrote an article about what happened. That's one thing. About me at this meeting. I have to read the article. Yeah, that is it. And she writes about the whole thing. It's on the BBC website. British Broadcasting. So that's what you're saying. So I solved the problem. Actually. And basically, last time we ever did. I've been getting all this opposition from Eric Davis, Chris Mellon, Rudy Elizondo, Colonel Alexander, David, because of they got their Trump's agents did well, so because of that, they have soft landing agents, because I was supportive of Trump. That seems to be it. Or they're trying to keep it in secret to show anybody know, but it's too late. That's it. So I don't know why you do it. But see, this is something now for you. You should call. You should call, get in touch with Chris Mellon, get in touch with John Alexander, get in touch with Eric Davis. In fact, I think this would be the was his question. There's also Mark Involvement from Jack, Travis Scott from Jack, and I would look at Mark today, and Alex. They all get everybody and say, well, let's see and let's just get it all out. All these guys that you're mentioning, they're all experts in different fields, right? Obviously, Christopher Mellon, he's a politician, he's a defense guy, right? He's a he's not a politician, what is his title? He was Secretary of Defense, right? For intelligence. Yeah, right. And I know it's George Bush, but it's a job, by definition, not to understand physics, is it? Well, intelligence, got to know something about it. He's down there. Chris and I agree with some very core issues. Chris says UFOs are real. That's a real machine. Jack Suffolk is just UFOs are real machine. Chris Mellon says UFOs are military threat. Jack Suffolk says yes, others are not. And Alessandro and actually calls Eric Davis. We all agree on this. So on the important stuff, we all agree. And then they start attacking me because they say Jack Suffolk is a nutcase conspiracy to everything. And he doesn't understand physics, and his physics is so I got that. What do they say specifically? Just conspiracies. We think you're a conspiracy. What part of it about what you say? Because I support Donald Trump. I mean, January 6th was a it was a ripoff. It was like the ROTHSCHILD that they had, because I think that the FBI and government agitators leading it on, and I think Trump was strictly to do it in the first place. He fell into the trap, you know. So it's a lot of bullshit. But the indictments and bullshit. And basically, you know, about that way, I was Matt Gates. And he's something else, some of the other guys. So what's her name? The girl from South Carolina, the congresswoman. I can't think of the names of her. And I actually want to talk to policy, you know, whether it was. And so that's why. So that's part of the point of the Civil War.
Yeah, no, it's that's your basically by talking about this. Yes.
I'm not going to.
So no matter what's true, you'll be able to justify that.
Exactly. And I'm not, for a while I thought it was such a sanctimonious
Ron DeSanctimonious.
the governor, and the governor comes off, this is interesting, and he says, I want to bring it up, he says, we should give money to Ukraine to make less than wars. You have stupid strategy. And then, because this is part of Douglas and the governor, told he says, then one of Sanctimonious' daughters, you know that, he goes, no, that's not money. It's just money. See, these are just politicians. These are good people who want to make the country better. No, that's right. But RFK Jr. and I support Trump, but I would support RFK Jr. is the real thing. Okay? I may not agree with everything he says on certain things, but he is authentic, he's honest, and he's not bullshitting, he's not lying. I mean, and that's why I support Trump. So Trump is something. Trump says what's on his mind. He doesn't bullshit around. He says what he acts on. He did what he said he was going to do. He doesn't. He's like me. Trump is like me. And he has enough money. He didn't go in for the money. He lost billions of dollars. Like, dude, he could have had, you know, he enjoyed he's doing this because he's a patriot. He does this to see the country going down. You stupid assholes. That's why he did it. That's the reason, you know, why I can't stop saying, as I'm a patriotic American. You're old school. So there it is. You know, I agree with one of my politics. My politics thing with Douglas McGregor, Nick Nubbin, Scott Goodis, that he does something, but it doesn't matter. It's just one guy. He has a couple of other guys that have been to the church being our trial, basically Michael Savage, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And that's it. And RFK Jr. I think if Trump survived, you know, the start of his show trials, 1936, the man of Republican, you know, treason that dude in New York and Jack Smith, that asshole, you know, if he survives this, and if he and RFK died winning his vice president, they'd have a winning team.
Well, as far as the indictments, I mean, I don't want to twist the political podcast, but the indictments, it seems like the Georgia one is kind of that's kind of straight shock for them because they have like the recorded conversations with him, and
I don't know what they have.
they have some pretty damning evidence.
Have you heard it?
Yeah, I've heard. I can't remember it. I can't recall right now.
But sort of what did you really say? That they do what they like?
Yes. Yeah, basically. That either it was the guys that were working for him or Trump that said something about it. There was a quote. He said, "Find the votes."
Oh no, but that's all. No. Oh no, that's bullshit. That's all. It's just find the votes.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. That's like saying that is total crap. That's ass. Oh, right. I can defend him on that.
Yeah.
They could find. He meant by that. He believed that's not right. He meant that there were phony votes and there were real votes that haven't counted properly. And if I find the votes, weed out the legitimate votes, the phony votes. He's talking about finding real people votes. Okay, let me tell you something. I have people like guys, this is down Orange County. Okay? They voted, and some of their friends, they voted Republican, and their lost. They disenfranchised in the 2020 election. They disenfranchised. My vote doesn't count. I don't know. I feel like because they have all this bullshit thing about this rating thing. You know, I'm a PhD. IQ, God knows what. No, I can't think. You know what I'm saying? I can't think of the thing. I said, what all the dummies do. We don't have any voting in San Francisco for locals. I could vote for, for Trump or somebody else at RFK Jr. But they still, so we don't have any votes. California is a one-party rigged election state. We have no free votes. My civil rights department of voting. So,
Why don't you move to Florida?
what?
Why don't you move to Florida?
It's the weather. Beautiful weather. Where I love it.
So you'd rather give up some freedom for good weather?
Yes. Fair enough. No, I said I know what you do. And also, I'm in London.
Okay. Half the year. Wow. Okay.
Well, it's before, but I plan to spend one year. Part of this thing goes through in London branch. And my better half is British citizen. And we have, the rules of British club. Didn't throw me out. Politicians are all trying to use pain like that. But whenever I'm with this very exclusive club, and we go club world, and I just like London. Yeah, you know what?
I've never been to London.
Hey, you guys, if you have the money, if you want to do that, maybe you come over to London for a couple of days. It's not that far from Florida. Right over to London.
Yeah.
For a couple of days, and let's see if we can walk around.
Something I went the wrong way when I crossed the street.
Yeah.
John Mack.
Yeah. No, London's great. London's still, and even England's going down here. Also, they have some of the same problems we have.
Yeah.
But still, the Londoners are just, it's just more like, and I'm with them. People in the inner world, the government world, the army, the police, the friends, the assistant commissioner of the London Met, dinner, playwrights.
You're a big shot.
No, I'm part of the, I'm integrated into
They hear me grow.
Yeah, all that shit. Yeah, right. Well, no more than you know, because my guy died.
Are you sure they don't do sacrifices at the
No, they have plenty like that.
You've seen Alex Jones' documentary about it.
Alex Jones, look, Alex Jones is an asshole. He's an asshole. I like some of the stuff Alex Jones says, because I'm an inspiration. But Alex Jones really screwed up.
Conspiracy nuts. No, it's made fun of Chris Melton calling you conspiracy nuts. You fucking something.
I am a conspiracy nut, but anybody who isn't a conspiracy nut is just stupid. You gotta be stupid not to be a conspiracy nut these days. That's couldn't be worse. Everything you think is bad is worse than the
What's the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth? You know?
Not much.
6 months.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So what are we talking about? Okay, the growth. Okay. So Alex Jones basically screwed up on the set.
Oh, yeah, big time.
That was dumb. That was good. I don't know how he was so stupid. I like it as a personality. But and then he screwed up on the Bohemian Grove. That's stupid. I've been to Bohemian Grove many times, and it's just like me being in a London club. It's a bunch of basically old guys like me. Okay, old guys like me who are relaxing because they feel safe. Okay, and then they have a few guys like you, up and coming, and hedge fund guys, with a lot of them reaching powerful, and Henry Kissinger, George Bush. There's this whole camp that's all like defense intelligence, heads of the CIA, admirals, 4 stars. They have their own camp. They can go when they talk to them, everything's very effective. And it's just beautiful. Like, some night, there's like 1,000 people there, tables, dinners, and this one waitresses, and maybe summer jobs, college kids, something like that, or waiters, stuff like that. And they
Sex slaves.
no, none of that. These guys couldn't get up anyway. They got sex slaves. So I don't know if they gag over it. Yeah, no, they're not.
You ever seen Obama there?
I don't think they're hurt with Obama. They don't like it. They don't like it.
Really?
Oh, they for some reason I'm so like another top guy. I don't know what they have against Trump. Not for the administration. I don't know. Maybe the guys have to stop. Maybe they. I don't know if Obama's been there or not. It's a good question. No, but the people got a kiss her, Boomer, or what's some of the other guys?
George Soros.
I don't think they like George Soros much. I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that much about who's been there. But let me know that. Okay. Being at Monroe is like when I was at Cornell at 16, coming there on Cornell special. And being at Monroe is like being back in the 50s. They have these plays, they have these performances, and everybody, the orchestras, everything's done by members. And a lot of talented people from Hollywood, from Broadway, very famous rock stars, okay. And it's very patriotic. Because it's just like when I was back in Cornell. So we got this big heavy theater, and they're putting on a play or show, and they play the star spec, and everybody gets up. But this is very American. It's what families are there. It's all very American. It's like all in Rockwell. They can wear bands, and those guys, and the American flags, and then they play all the guys, and then the Stanford song, the Berkeley song, the Cornell song, the Harvard, the Yale. These are all IMD people. These are guys that grew back in Cornell. You go from the Ivy League to the Big Country. Okay, they have two classes of members. If my friend had died, if I had been busy, I could become what's called creative members. They don't have to pay you. You pay your bill, or you set up that money. But a guy like Kissinger, he'll pay like $30,000 a year to students. 50, maybe 50 of them. It's a lot of money. People are very much over there. And those are the rich guys who produce for videos. The professors, the creative, we start off heads with money. They don't heads. But they don't let you, like my friend, had somebody, my friend who I met, he was a tough guy. He was creative, but he took care of the girl. But he spent, you put your time in, do something that the club needs, make sure everything's running on time, and you work for the club. You do sets, in the band, in the show, take the set, you act, you put in your time, and you don't have to pay yearly dues. You keep the club running and creative. They're very creative. Sounds like Scientology. No, it's not. It's not nothing like science. It's just like Scientology. It's exactly how Scientology works. No, except they have, they were talking about, who's some of the big rock stars?
Mick Jagger.
I don't know if he was there, but
Alice Cooper.
yeah, well, I don't know. Well, who was some of the American ones? Who the Broadway? Who's the Suntag? Guys like that. They put on before
Michael Jackson.
I don't think so. But what's his name? When we talked to John Warner, to Senator Warner, Richard Nixon, Oppenheimer, other professors. They put on shows. They do original scripts. They put on shows that are Broadway quality shows.
Wow.
Okay? They put on 30, 50 a year. Okay? And they do it one night. Everything's done by members of the world. Okay? And then I think they do something official stuff. Do something. That's just done. Okay? And that takes a lot of it. And they have lectures. Some top stage. These are top lectures. should talk with them. Eventually, you go to and you might have that to college. That's how people all over the world. Prince Philip was there. That's the thing. And I think Charles is good. Charles is talking about us. No, it's not about Andrew. What? What about Andrew? I don't know if Andrew I'm not sure it's I don't know. I never heard the book but I know Charles is there. Oh yeah, okay. One of the things is, that's why I was so bullshit. Because at 9 o'clock, when they do have women there, Wyatt's Cop, at 9 o'clock, you all have to have your GM truck. So that they all have 9 o'clock, all the security guards come to all the cabs, and the women have to get on these they're outside the cabs. We have all the hotels surrounded with the road. And that's when after 9 o'clock, it's 9 o'clock. No women after 9 o'clock? Only young boys. No, it's not a problem. I was there, I was walking around. I saw everything, no, it's guys, yeah, it's a broad, it's like a house. So weird. No, it's a fraternity. It's fraternity. It's like a fraternity for super powerful billionaires. It's what these are all arrested developers. Yeah, it's a super powerful. The people who won the war, that's just like that. Yeah, these are the people that run the world, that go to the woods and kick the women out at 9 o'clock. That's but it's like fun. They all back. It's arrested development. Yeah, they're back. Sounds like culty. Yeah. I'm a part of it. It's fun. Yeah. It's fun. It's like I'm back. It's an 80-year-old wife feels like he's 20. He's back in college. He's back in the 50s. It's very innocent. Yeah. There's no, and by the way, because my guy, he's like, he's charging cops. You know what they got there? They got their police force. They got ex-Navy SEALs, FBI, California Highway Patrol. They have a private army here. Yeah, they have like they have helicopters. They got machine guns there. They got and my guy was one of the 6 in charge of the military. And he's a straight guy. He's a Marines guy. He's a simple guy. These are old school guys. Definitely bullshit. In fact, there was sometimes that they just go out. There's no Epstein type stuff going on. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I know, but I think this type of stuff. Okay, and I know I know that much. So that's all right. So I'm defending as well. Yes, okay. I'm defending. I'm not defending the girl. Yes. Anything that Alex Jones and some other asshole bullshit, the full shit is liars. That's not what happened. How should we wrap this up? What do you want? How do you want people to remember your legacy? If you don't live forever, if you don't find immortality, what do you want to see Star Trek 4? There's a Star Trek 4. When they come next time, Star Trek 4, they go back in time to save the real. It's real good. The Cafe Terrace, Star Trek 4. Really? Yeah. And Paramount Pictures, they have the director's cut, they have me, after this show, because they come on, talk about the show, and they mention the time travel. And in the plot, there's this crazy rocket scientist, that guy, who walked by, and so the time travel needs to come back to San Francisco. So I want to do that. I'm that guy. I've been around. I was actually involved. I want to be the guy what drive time travel to the world and save the world from nuclear war. Superhero next time. I love it. Yeah, that's me. That's what I did. Super Jew. That's it, right? Super Jew. Super Jew. Jack Sarfati. Jack Sarfati. After you want the Messiah, just make me in charge of this.
That's a great way to end this podcast, man. Yeah, that was a very strong ending. Where can people find more of your work on the internet? Where do they find your work? Just Google. All right.
So I drive before, go to the city. Just play agnostic.
I gotta get back. I gotta fly back to Tampa.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Jack.
Okay.
We gotta pack up all this shit.
Okay. See if you can get some of these assholes in there to
Yeah,
debate.
that would be great.
Okay. And also think about if you want to come to London, or maybe you want to come to London and go to Italy too.
Okay.
And just remind me, if you really want to do it, you touch the Italian.
Okay. Okay.
Decide you want to do it.
Get us in the Vatican.
No, it's Saturday. Yeah, actually, he's trying to have
That would be incredible.
I'll put you in the space station.
Okay. All right, folks.
And that'll be fun for us to all go to the Vatican.
That would be incredible.
Because they have these astronomers there, and you can arrange us to do something tonight. You tell us to do notes. So
Let's make it happen.
good idea.
All right. Next episode will be held at the Vatican. Thanks again, Jack. Let's wrap it up. Good night, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this wonderful marathon of an episode. Good night, everybody.
I feel okay, no, Jerry Lewis. To the marathons and charities.
Start this thing off by sort of giving you a soft introduction. You're a theoretical physicist. Been doing this your whole life. You were contacted by the CIA in the 70s, is that right? To work on some stuff with consciousness and
flying saucers.
And flying saucers in the 70s.
And actually, even a little bit before that, complex story.
Right. And then your early childhood. Can you explain what was going on in your early childhood when you got that phone call that one night from what was
I should go back before that.
Okay.
Because when I was about 7 or 8, I guess, my parents in Brooklyn got divorced, and I went to live with my maternal grandparents in the Bronx. And my grandfather was working for the US Army. And he was just like a chauffeur. He would drive out of the Army district in Quartermaster Corps. And he would drive his officers around and everything to do acquisition of material in the Army district. So I would go down there a lot. And it was an interesting situation. In fact, I spent a lot of time there. And they gave me free language when I was a kid. They would take me went around and like laboratories. They had cold weather lab, hot weather lab, this and other stuff. And I was like, way there. And then I sometimes would drive around with my grandfather driving the car, sitting in the back of his Army vehicle with these Army officers. They're talking. I was a great kid, like encouraging me. I had been reading all the science fiction old magazines coming out, 25 cents, astounding and amazing stories about time travel. Like an engineer, I was being encouraged by everybody to do that. And they also, I remember the subsequent flying saucers came out. So this is like maybe just a couple of years, 3, 4, at most 5 years after Roswell. Actually, that's 3, 4 years after Roswell. And then much later, I guess it was 80s, we booked by Colonel Corson to do it for Roswell. over 70 years ago, right? 73, 70 years. And, but I think it was Corso, was the main guy I used to talk to.
Corso.
Corso, the guy who wrote Young Years.
He wrote The Day After Roswell, right?
Yeah, but do you know what it's about? Do you know the story?
I haven't read it, but I've heard about it.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, Corso is the guy who claims that he was at Roswell and that he witnessed the aliens, dead aliens, and that he saw the saucer, and that he had them shipped to White Patterson. And then he also claims that later on, he claims that this general he worked for, he was in charge of the foreign material. He was in charge of all the material, crash material from Roswell. Okay. And this, I can tell you what more. Maybe get into it. Just jump ahead. So there's more stuff I don't watch. I don't want to watch stuff. Okay, so here we are. It's like a few years after Roswell happened. I meet these guys, the military officer. Hey, well, was somebody black here, was somebody worked with them, because they took our flying saucer. And then, okay, so then I moved back with my brother when I was about 13. With us. And that's when the whole thing. I'm alone, and my mother's somewhere out. So summer nights, nice warm summer night, up with us. And just like, the coordinates, the strange was, but very hard. Listen, and then the volume increases. I had also caught them like switching circuits. Oh, I was reading a book at the time on the computers, mechanical computers, switching circuits. No one ever told us. So I was here, so it's like a computer. Okay, but I thought, when the computers were different, what was did work, and so and then it's louder, and then Steve was like, you know, you know what he sounded like? He's been taught in the town voice. It's the Steve Hawking voice. It says it identifies itself as the computer on board flying source from the future. Back from verbatim. Well, I'm sort of paraphrasing. It's not paraphrasing. I was off. I thought something. Yeah, it was. I think it said it was a spacecraft. Okay. But I was at the first. It's a time machine. Right away. And they said that they are contacting several hundred, maybe 400 young receptive that they want to teach their technology. Their abundance happening. And first I thought, sounds like a kid. And I thought it was, a joke. I'm not out of touch with reality. How old are you? I was 15. 1953. 19 years old. I'm trying to think, okay, I got the joke. This and that. Okay, first, none of my friends at my age were as smart as the type of son that said, they don't know type of stuff. They were like little kids. They're just all American. And so I became a good kid. And also, none of them had access to the kind of technology that could make a full metallic voice. It's like the And but then it said, sorry, yeah, let's continue. And it said I had to now tell them at my own free will if I wanted to participate in this program. And then there was going to see the thing with me, like a little demo of my shoulder, and the shoulder. Don't do it. You know, I'm thinking to myself, no, it's not right. No. Then I feel like an electric shock. Basically, my spine.
It's a French time.
Hear myself saying yes. And then they say, they also said that I begin, they said, good, and now they said I would begin to meet the others in 20 years. So I've got time. That's not what's going to happen in 20 years. So, and then they said, then the book says, join on your final state, and you can send the ship to pick you up. So at this point in time, I have a phone, and this point, I'm scared, and I'm excited. And so we went down to the street. That's Sunday night. This is New York. This is Flatbush. This is Irish, German, Italian, Catholic neighborhood, church, Irish bar, Italian neighborhood, German neighborhood, so this is it. And it's by itself, and everybody's out here. It's a warm, beautiful night. Everybody's on the street, the mothers and pictures and their stories. It's a whole scene out of like a movie, right? And I had a gang. So I find Neil and Norman O'Connor. Neil is fine. Strapping.